got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me saying words I've never said. You got me powerless on the edge of your bed. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that let's do, say that we're done. Let's do, say that. I'm powerless to you. I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Say that we're done. Powerless to you. Say that I know that you. Know that you want me back. Know that you want me. Know that you want me.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, and we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. You waited all night, for me to come back. Oh, why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was stuck in the plate, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never to lose. Just know that you'll be winning, cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed on, make that thing rough. Put on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it, and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw that right now and whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came for the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया, अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं।
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया। मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा।
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए, जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली।
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है।
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
But Marja का grenade, Ash को knock करेगा, Trigger को गेम से बाहर करेगा. And the champions, they're paying the price with their blood.
The comeback week is shaping out to be quite astonishing so far. Myth Official, a team that was sitting on 27th, is now currently on 19th spot. And yesterday, even Bot Army Esports played a hell of a game. Welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series, where I'm going to be a host of Castronic Rojan. Alongside with me on the panel is Fixes. And yeah, Fixes, yesterday's day, two new teams just completely balled out.
I mean, first of all, it's freezing cold here in Delhi, and I'm pretty excited because now things are going to get heated up even more. And like you said, yesterday we witnessed so many of those teams in the middle order stepping up, and especially Myth officials and Boram Esports. They were quite impressive. We also saw Reckoning Esports start things off with a shebang, big finishes, chicken dinner, and they're on quite a roll. But there have been few big names who are right now on a dip. I'm talking about Revenant X Park.
Exactly. A big name is an understatement. It's a champion lineup, and so far they've been flawless. But now out of nowhere, for some reason, Revenant X Park, as you mentioned, a major dip in the performance and also in the overall standings. Currently sitting on 15th spot, and it's something you are not really accustomed to seeing, especially from such banner. While you see a few names like Vasista Esports on that climb, a few names like Revenant X Park, if you're going to see them take a big dip, then you're only left to wonder what exactly is going on in the overall standings and what's going on in these athletes' minds.
At this point, for Revenant X Park, it has always been that copium that they will make it. And I think you were one of the advocates of that. We all know they will make it. But the big question is, right now, they're literally on the edge. On the cusp, they can be pushed over. But still, one more week to go. Not a lot of points differentiating. Yesterday's day, however, was horrendous. And along with X Park, we have to bring in Team Empires also, because this was also one of those teams, Necro, that was doing pretty well, especially in week 2. And the transition into week number 3 hasn't been that great, because of which now they've been pushed towards the 17th position.
Indeed. I mean, they've been pushed all the way down. That's definitely there. But once again, look, for Team Empire, somewhere down line, we expected this dip, right? We pretty much knew that this dip is going to be the one to come through. Now it's up to Team Empire. If they learn from this dip, if they do want to make the bounce back once again in the top 16, if they do want to sort of try as hard as possible, especially the way they played in the first 2 weeks, if Team Empire does want to play the same way, then definitely there's a chance they can easily make the climb as well. We did see a few teams as well make moves. I mean, look, those moves can also be on the negative side of things, and one of them is also Cincinnati Kids, because they started things off on 17th spot, and now they're currently on 23rd.
Yesterday's day did not go well for Cincinnati Kids. There were numerous occasions where they were getting third-partied. Even their 4v4 fights weren't going the way they had planned out. And it felt like 8-Bit and Cincinnati Kids are literally brothers and sisters, just moving along with each other. One time you see both of them performing, and the next week, both of them just tumble down. For 8-Bit, it is even worse to begin with. But for Cincinnati Kids, still hope there, because again, this time we're going to have a switcheroo in the groups. They will be going up against a whole set of different teams. So that's going to be interesting to see if maybe they find their footing in such a lobby.
I mean, keep this thing in mind. You've still got so many big names on from that 12th till 16th spot. You've got Metal Esports, Revenant X Park, K9 Esports, GT, the teams that you expect to be there in the top 5. They've got so much potential. And let's be honest, as the time keeps on moving on, they're automatically going to make the climb in the top 16 as well. That means a few names will be pushed down. That's definitely going to happen. As I mentioned, constant shuffles will happen from 12th till 16th, and even the teams beneath, they're going to try to make that climb, especially that one before as well. Yesterday we saw from Orlo, even that's going to be boosting his team's confidence. Day 2, I'm really hoping a lot of comebacks here.
That's the thing with Orlo and Diesel Esports. We haven't seen that cohesiveness in the lineup. They haven't really been playing like a well-knit unit. The players are in two minds. The IGL gives another call out. The players do not really follow that, or aren't able to understand what the entire reason is behind of which Diesel Esports, it has been an average day, or even you could call it below par. So for Diesel Esports, they still have a lot of climbing to do. But one team that has really surprised all of us is Wildfangs. How on earth are they still there in the mix? Because this is one of the teams that not only are there in the top, I think they're placed 11th right now, but also along with which they're even higher than a common link that they share with Revenant X Park. So that goes on to show that Wildfangs, they're having quite a journey.
They indeed are. I mean, they're definitely having a great time in the battlefield, right? They're definitely doing pretty decent so far for themselves on the 11th spot. But we've seen Wildfangs be super inconsistent as well at times. And hopefully that inconsistency is not going to hit them. Yeah, I mean, they're doing better right now, yes. But as I mentioned, man, we're still speaking of Revenant X Park. We're still speaking of Metal Esports, champion lineups. And somewhere down line, look, deep in our hearts, we know they can make the climb in the top 16. It's not even a question. They're going to take that big leap. It's all just one game away.
It is, and there's no denying that. And we've seen Bot Army Esports. They were somewhere around, 25th, 26th spot, and suddenly one good day, and they're right in the top 10. So goes on to show that the comebacks are definitely possible. Bot Army Esports, they are an example of it. But Wildfangs, yesterday's chicken dinner felt much more lucid, much more fluidic, the way they engaged in those fights, the way they disengaged. But there you have Jelly, still questions looming over their consistency, because Wildfangs and Just Jelly is, like I said, right, you're opening a mystery box. You do not know what to expect. If the circle really favors them, they're good, but Just Jelly could work with a little bit more 4v4 fights, as Gujarat Tigers still on a decline. And as of K9, again, those early casualties, Necro, really hurting them, but still somehow holding on to that 14th spot.
And usually it's Omega as well. Yesterday, the first game, Omega was the one who fell down against Hero Extreme God. Like, he was the first player to get taken down. So, yeah, for K9 Esports, they need to figure out that disconnect between the IGL and the Fraggers. And something needs to be there. A big patch needs to be there between the roster itself. You've got the latter half of the board. Team Empire, a team that was doing pretty good in the top 16, is now finally out on the 17th spot with just 119 points. You've got Vasista Esports as well, making that steady climb. You've also got Myth Official right there with 109 points on 19th spot. Phoenix Esports, yesterday they got one chicken dinner, but then we saw that inconsistency hit them once again. So hopefully today's going to be the day where Phoenix Esports is going to be consistent.
I hope they do, because today they might match up against Revenant X Park, and that doesn't make things easier for them, considering the downfall that they are dealing with. But for RGC Esports, man, I've been looking forward to this team so much, and there have been a couple of occasions where they've swung through. That game of Sanhok was nice, but apart from that, they were also found missing. Do or Die, another name, Necro, that we had high expectations from. And yesterday we also saw the announcement of MJ finally hanging up his boots, and now with MJ even gone, that experience factor no longer there with DOD. So they will have to cut some extra corners there. But regardless, legit in -40, they have been pretty much absent throughout this entire tournament. -40, I did have a conversation with one of the players. Spider did come into my chat, and I was really concerned. And then I asked, what's going on? What happened to your performance? And he was of the opinion that they do not have the best devices. So I suggested, why not check out the Snapdragon chipsets? You've got them in our new flagship phones and all of that. That would sort your gaming needs, and they should be good in that.
Yeah, of course. They should check him out as well. But moving with the conversation of DOD, right? As you mentioned, the experienced man is not exactly there in the roster anymore. That can also be two ways. It can also be something that DOD is playing with a complete free mind now, knowing the fact that, yeah, they do not have any leash upon themselves. Because, of course, the experienced player always brings in the leash with him. He does not want the teammates to overextend. But now DOD, they can play with free minds. Listen, they've got nothing to lose. They're in the bottom 4 anyways. So even if they do get taken out of here, they've got nothing to lose anyways. The same thing can be said for 8-Bit too. I mean, they're in the bottom 4. At this point in time, just play with free minds, man. Play like you've got nothing to lose.
Listen, when MJ was there was that one, I think he played, 2 or 3 games, and in one of those games, he clutched it out against Revenant X Park. So I really felt like DOD could have used his experience a little bit more, but I completely understand where MJ is coming from. And for DOD, the argument still stands that, yes, maybe they can get back to their own free will and do whatever they want. Because for an IGL, when you've got a player of MJ's stature, sometimes it comes down to him, I should not be disappointing him. Are my calls even correct? Instead of, that factor really sets in. So that being out of the picture, DOD, they have to unleash themselves. But like we said, Necro, this week has to be all about the teams from that 16th to at least that 30th position. Who can bounce back? Myth Officials have already started that. Bot Army Esports, we could see them in such comfortable shoes. But for Team Tamilas, for Miracle Esports, 8-Bit, and so many of them along with Cincinnati Kids, everybody, we're waiting. When will they get that chicken dinner?
Exactly. We've got a head-to-head between Red Ross and Genesis. I mean, Red Ross is one of those teams that is currently in top 8 on the 8th spot with a lot of points. And you've got 76 placement points from Red Ross and just 30 points from Genesis. You've got 69 finish points and you've got 58 finishes from Genesis. When it comes to finishes, definitely Genesis is matching up. But the placement points, the winning games is something that's costing Genesis the overall standings.
I think he was just brought up to bully the players of Genesis Esports because in no way they were in close contention. And clearly enough, it shows that Red Ross, they're an experienced roster. We've seen them in the official events under different banners also. These are not new players in the lobby anymore. So lesser known, you can say, is the right way to go around it. But then again, Red Ross have been nothing short of being stellar this entire tournament. And that was pretty much evident in their interview. Looked pretty poised, calm. They knew that what needed to be done. They know that they've learned from their failures in the past. The last time they came into participating in this tournament, they placed 30th. And this time, they made sure no stones left unturned and have done everything that's needed to get here. And hopefully, we'll get to see them in the grand finals.
Exactly. Another team that is still there on the bottom half, and it's quite the known name as well. We've been speaking about this name for such a long time, and this team has been losing that performance since a long time now. At this point, it's been years we haven't really seen this team at the top. Sometimes you do see that big up in the performance, but majority of the times you see a big down. I'm speaking of Team Tumulus, but I just got a call from the producer. We've got a nice interview lined up on the Hindi desk, so let's move on over there.
जेनेसिस आप दोनों का स्वागत है स्नैपड्रैगन प्रो सीरीज के स्पेशल इंटरव्यू में. कैसे हैं आप लोग? R2, how are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
I mean, we are also doing very good. Sketch, I hope you are also doing well. आपकी टीम आपको ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस तो नहीं दे रही? वो थर्ड पेज की जो पोजीशनिंग है अभी.
नहीं स्ट्रेस तो नहीं दे रही है. मैं भी ठीक हूँ. आप बताओ आप कैसे हो?
हम भी
ऐसा कुछ है नहीं स्ट्रेस.
स्ट्रेस नहीं है तो सब बढ़िया है. आई थिंक जब तक वो प्रेशर फील नहीं होता, पॉसिबिलिटी रहती है कि काम माइंड से सब प्लेयर्स के लिए. लेकिन मैं कुछ पूछूं उससे पहले हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स आपके कुछ सवाल.
स्केच, आप ना आज की 21 गेम्स हो गए हैं, आप अपनी परफॉर्मेंस से खुश हैं?
नहीं परफॉर्मेंस से खुश कैसे हो सकते हैं?
तो प्रॉब्लम कहाँ आ रही है, कहाँ दिक्कत आ रही है? जो प्लेसमेंट की तंगी चल रही है, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट की, ये क्यों हो रहा है?
चीज़ें ऐसे कि स्टार्टिंग जो हम प्रैक्टिस करते हैं नॉर्मली, अब ये BGS सेमीज के बाद यही लॉबी मिली है जिसमें इतना इंटेंस जा रहा है चीज़ें, और 2 मैच में वर्क नहीं करती, तो हम लोग जो प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है वो छोड़ के कुछ और चीज़ें नई करने लग जाते हैं कि कम वर्क ही नहीं कर रही करके. तो वो एक के बाद एक चीज़ बिल्ड होती चली जाती है, तो ख़राब होता चला जाता है. तो उस चक्कर में फिनिशेस तो आ रहे हैं, लेकिन हाँ प्लेसमेंट पे कमी है टीम पे, कि प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स पे नहीं है हमारे, बिल्कुल नहीं, बहुत कम है. तो उस पे ध्यान दिया है. अभी 15 मैचेस है हमारे हाथ में जी, और वो चीज़ अगर होगी तो भी रेस पे तो है हम अभी आराम से.
100% आई थिंक वो तो हम सभी उम्मीद लगा के बैठे कि वो कमबैक जरूर है. बट मैं आपको एक एक्सपर्ट से ये एडवाइस दिलवाता हूँ. मतलब रेडेक्स, मैं आपके एंड से जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप ऐसा क्या अलग कर रहे हो, क्योंकि आपके लिए भी लॉबी बहुत ज़्यादा चैलेंजिंग थी और उसको काफ़ी अच्छे तरीके से आपने संभाला. तो आप ये आंसर दीजिए और साथ साथ अपने अपोनेंट को थोड़ा एडवाइस ज़रूर दीजिए.
हमारा सिंपल है. हम तो रोज गेम प्लान बनाते हैं अपना और उसी गेम प्लान पे स्टिक करते हैं.
क्या होता है गेम प्लान?
और
थोड़ा डिटेल.
टीम मीटिंग करते हैं, और टीम मीटिंग्स हम यही करते हैं कि ये टीम यहाँ पे होगी, या इस जोन में ये टीम यहाँ हो सकती है. उसके हिसाब से हम रोटेशंस करते हैं और उसके हिसाब से फाइट लेते हैं. ये टीम ऐसे होल्ड करती है, इसको सोलो पकड़ सकते हैं बंदे को, ऐसे करते हैं हम लोग.
बट बॉयज, आप अभी टॉप 8 में हैं. मतलब टोटल 8 में से 7 टीमें वो हैं जिन्होंने इस देश के BGMI सीन में हिस्ट्री बना रखी है. उनके साथ आप टॉप 8 में बैठे हैं. ऐसा लग रहा है कि मेहनत रंग ला रही है और हम एक सही रास्ते पे जा रहे हैं.
सही रास्ते पे जा रहे हैं, लेकिन इम्प्रूवमेंट करनी अभी बाकी है बहुत. रिजल्ट तो आ ही जाएंगे.
क्या दिक्कत आ रही है अभी भी? कौन से डिपार्टमेंट में आपको लगता है मेहनत करना जरूरी है?
फिनिशेस में मेहनत करना जरूरी है अभी हमारे लिए. पोजीशन पॉइंट्स तो आ जा रहे हैं हमारे, फिनिशेस में थोड़ी दिक्कत हो रही है.
मतलब फिनिशेस भी आई थिंक ठीक ठाक है और अच्छी बात है कि और उसको आप बेहतर करना चाह रहे हैं. बट एट द सेम टाइम मैं वापस से आपकी तरफ आना चाहूँगा कि इतने बड़े स्टेज में जहाँ पे हम सभी मानते हैं कि यार कुछ भी चेंजेस करके जाना वो हमारे लिए चैलेंजिंग हो सकता है, आप ये रिस्क क्यों उठा रहे हैं? मतलब इस इतने बड़े स्टेज में आने के बाद.
स्केच,
वही है, अब माइंडसेट वाली बात है. अब जैसे मैं खुद का पर्सपेक्टिव बोलूँ तो मेरे को क्वालिफाई ऐसा होना नहीं था कि मतलब बस हो गया क्वालिफाई, दिखा नहीं, और चैंपियंस की तरह क्वालिफाई होना था. उस चक्कर में चीज़ें खराब होती चली गई हैं. लेकिन वही है कि अभी क्वालिफाई होंगे तो दिखते होंगे क्वालिफाई कि हाँ ठीक टीम है जो करके दिखा रही है. वैसा नहीं होना क्वालिफाई कि दिखी नहीं रही टीम क्वालिफाई हो गई. वो वाला माइंडसेट था हमारा. उस चक्कर में हम बहुत ज़्यादा अचीव करने के चक्कर में कुछ चीज़ें खराब हो गई हमारी तरफ से. अब उस चीज़ पे वर्क कर रहे हैं हम लोग.
आई थिंक आपकी जो मेहनत है उसने आपको अभी तक एक फाइटिंग पोजीशन पे तो रखा है, बिकॉज यू गाइज आर 27th राइट नाउ. इन दी ओवरऑल लीडर बोर्ड, और डिफरेंस जो 27 से 16 का है, आई थिंक आज के दिन स्केच आपके लिए काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट होगा। तो आज के दिन का आपका मैं गोल जानना चाहता हूँ, बिकॉज आई थिंक R2 ने जो एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ पॉइंट आउट करी ना अभी, वो यही थी कि यू नीड टू हैव अ गेम प्लान सेट फॉर द डे। तो आपके कुछ गेम प्लान रहेंगे कि बेयर मिनिमम हमको 20 से 25 पॉइंट्स निकालने हैं, ऐसा कुछ, या फिर कोई स्पेसिफिक मैप आप टारगेट कर रहे हो कि चलो इस गेम के अंदर तो हमको टॉप 3 फिनिश करना है विद एटलीस्ट 5 to 6 फिनिशेस?
मैप तो स्पेसिफिकली कोई है नहीं, लेकिन हाँ सारे मैचेस में 4 मैन एंड तक जाना है, मेन टारगेट वही रहता है हमारा, हर रोज ही रहता है, वो नहीं हो पा रहा है, वो कुछ चीज़ें हैं ऐसी नहीं हो रही वर्क, लेकिन हाँ ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं, इतना सोचेंगे तो और ख़राब हो जाती है चीज़ें। 4 मैन एंड तक जाएंगे तो सही हो जाएगा सब, वही चीज़ सोच के बैठा हूँ।
फंडामेंटल्स, आई मीन 4 लोग लास्ट तक सर्वाइव कर रहे हैं, गेम निकल ही जाएगी। बट गाइस थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस स्पेशल इनसाइट इनटू व्हाट इज गोइंग ऑन विद योर टीम्स। अभी उम्मीद करेंगे कि आप लोगों से जल्दी दोबारा से मुलाकात हो। स्केच, बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर गेम्स अहेड, एंड R2 आपको और आपकी टीम को भी बेस्ट ऑफ लक। उम्मीद करेंगे दोनों को टॉप 16 में देखें हम लोग।
Of course, Red Ross looking much more confident compared to the players of Genesis, which is completely understandable. But I mean, Red Ross is one of those teams that is there in the top 8. Arto clearly mentioned that they've got a proper set plan before heading inside of the games, which is understandable too. While you try and look at Genesis side of things, he's like, you know what, we don't really want to overthink too much. If we do, things are just going to keep on getting worse, which is understandable as well.
The clear difference was there in the body language. You could see clearly Arto, he was all dressed up, ready. I think discipline comes into play in this one. Whilst you look at Sketch, I felt like he just woke up from his sleep and suddenly was handed over the device. Here, you got to play right now. You could see from the statements that both these players really made that one who was completely prepared, he had a game plan. The other was just unsure as to what to do next, right? Things weren't working out. Even when you take a look at the Open Finals, you go on to see Genesis as a squad. They were getting a lot of those third parties done. They were winning those fights, but the position points were clearly not there. So goes on to show that this team suddenly deciding to change something different instead of playing on their stronger suits. And clearly, it hasn't been working out for them, and they are just overthinking. That's it.
Head-to-head between Arto and Sketch on the screen. You've got 14 finishes from Arto and 16 finishes from Sketch. Individually, Sketch is doing much better compared to Arto. But you still look at the average survival time, and that's where Red Ross is always going to take the cake, because they've been the one to get a lot of placement points as well, side by side.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if the stats and figures really match up or justify both these players and how their teams have performed, because there's a stark difference in that. When you look at Red Ross, even if he might have gotten less finishes than Sketch, still their positions might be different. They must be playing under different circumstances, and their approach to the game is completely different. Where Red Ross clearly specified in the interview, said that we focus a lot on positioning. We still need to work on our finish department. But if you're just working on positioning and that has got you inside of the top 10 and you are consistent throughout the tournament, I'm going to take that any given day. Rather than getting a lot of finishes, where is that putting you in terms of the overall standing? So I think Genesis need to learn, or maybe these mistakes, these failures will enable them to be better next season, because we've got another official tournament after this, and I hope Genesis are prepared for that.
Look, for Red Ross, the eliminations are probably well distributed amongst the teammates, while for Genesis, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be 1 or 2 players performing out of their minds, while the rest still struggling to find some groove in the game, because clearly Genesis's placement in the overall standings is not good. It's pretty bad on 27 spots, so that speaks volumes about it. You're comparing 27 team to an 8th team in the overall standings. The comparison in the first place just does not align. I mean, if you would have compared TT and Genesis, then that would have made a lot of sense. Team Tumulus is one of those teams, quite the experienced bunch, while struggling in the playing field, and the same thing can be said for Genesis as well. It's quite the known banner, but still the players, quite the newer faces on the block, even they're struggling quite a lot. So definitely that comparison would have made a lot of sense. But now, once again, let's just leave both these teams aside and focus on what's going to be up for the future. Genix FM is another one of those banners that we've been talking since day one, and the performance exactly hasn't been there. But we know for Genix FM, yesterday as well, we did see a little bit of those glimmers where Genix FM do want to fight for the survival, and they're just keeping that same spot pinned down. They're not even moving up, they're not even moving down, they're on that same freaking spot.
Listen, Necro, they got to that first hurdle, that major hurdle that we were talking about. We'll get to that in a wee while because now we've got the schedule in front of us. So today it is going to be Group B and C battling it out against each other in the first set. We've got Erangel, Miramar and Erangel. And then we'll have A and D playing Sanhok, Vikendi and Erangel. So a quick look at both the groups. We've got Genesis coming into play right from the get-go. We've got Red Ross against them also, but eyes will be on the likes of Carnival, K9, you've got Phoenix, Just Jelly, Team Empire. All of these teams need a lot of points to solidify their position. And same goes for even Ico, Revenant over there. For Myth Esports, they've been on a very nice climb. We want to see more of that. And Godsend, I finally find that little bit of solidity that I was talking about, that now they're sure of what to do. They did lose a couple of fights yesterday also, and it was against, I believe, Diesel, but doesn't matter. As long as they've got all those good points coming in, couple of bad games, they can get over it really soon.
They're at the place where they just need 4 to 5 points per game, and easily God's Reign can still be there in the top 5. It's not even a question. They shouldn't be a part of this conversation. But the real teams that should sort of be spoken about over here is now Myth. Let's be honest. Yes, it's understandable. They're on that uphill climb. They've got that ball rolling in the court. But still, for Myth, it's still a big doubt. Can they consistently keep on getting those many amount of points to make that climb? Because let's be honest, the teams above them, Vasista Esports and Team Empire as well, they're going to give it all they've got to be there in the top 16. And Myth needs to overshadow them in order to take their positions in the overall standings.
You know what I'm going to do today? We are going to put Myth under the microscope. We need to see more of them, especially they did something right, as a result of which they have reduced the gap between them and the teams at the 16th position. Just one good game and they could enter inside the top 16. So yesterday was definitely a huge catapult from the side of Myth Esports. Whatever the changes they've made inside of their style of play has worked out for them. Now, we've also discussed that today is going to be an entirely different day when you are going to be matched against different teams. So we do not know what mystery waits for us as it gets unraveled in this first game of Erangel. Folks, as the flight path trajectory heads up from the southern side, goes all the way towards northeastern Kameshki. So at this point, all we're hoping that we've had enough of those southern circles. Give us something different. Please.
You know what? I want to see a Southern Circle once again. It
no
really
way,
just
Necro.
throws a lot of teams off guard. Yes, I do understand, but all those games were super fun. You can't deny that.
Circle? How about a Zaki Circle, bro?
Well, fine. You know, that works.
That, right?
If a lot of the part of the circle is in the water, then that makes a lot of sense. I would love to see these teams, you know, fight tooth and nail.
Did you not see yesterday's final circle, bro?
I did.
50% of it was inside the water.
Exactly. I mean, those type of circles really do make it super fun, right? Because you do not really have a lot of that playing surface in the first place. So you really need to adjust off the rip. So it's pretty much like you're playing on stage 5, even though you're on stage 3. So that's how it is. But for now, looking at the plane flight path as well, a lot of the teams are not going to have any sort of issues to move in towards their designated drop location. Wingod Esports 2 moving in towards Primorx. You've got CK moving towards Fair Pier, which is their OG drop location. God's Reign moving towards Military Base. You've got Just Jelly 2 moving in towards Nora Pnoy. And even Just Jelly is a big sign of concern now. The performance has been on a decline as well for this team. I don't understand. So many known names are on a big decline. And why is that happening? It's a big question. And the funny part is you spoke about Myth a while ago, but hold on to that thought. What just happened? Diesel Esports wiped out the entirety of Phoenix Esports. What just happened there?
What? Wait, hold on. Oh. Does not get any worse than this.
Yeah, just shaking each other.
Soul-wrenching for Phoenix Esports. Especially when you've got Revenant X Spark against you today. And the first game you come in and you get clapped by Diesel Esports, Phoenix Esports. This has to be the end of things, right? If there was any glimmer of hope left, I do not know how on earth can Phoenix Esports pull back from this.
They can. They're not doing too bad in the overall standings, but I mean, for Phoenix Esports, I don't understand how do they put themselves in such scenarios every single time. Phoenix Esports, it's one of those teams that these sort of scenarios happen to them majority of the times. And once again, it happened. Just shanking each other to death, just hoping for the best, cross your fingers. Whoever gets their hands on the vehicle or even on the weapons the first will be the one to come through victorious. And at that point in time, there's a lot of that RNG that's involved. So you really do not want to place yourself in those scenarios where you're completely hoping for the best. That should not be a case. You should be relying on your skills much more than the hope and the dreams. But you know what? Let's just speak about the better part for now. And let's just go back to the conversation that I was trying to bring up because Phoenix Esports is done for anyways. And speaking of Just Jelly, right, on a big decline, and for some reason it feels like all the teams in the top 16, not exactly all, but majority of the teams that were doing really good in the week one are now slowly and steadily fizzling away, and that's a big sign of concern.
Yeah, I think for Just Jelly, this circle does not make it any easier for him, considering their recent performances where they've been focusing a lot on those positioning and they've been looking rather a little bit hesitant in engaging in those fights. And, you know, I have to go back to that previous fight and because I needed to break it down. And I saw the players of Phoenix Esports actually drop down to get a couple of vehicles. And Diesel Esports, they also wanted the same. But hold on, K9, they're already on the hunt. And they're going after the Giants themselves against Revenant X-Park. Sarang already down on his knees. Spray God not having the best of HPs as Joker out in the middle of nowhere. Just randomly spamming around. Couple of shots. To no success as even for K9. They've lost out Ninja Boy in the process. Now Slug going after the IGL himself, Shadow. This has to be one of the scrappiest early fights that we've witnessed.
Yeah, taking a fight against Revenant X-Park might just not be the best thing for K9 Esports, and vice versa. But still, Spray God is getting things under control, and that's a great thing. Beast falls down as well. Revenant X-Park with the man advantage in the fight so far. While K9 Esports, I'm not exactly sure what's going on in the fray. A few players way too far away, and Joker has only got an iron sight on the Scar-L. It will be tough to spot out the opponent. Omega closes on up as well, eventually shaking away the players of Revenant X-Park, but still a few foes do lie around in the field, and that will be tough to get rid of. Spray God hands out a death blow to Beast, which is not a great news at all, but Ninja Boy is still in the open field, knocked out and taken away to his death. He needs to be saved right now. Revenant X-Park, they do seem like they're in a world of trouble, but even the opponents, they're doing even worse. Revenant X-Park at this point in time, it's not the time to be greedy. Instead, just back away, get your hands on a better loot, get your hands on vehicles, and then maybe challenge a few more fights, because they're not doing too hot in the overall standings as well.
Looks like three things you can't escape from your life. Death, taxes, and K9 getting those early casualties. Isn't the case, because at this particular moment, it was again another one of those contentions to go for those vehicles and secure it. Revenant X-Park having successfully dropped down at Yasnaya, went over heading towards Siverny looking for fights, and voila, they found K9 in the process, and K9 having been dealt a severe blow there, losing out on two of their players, and now they'll just have to work with the remainder too. But getting back to the conversation we were having, I went through the map feed, I saw the players of Diesel Esports. Now, for Diesel, this is one of those teams that heads over towards the northwestern part of the map. Considering how the flight path trajectory was panned out, they dropped down on Phoenix Esports, and it was a 50-50 RNG, where Phoenix decided to drop in on the same garage. And now look at this. Diesel now after Genesis as Sketch. There you go. Completely clueless about the players of Diesel roaming around in one vehicle, all gangster. Just gets picked off, and having already severed 4 finishes to their names, they're looking for even more. And for Genesis, they're strangled out in the open, completely distraught. And Diesel Esports are really making good work on them.
They indeed are. Since yesterday, Diesel Esports, they seem like a whole new form. Diesel Esports have been taking so many fights. They've also been prioritizing the center of the circle. They're playing much more fearless. And this is what you love to see from an IGL like Gokul. This is what he's capable of. In the past, the teammates had a different opinion that they should not go too aggressive, instead focus on the zones. But Gokul's like, you know what? We'll do both the things. We'll go aggressive and we'll focus on the circle as well at the same time. So they started brute forcing fights in the circle now. And that's working out pretty well for Diesel Esports. You might as well start doing it once again. And that's what they're doing right now as well. And moving the conversation back towards Myth, you asked a question, or you pretty much said that we need to put a complete scope on Myth and know exactly what sort of changes they brought in the playstyle. in my opinion, they are not bringing any sort of changes in the play style. They're pretty much playing the same way they did in the open finals. The only reason why they were not able to execute the same strategy over here as well was because they were letting the other teams lead their own play instead of them leading themselves. And that's one of the major reasons why they could not really play themselves, or they could not really play the way they wanted to.
Or maybe it could just be the nerves. Finally, they have managed to somehow soothe it, and now they're in a much better shape. Whatever the case is, as long as Myth Official, they're collecting enough points that ensures qualification, we've got nothing to complain about. For Phoenix Esports, I mean, things are just falling down bits by bits, pieces and pieces, and it feels like, I don't know, how can they fix this? But regardless, we move on. We still have a couple of other names inside of the lobby. Of course, the Circle. Necro, this time has been a little different around Yasnaya Polyana. Now, this is going to be quite interesting because it brings in a lot more mystery in the sense that we do not know where it is actually heading towards. We have seen these circles kind of go towards that gasoline station just around the western areas of Yasnaya, or maybe even a little up top, just around that little riverine that we have. Maybe atop that northern side. Then in that case, Red Ross could also have a good outing. But Red Ross, look at their position. Dropping down at Kameshki and Stalbert, they've got good loot, nobody to interrupt it. And from there onwards, they can really make this game count. But if the circle goes to Yasnaya, Necro, that is where I'm starting to get a little worried, because you've got so many of the other teams already hunkering down there. Got Team Empires, Revenant X-Park right from the early get-go, and then you've got Aiku Soul. The circle taking a northern shift now. Aiku Soul suddenly find themselves in a prime position.
I love this. I think the circle's going to shift on the northern side of Stalbert. On the backside. It would be fun.
Bring it on.
Yeah, it's been a while since we witnessed a zone like that, but hold on! Godsreen Delta falls down. That too by the hands of CG. The gang's over here. And unfortunately for Godsreen, one piece off the table. But as I mentioned, they just need 4 to 5 points per game, and Godsreen, they're still going to be good in the hood. They can easily qualify in the top 16. It's not even a question. So Godsreen, yeah, one piece off the table. It's not going to be hurting them too much. It's just a little tickle on the wounds. It's okay. Godsreen still on their merry way towards the safe zone, while CG is one of those teams that is on the struggling side of the spectrum, on the 7th spot in the overall standing so far. CG's okay, but we want them to do even better.
We do. All of us. As even for Carnival Gaming, playing without Goblin, putting Zerix in, and him doing so much for the team in such a short span of time, goes on to speak that, yes, Carnival Gaming, they are here to take over 2025. And all they need is a little bit more stability, and they're good to go. Because this team has a lot going on them. Still August, still searching maybe a roof to play under, and in such testing times, still being there, going up against the bigger titans. And I think even better than them at particular situations, they have cemented themselves as Genesis cluelessly just hammer down on the forts of K9, as they're well aware. K9, their numbers have subsided, as a result of which Slug and Omega, they will have to play this one together.
But still, these two, they can be quite heavy for Genesis. It's not someone you can just underestimate like that, especially for Genesis. You're one of those teams that's not doing too hot already in the overall standings, so going for these type of risky plays can really cost you the game. And Severny is not even that great of a spot in the circle, let's be honest. You can't try and place yourself in better spots. There are a lot of them available. But still, Genesis, brute forcing their way towards Severny. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan is sort of brewing in their IGL's mind, but whatever it is, it better be for the good. One of the players wrapping all the way around and somewhere down line. Omega knows what exactly is happening in the playing field as well. He knows what's happening in the surrounding. Myth Official as well on that move. And as I mentioned, Myth is one of those teams that loves to avoid those early game fights and focus on the placement first, and that's exactly what Myth is doing. While you look at the players of OG on the receiving side of the spectrum, it's Team Empire taking constant shots against them and hurting them quite a bit as well. Wiz is knocked out, but still the fallen player can be brought back on his feet. While Team Empire is also taking a lot of return damage upon themselves. You take a look at another fight that's currently brewing up. It's a fight between Aiku Soul and Myth are slowly and steadily falling prey.
At this point, even for Orangutan, they find themselves in a little bit of a pickle over here. One of their players already down on his knees. Aru not having the best of HPs. Yeah, there you go. Predator does not miss his mark. And now Orangutan, they're exposed, quite vulnerable to this push incoming from Team Empires, and Team Empire can take their chances. But they will also have to be a little bit careful, given the fact that Red Ross, they're also in the nearby vicinity. One misstep and they could also get punished. And considering they've heard all those gunshots around them, they're now aware. Not taking those unwanted risks over here. One finish is all they have secured, and they're happy with that. It's fine.
Yeah. They've got a really good spot too, so it's completely okay. Team Empire, still at this point in time, the circle's too big to try and speculate anything. It needs to be a bit more smaller for the teams to understand where exactly the zone might just take an end. Just Jelly 2 doing the exact same thing that I wanted them to do. As I mentioned, there's a big chance the circle's going to move above Stalber, and that's where Just Jelly as well is moving so far. They're going to have themselves a lot of that free space to play with and a lot of breathing room. Team Empire right now, the only real threat they really need to worry about is the team above them, which is Red Ross. And Red Ross controls so much of that playing field, it's crazy. They've also got a lot of intel to play with. Surrounded by Bot Army Esports, Aiku Soul, Myth, Team Empire. There's a lot of teams they need to take care of. Now even OG is moving all the way from the back lines. One thing is for sure, Red Ross can be dismantled only if the players do not have the surrounding awareness.
I think they know. Given the fact that OG trying to go uphill, pretty sure a lot of those vehicle noises would have been made, as a result of which giving the position away. And considering Red Ross and the way they've somehow spread their wings across, and I'm pretty sure they're waiting for it. For OG, they were also quite unprepared for this assault coming in from Team Empire.
Oh my god, I told you.
Yeah, and at this point, looking at things, how they're going for God's Reign, losing out on Delta isn't really helping their cause. But this Northern Shift, I think you wanted a water circle. The gods of BGMI have blessed you with that. If not a southern one, a northern one. I'll take it. Gives in a lot more variety, a lot more new stuff's happening. As Josh Shelley, look at them. They suddenly find themselves in such a commanding position. They've got nice covers to play around, but look at this. Aiku Soul instantly breach in on the players of Myth Officials. One of their players already down on his knees. As Oxen, he decides to fight back as Maxioso right on the front lines against this youngster Some, who has been nothing but exceptional yesterday. Can he do that once again? As now Aiku Soul, they wrap up on their numbers and go in hunting for this young poor lad.
They knew Myth was hurt, and that's why the push came to shove. Aiden, there's going to be a revival onto that player soon. Maxioso still in two doubts that should he go for the revival or not. Myth, unfortunately, get blown up by that nade from Aiku Soul. That's going to do the deed. While in the elimination feed, there was also a fight going on between Wingod Esports and CG. As Wingod, they put an end to CG's journey as well. Even that was quite a deadly fight. Infinity blew himself up during that entire fight. You thought I didn't notice that? I did, Infinity.
And now suddenly, Wingod, they're on the receiving end of things. One of their players, Sahil OP, in fact, one of their best fraggers. He's been taken down courtesy to Justin from God's Train. So Wingod really need to recover from that ASAP and move ahead. Seems like they've done that. Again, that constant threat looming over their heads. The form of God's Train, just hammering them down with bullets over there. As even Revenant X-Spark, they make a mark. This time a knock on towards the players of Aiku Soul. And seems like showing those signs of interest where they want to initiate that push.
Indeed, they join the party now. Revenant X-Spark definitely do want to shred a few players away as well of Aiku Soul. Just wanting that piece of the pie, nothing else. Just even one elimination point that can put a big glimmer of hope in front of Revenant X-Spark. They were able to dismantle the players of K9 Esports off the rip, but after that, it's been a while since they've taken any sort of fight. And now you've got God's Reign just peppering a lot of the shots in the front. They do not want to let the team make any sort of escape from that spot. Ninja Jod, though, does manage to get rid of that vehicle. It's smoking. And Ninja Jod now finally stops taking those shots. He's also burning through a lot of ammunition, and the game is just halfway done. He needs the ammo. Godsreen, unfortunately, Delta PG was the casualty off the rip, but as I mentioned, it's just a little tickle in the wound. It's not going to hurt them too much.
Maybe it could be one of the difference makers in them getting a chicken dinner. But if they can somehow compensate it in terms of getting enough frags for them, I'm not the one to complain as Diesel Esports. Now they're once again on the hunt. K9's Omega could be on the receiving end as he has to step out from his vehicle. But Omega still somehow manages to knock onto it, Sham, as Diesel Esports completely distraught in a whole different frenzy as Orlo. He's going to wrap things up. But the big disappointment over here is Sham has been done and dusted. So an early casualty, but still for Diesel Esports, work in the right direction. Another squad wiped out and 7 finishes, and it's just stage 3. So Diesel Esports, they have definitely amped things up.
That was such a deadly knock by Omega, though. As soon as you ejected from that vehicle, he got a knock. Yeah, indeed. I mean, I did not expect that from Omega. But man, mechanics on point at that time. Aim was really crisp.
Snappy, yeah.
But look at the zone. It shifts even more up north. And Just Jelly, they can be in a really good spot. I do understand Genesis as well. They're currently doing really good. But Just Jelly can cover even more playing surface if they keep on playing the same way. They just need to move the same way, the same direction. They can have that 2-2 split going for themselves, even inside of the circle, and play from the edges. The only concern can be if there's a lot of cover available or not.
At this point, Genesis might really be kicking themselves in the foot, given the fact that if they had a few extra men, they could have really carved this chicken dinner out. It was waiting for them, but now you could see that paw come in. Revenant X-Park from the western shorelines, they're going to push through, and if they're aware of Genesis' position, they're not even going to flinch to go in for a slam in there. As Kyolamau out in the open against Borami Esports, you've got Monty already pinning Kyolamau out, and there he goes down. And just like that, Team Jelly, they're in again a heap of trouble.
What was Kyolamau doing? Just running out in the open.
Look at Ninja.
I'm not exactly sure what was happening to Kyolamau in that scenario, but I guess he was a bit too exposed even from the top. And that's why Kyolamau was constantly trying to bob and weave to try and make sure he's tossing as many bullets as he can. But then he forgot he's not Neo from Matrix. But for now, you've got Just Jelly completely surrounded by the foes, and keep this thing in mind, even the northern side is still filled with even more foes, so they need to be wary of the third parties. That might just happen in this one single scenario. Right now, Bot Army Esports is completely dominating this fight. Sam is the only player standing. Well, not anymore, considering he gets taken care of, but there can be a quick third party too. Even Empire does want to move in a bit closer and maybe get the advantage for themselves in the fight. This can be a great third party from Team Empire, but instead they don't do so. They still hold their own ground. You've got OG on the screen, and right now, Red Ross is getting picked off from all the different angles. Team Revenant spot from the front, from the back, it's also going to be the players of OG and Red Ross in a big sandwich. But instead, Red Ross, now they decide to sandwich the players of OG, as OG is now the receiving side of things, even from Revenant Spark and Red Ross as well.
At this point, OG pretty much getting chopped up piece by piece. This situation really exposed, and Red Ross, they're going to make good work of that. They've heard all that gunshots, and now they want to make a move. But Red Ross even have to exercise extreme caution in this situation, because now OG, they've been dealt with for sure. But now Red Ross, they also know that Revenant X-Park is in front of them. And given how the circle has really panned out, they've got a really wide spread going in, where Shadow, really apart from his pack, as Sarang, he's got his eyes pinned down on one of the members of Red Ross over there. So much information being on lane. Revenant X-Park as Lucifer, he goes up against the likes of Borami Esports, gets a couple of knocks there. But now Revenant X-Park, they also have to make a move.
A lot of teams are now going to start to duke it out against each other. The next zone shift as well. It's in quite an awkward place. Moves out in the open once again. Not a lot of teams have a great spot. Revenant X-Park almost clearing out the entire border for themselves on this side. The only teams that still do pose a big threat are going to be Bot Army Esports and Red Ross. they can definitely be a bit of that pain. But if they do engage against each other, then maybe that can cause enough distraction for Revenant Spark to move inside the circle. Wow, look at this compound. You've got 3 teams right next to each other. Oh, they're definitely going to be super pissed about the invited neighbors. You've got Genesis in the same compound, Godsreen, Wingod Esports. Genesis was the one who first came to this compound, and then Godsreen as well moved right on the same tracks. There's a few more fights happening around the fray. It's also CK taking a fight against Team Empire, and even Bot Army Esports is challenging a fight against Red Ross.
It's going to be interesting at this point. There's a bit of a standstill from what we see the main feed. On the sidelines, you could see a lot of those finishes being wrapped up. Ico Soul, Revenant X-Park going up against each other. That is an absolute bloodbath going on over there. They're stealing blows, both these teams taking losses. Would be really important to see who comes out on top. As of now, Red Ross, they have been dealt with as Cincinnati kids. They're on the hunt. After Hunter is what they're chasing. Aditya and Flock together in tandem, but you've got Predator also into the mix. Couple of shots being taken down, but there you have it, Flock, a beautiful connection there. Gets one piece already as Predator. He has to fight against 3. Does somehow manage to get 1, but that's all he's got to settle with. As Team Empire, they have been dealt with as Cincinnati kids. Their misery will for sure continue with Juicy out of the picture. Now Aditya in such a compromised position as Revenant X-Park. They continue with their merry hunt. As now the Grim Reapers come to strike against the Mammoths themselves, the Ico Soul team. And now Joker on his knees against his former teammates. A Spray God literally on the verge of a collapse.
Not a big fan of this place, I'm not gonna lie. Revenant Spark is too exposed to too much threat. From the top, it can also be the players of Bot Army Esports who can rain down hellfire. And a while ago, CK was alive, doing pretty good in the game. But then Bot Army Esports came in with a quick third party and wiped him off the face of the earth. Definitely blows for CK. This could have been their game if they only would have been able to stay alive for a bit longer. The survival instincts did not kick in at time. And that's why the players sort of fell short. And look at the next circle as well. Moves out in the open in no man's land. The only team that can stand a big chance to move in the circle is also Bot Army Esports without taking any sort of damage. So Bot Army Esports are instantly going to look forward to capitalize on that zone. While Ico Soul is busy fighting the players of Revenant X-Park, a lot of damage is being dished out on both the sites.
But look at Revenant X-Park and their bravery. Yesterday, they did not manage to get a lot of points, and today, already right from game 1, they've secured 8, and there are chances that they might even get Sarang back up. Not a lie, a lot of time remaining though. Spray God is doing all that dirty work while Joker tries to provide cover fire. As of now, Yong Same, he has to do it once again. Another clutch, and he's done the first step. Has managed to deal with Joker. And Sarang, he's gonna drown, and now that leaves Spray God quite helpless. The moment he comes out and reveals himself, he might get taken down, but that won't happen as Spray God has no idea that Some has been dealt with by the players of Genesis. And Genesis have gone pretty deep inside of this game, considering how they started their journey into the first match. And still inside the top 5 with 3 finishes secured. Heck, they even might get the chicken dinner.
Definitely there's a big chance. The only team that can really be a big pain in the foot can be Revenant X-Park. That's the only team closer to the circle. Instead, if Grind's able to find even one knock, that's instantly going to cripple the players of Revenant X-Park, and they can't really make a lot of moves doing so. And that's exactly what happens. Grind finds a beautiful knock on one of the players, and now that's going to put Revenant X-Park in such an uncomfortable spot. They can't even move out in the open, because if they do so, they will instantly be knocked out once again, gate-kept by the players of Genesis. Another player's out in the open, and one single shot's going to do the deed, as Genesis, off the rip in the first game itself, are doing so good. Now the only team they really need to take care of is going to be Bot Army Esports, but still the teams that were there in the compound next to Genesis, they unfortunately got wiped out by fighting against themselves. And this is where the real problem really begins. I mean, for Bot Army Esports, just one man standing, there's not a lot of chances that he can come out on top, but still a 1v2. We've seen a lot of the times happen in the past, so there's definitely a big possibility, and Grind is not going for the shots just yet. He wants to make sure that this is going to be his victory. Runs out of bullets in the M416, now moves out in the open as well, wants to go up close and personal. Unfortunately, his teammate's taken down. It's taken down to a 1v1 now. Monty is doing his job slowly and steadily. He's still cooking up another nade. If it does find the connection, that's going to do it. But no, instead the nade is going to be the one to find the ending piece. And that's going to be the chicken dinner that Bot Army Esports were looking for, and they do steal it. A nice 1v2 in the end. What a play from Monty.
What a game of Erangel it was, and for sure, Bot Army Esports continue their winning ways, getting another chicken dinner back-to-back perhaps. Somehow feels like they've cracked the code, but for Genesis, they have definitely gone deep into this game, and for a second it felt like they could have had really gotten this game in the bag. Given the fact that Shiro, he gets picked off from Monty over there, that was absolutely unnecessary. Could have really bought in a little bit more time, and they knew they messed that one up. Of course, out of ammunitions over there, but still, regardless of valiant effort from the young lad.
Yeah.
As towards the end circles, what really amazed me was Grind and his quick mechanical skills against that fight with Revenant X-Pac. He was so smart in making those maneuvers. He knew that Revenant X-Pac had no idea one of the players will be behind that monster truck, and instantly cut off the rotation inside the circle. And just not that, he was drawing in so much tension that Revenant X-Pac, they were in a frenzy what to do next. And while they were getting inside the circle, you could see how he switched the position from his buggy, went in for those shots. Of course, the player fell down to the zone, but the damage was definitely there. And from there onwards, he goes on to carve a chicken dinner. This could have been a majestic one had his teammate not really up. And it sort of goes on to show that at this point, Genesis are finally standing up to their names. They are finally starting to deliver, and this was good stuff from both the sides.
The funny part is things could have been much more worse, because the compound that Genesis was in was shared by two other teams as well, God's Green and WinGod Esports. But luckily enough for Genesis, both those teams ended up fighting it amongst themselves and were eliminated by the play zone as well. And at the end of the day, let's be honest, the main MVP was the Circle too, because the shifts that he was taking out in the open, there was not a lot of cover to play with in the first place. And that's why so many teams were eliminated by the play zone itself. One of them was also Revenant X-Pac, because they were way too out in the open, exposed. When they tried to make it inside of the circle, that was next to impossible, because Genesis had their vehicles intact, and that's where Genesis found the real advantage. And they were also in the advantageous shoes in that 1v2 scenario as well. But at the end of the day, it's Bot Army Esports, and we spoke about the firepower this team possesses. Monty especially, he's always been in the forefront of the action.
Absolutely, and every single time you watch Bot Army Esports, they kind of get you excited on the edge of your seats. What are they going to do next? Because they are so efficient in their 4v4 fights, so good at that. And given the fact that they've gotten their positioning also secured right now, getting back-to-back chicken dinners goes on to show that this team means serious business. No hasty commitments. They're finally putting a leash on each other. They know when to engage and when not to. And Monty clutching it out, especially in situations like that when you are starting to pin a grenade, you know it could heavily backfire, because if the player just pushes right on your face, you either somehow get yourself executed or something might go awry. And still for him to hold on to his nerves and drop it down and get that finish, especially against a player who's flying high with momentum, I think Bot Army Esports spectacular stuff. Even for Genesis, they have to kick themselves in the feet, because this was a chicken dinner game by miles apart. But Necro, you have to take your words back. Northern Erangel circles are goated, man. I mean, come on, did you not enjoy that?
I mean, look, they are pretty much goated, but the amount of teams that got taken down by the play zone just eliminated the majority of the competition. God's Green was taken care of, then even Revenant X-Pac was taken care of, Vaiku Solo as well. The play zone was a constant threat. So yeah, I mean, because of that as well, majority of the competition was eliminated and sort of made things much more easier for Bot Army Esports and Genesis 2 to out-survive all the wrath that was happening outside of the zone. But hey, still, they did pretty good. Nothing taken away from that. Match MVP, Bot Army Esports is scary, of course. 6 finishes racked up and 46% finish contribution. Bot Army Esports were fighting through and through, tooth and nail. Every single fight they survived, and that's the main reason why they're there with the chicken dinner right now.
And, again, one of those things I loved about the circle over there was the fact that it's relatively a different playing field there. You've got different ridges to play around, so kind of really tests how topographically sound you are as an IGL. And the teams that did that, especially Bot Army Esports, they thrived. And for the others, it was a mad squander. Everybody just rushing around here and there and felt like they lacked that, but it's all right. Even for Revenant X Park, they were firing on all cylinders. I think no caps, trying to get in as many points as possible, trying to make up for all that lost points last night. And when the fans were really raging and fuming over Twitter that what's wrong with Revenant X Park, how are they below Wild Fangs, I think that has to be a tight answer that, hey guys, we still got it in us, don't worry, just calm down, relax, we'll still qualify, we're here for the big game, we're going for the throne.
I mean, look, if the fans are still doubting this lineup, then I don't know what's wrong with the fans, because man, look, they don't need to prove themselves time and time. We all know they're going to make a bounce back no matter what. The way they were playing the previous game is well off the rib, going for the fights, even though sometime we did think that they can definitely be the one to lose that fight, but still they instantly know how to bounce back, even from the worst possible case, and that's the best part about this team. Even if you put them in a disadvantageous spot, they know how to come out on top, and that's exactly what happened in the fight against K9 Esports, because K9 was the one to find the first knock, but then instantly Spray God stepped in and got things under control, and that's the best possible scenario that you can have for Revenant X Park. Off the rip, they got those points, then you move on forward. Revenant X Park also inside of the circle were taking fights left, right, and center. They took a fight against Taiko Soul as well. Just the problem is the place where they placed themselves wasn't really that safe. It was way too exposed to too much threat, even for the teams in the front. They were too much exposed. Taiko Soul as well were taking constant shots against them. Even Genesis from the compound was constantly peppering down the shots. So Revenant X Park getting eliminated there, we all saw that coming, but at least they got away with a decent amount of points. Look at that, 12 points is more than enough.
And Wingod, really, I did not see that coming. 14 points, I'm going to take that, considering they were going hard and heavy right from the get-go. Were the ones who wiped out Carnival Gaming, if I'm not wrong, were under severe fire, but still good rotations coming in from this young team. And for Genesis, 10 points, we'll take whatever we've got. But even for Diesel Esports, they were also a breath of fresh air inside the lobby tonight. And it feels like they've got that fuel burning once again. I think now the players look like they're on the same page, finally engaging in those fights, finally really not backing away from it, and now they're on the winning spectrum. So that's a good thing. But for Carnival, K9, a little bit of work needs to be put in, and even for Red Raw, seems like all the planning and plotting that they had done did not work out this time around. And for Just Shelly, the misery continues also with Phoenix.
Look, God's Arena and Ico Soul just did enough to keep themselves pinned down in the overall standings, right? 7-6 points. That's how many points they got. And Just Jelly, Phoenix Esports, still sign of concerns. Just Jelly's performance is on a big decline. Previous game, 0 points. Don't exactly know what's going on there, but hopefully they're once again able to time things up, because in the week 1 itself, Just Jelly was doing really good. In week 2, okay. And in week 3, they're doing bad. Overall standings on the screen. Look, top 5 not really changing. Bot Army Esports, though, instead they crack in. And Wingod Esports, they moved down a bit, but it's completely fine.
It is. I mean, at this point, for Wingod, they've pretty much been around. It's not like they're going through a severe downfall. But for Red Ross, they have to wake up right now. Need to have a good couple of next games. But for K9, I'm starting to get worried, and even for Just Shelly, because these are the games where you really are under heavy scrutiny, because at this point, if you do not perform, a lot of these teams are waiting for you. The next set of groups, when they come to play in, I'm pretty sure they might just throttle you out of that top 16. So even for Team Jelly, having secured 0 points out of this one is kind of not acceptable. And the same goes for Myth officials. Clearly had to get on that momentum train where Bot Army Esports succeeded. Myth officials, they failed. But Genesis, a nice climb, now inching in closer to that 100 points marker. I think that the target has to be somewhere, get yourself to 130 points by the end of the evening. If they can somehow manage to do that, I think that would be a huge success for them.
We also saw Cincinnati Kids convert a fight inside of the circle, but unfortunately, the survival instincts did not kick in at time, and also the surrounding awareness, a main problem that was haunting the players of CK, once again haunted them in the final few moments. A third party came through from Bot Army Esports, and CK completely fell apart. That could have been the game where CK actually snatches a chicken dinner. They had a really good place to play with, but then Bot Army Esports came in, wiped out CK, and they took over the CK spot.
They certainly did. And at this point, for Cincinnati Kids, a lot needs to be done, and they need to be more alert of their surrounding, especially when you are taking those fights in the open lands while you're rotating around. That will expose you to threats from elsewhere. But next up is going to be Miramar, and the way things have kicked off, the way all these teams, the rather lesser known teams, are performing, I'm starting to get really excited. If Bot Army Esports can also earn themselves another hat trick, if they can do that, that would be great, to be honest, because only two teams have done this, and they're big names, God's Reign, IQ Soul, and for Bot Army Esports to secure that title for themselves would be a huge morale booster, considering how cynical we were about the fact that they weren't really doing that great in terms of positioning. Now they've fixed it, they're getting enough frags, they're getting enough of the position points. If they get a chicken dinner, I think my heart will be filled with joy.
I mean, for Bot Army Esports, look, with the way they're playing, it is understandable. They've still got players like Devotee in the banner, right? We saw this team for the first time in BGI as they were one of the undergods that stepped in the playing field. And let's be honest, when we saw them play the first time itself, they made a special spot for themselves in our heart, because the fights they were taking were super unorthodox, and still somehow they were coming out on top because they had immense firepower. And now, once again, relying on the same thing, showcasing that firepower over here as well, coming out on top in some of the fights we do not really expect them to do so. They're doing really good for themselves in the SPS so far, and they should keep on playing the same way.
I hope they do, because right now Miramar is going to be a whole different field, and this time to cast this game will be a whole different set of young talents, and quite experienced ones at that. First of all, of course, Shadow will be with me as I'll be sitting down, relaxing, sip some coffee while you take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Fixers, and definitely after the performance which Bot Army delivered in the previous one, everyone would need a breather at this point. Bot Army definitely could be the team to go for that hat trick if they get this Miramar also in their pockets. But let's have a look at the flight path, as the flight path is going all the way from the side of Impala towards water treatment. So the flight path is not a concern at this point, but the circle could be, because we are witnessing some crazy circles, and joining me on the desk is going to be Scared. Which circle you want to see in this one?
Oh my god, you've been talking about those crazy circles, Shadow. We had this conversation yesterday as well, that it just seems that after those few updates, the circle has just decided to, go to those extents where we normally wanted it to go, but now it's basically a wish just being granted. So I'll have to say, if there's any kind of circle that I want to see, please show it to me towards Puerto Paraiso, where half of it is just inside the water.
You just read my mind. I was just about to say, I have casted a circle where you see those two little islands of Puerto Paraiso, little north to that?
Yep.
Yeah, the final circle was around that area. So I would love to see that happen, but if that happens, I think God's Reign can benefit heavily, because they are towards the side of Impala. Then we also have the players of Team Orangutan and Bot Army Esports in a very close proximity to each other. The entire city of Los Leones for now belongs to the players of Cincinnati Kids, but there is a cluster forming towards the side of Hacienda. We have Red Ross, Reverend X Park, even we have got the players of IQ Soul. So I think they all need to be a bit cautious at this point.
Very cautious indeed, and specifically the point that you mentioned about Bot Army Esports around the team of Orangutan right now, considering that previous game was won by Bot Army Esports, that too with some good amount of points, over 20 points in that previous one, they entered into that top 5. 159 points is what they have. So you can clearly see that the rise in performance is coming in along with the confidence, but you mentioned about the teams around that area, and now we're going to see a fight as well in the meantime, as Genesis, they just wipe out K9 entirely. What is happening in these games, man? In the previous one, we saw that early opener by Diesel, and this time is Genesis.
Of course, Genesis in the previous one also, they had a very good outing. They came on the second spot, good placement point, good finish point, and seems like Genesis, they have found that momentum train for themselves. Already early 4 finishes is going to help the case of Genesis to propel themselves in the leaderboard, but K9, lots of concern are for the players of K9 at this point because they were on the 15th spot, and if this continues, maybe they can be out of top 16.
I agree, because if in case this goes a big bonkers game for Myth, maybe they might, climb up in the ranks as well. If for Team Empire this game goes pretty big one, they can make that big amount of climb too, because they're not that far behind. Just 9 points is what separates them and K9 Esports. So potentially grabbing just those 10 points was the average we always talk about whenever you're anywhere from that 12th spot coming all the way down to even 24th spot. You get those average points, and that's what paves the way for your comeback history, comeback story. And we can potentially see that happen for either of these two teams. And considering the previous one did not really go that well for Team Empire, I think so this being the second game of the evening, they need to make it big.
Oh, they have to, because if they don't, I think K9, they won't find themselves in the top 16 tomorrow. Myth officials, definitely, they had a very good day yesterday. They started staging a comeback in the map of Sanhok, where they did showcase good rotations, and after that, they went on to get a victory in the map of Weekendy. Even the last Erangel went decent for the Plus of Myth, where they came on the 3rd spot. So Myth, they are definitely on the choo-choo train. The momentum is in their favor. Okay.
Yeah, that was funny.
No, it was not.
Train.
Yeah, the momentum train,
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. That was funny. The choo-choo train. It indeed
it's
was.
at least better than your hee-haw.
No, that's not hee-haw. It's hee-haw. Okay, you have to put that feeling into it whenever you say. It's probably something that, I know. It's more of a men thing who will understand, because we all love cowboys. We all love to be like, there's this imaginative story. But for now, there's one thing that I don't really imagine, but it is something that can happen in reality. And that is the fact that Genesis, who are all the way down to the 25th spot, if they get all those average points somewhere around 9 to 10, maybe 11, then they can make their comeback story real too. Because guess what? The total number of points that's separating them from K9 is literally just 27 as well. And it's not humongous. We saw Bot Army Esports take somewhere around 23 points in the previous one, so they can definitely do that too.
Oh, they can. Genesis, they are already having a good momentum. Yes, I agree they are on the 25th spot, but few good games and they can easily propel themselves in the top 16. But the competition is also in the name of Diesel Esports, because it's not only Genesis who has started staging a comeback. It's also the plus of Diesel Esports, because if you notice, Diesel yesterday also they had decent amount of points in their hands. So today also Diesel might have a good outing. So Diesel Esports is also one of those teams which can definitely propel themselves in the overall ranking. But Phoenix Esports is also one of those concerning names, because the way Phoenix started in week 1 and week 2, they were looking so strong. But now sitting on the 21st spot with just 19 points yesterday, I don't think Phoenix is looking that confident.
I agree, since they've already played one more game as well, and again the other teams from the different groups, they haven't really played that one. I kind of agree that their position might even be dropped down to that 22nd or 23rd maybe, if in case the next two games also go in the same way how the first one went. So I really want to see them pulling up their socks, stepping things up, because as I have mentioned it previously, if Genesis's comeback story looks possible, so is Diesel's, so is Cincinnati Kids. And specifically talking about Diesel, Shadow, what kind of rampage was this team on in the previous one? They only had, if I'm not wrong, 4 placement points, maybe 2 placement points. They had 8 finishes.
Yep. But the thing is, yes, they do have good amount of finishes in the previous Erangel, but Diesel Esports, considering the position in the overall ranking, they need to focus on the placement points. Yes, they are on the right track, but with only few numbered games remaining, Diesel Esports, they need to find the perfect balance. They need to focus on the survival as well as engage in those good fights. But yes, good improvement as compared to the previous week in the games of Diesel Esports. But Bot Army Esports, talking about them, yesterday this team got the highest total points. That was 43 points. And they were literally raining hellfire in the lobby. But Phoenix Esports is also one of those teams which need to do a similar thing, because all the bottom teams, now their improvement has been showcased in the gameplay.
I'll be brutally honest about a few points. One of them is that we will potentially see all the other teams all the way from, let's just say, 5th position down to 16th spot. I don't think so. These are the teams that are going to stay there. I think so. All the teams who are below that 16th spot, at least 5 to 10 of them are going to take those spaces away. It just feels like that is something we might possibly see, because the more close we go to week 4, or rather the more games we now complete, the more potential of the comeback is what I see from all these bottom table teams. And half of it is because of the fact that now they don't really have a lot of pressure onto them, right? No performance pressure whatsoever, that it's absolutely fine. If everything goes in the same manner, we're not qualifying, so you know what, let's drop every baggage that we are carrying, let's quickly just pull up our socks and do what we like to do the best, and that is just frag out the opponents. That's what Diesel has been doing, and I think so that is something what all the other teams really need to do. But there's another team who has been pretty consistent for week 1 and week 2. For week 3, they are kinda on a struggling road, but I wouldn't really say that much, because they've been getting around, 15, 20 points every other game. And that's gonna be OG.
I think OG got a chicken dinner also yesterday in the map of Sanhok. So I have no complaints from the side of Orangutan, because every week they get good amount of total points. Week number 1 they had total of 62 points. Week number 2 also went in their favor. So no complaints. Even the rotations, if you look at it, they are going towards the southern side of the map, where only few teams are there. But look at the cluster which is forming towards the northwestern side. We have the players of Team Red Ross, Aiku Soul in such a close proximity, and as the circle takes a northern shift, I think Phoenix Esports can benefit heavily in this one, because if you remember, yesterday also they got a chicken in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, until of course Diesel ruins their plan by, hopping on behind them and be like, hey, what's up? Open the back door. But on the other side of the spectrum, we see a lot of the teams as well. They sometimes like to take all the way, all around the globe rotation, take those sideways and then move directly on the other part of the map. Specifically, what I'm talking about is going to be Bot Army Esports. Is something that they like to do sometimes. Whenever they see that there's a humongous cluster in front of them, they avoid all of that and they directly go up north. And I think so we might possibly see that. In the meantime, though, Carnival Gaming, they had a very solid game in the previous one. I would have to say their position, it looked good until they got wiped out by Windgod.
Oh yes, that was an early exit for the players of Carnival Gaming. Wingod, even they also came under heavy fire, but I think Wingod did survive in that situation and they went on to come on the 3rd spot. But Team Empire in the previous one also, they were struggling, and seems like the struggle is still continuing as Sarang of Revenant X Park finds Ace out in the open and instantly finds a knock onto him. Predator also spotted down out in the open. Team Empire, they need to find a better spot for themselves, and Sarang might go for the confirmation towards the side of Ace.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way Ace is getting revived. Team Empire understand that as well. They're just deciding to retreat now. Can't really hold on to that angle. But on the other side, it's going to be Aiku Soul who are now taking the fight as well, firing a few shots all the way from Farfrey. Knuckle will get the confirmation as well. Red Ross is the team who was on the receiving end of the spectrum. On the main screen. Yeah, it's again, Revenant, they're going to keep on firing those shots. The question is, are they going to go in for that chase? Because it does seem to be the case. They're taking that real estate away and also slowly and steadily closing their claws on the members of Team Empire.
This was an important week for the players of Team Empire. They are in the 16th spot. The previous Erangel didn't went in their favor, but seems like Revenant, they're also fighting with the players of Carnival Gaming, as Hector has been eliminated. Out in the open, Carnival was not even aware about the position of Revenant X Park, and Spray got the opportunistic one strike at the right moment.
Yeah, Viper needs to really run away and will be able to dodge all of those bullets as well. Spray could not really connect onto those shots, but still they got everything that they wanted out of it. Empire Esports, Hunter as well, down onto his knees, will be taken down. There's no way he's going to be surviving out of that one. They're just kind of waiting, the carousel of victories. What Revenant right now doing, Revenant X Park. We have talked about this team. We have talked about the potential they have. And of course, we have the history for both of these teams too. Empire Esports, they're the bunch of lads who everyone thinks as are the very solid underdog team, but Revenant X Park on the other end, a very experienced bunch of lads, good amount of firepower, and they're constantly portraying it as well.
Of course, Revenant X Park, they have already grabbed too many bragging rights in their backpack, but for now, Carnival Gaming, even they are also coming under heavy fire as Viper survived on a sliver of HP. They need to find those hard covers as they were trying to get a knock onto Wizgod, but Wizgod, too have a certain little bit of the lower-edge cover for himself. All the backline
Oh, the
support which
chasing.
he needs at this point is being provided by Viper. Is going for the close frontal battle with the DBS in his hands. But seems like Carnival Gaming, they have decided to stay in the hard covers, because just look at the position of the remaining players of OG.
Yeah, they're providing the cover to their man. With Jord in the meantime. Will finally slowly and steadily move back as the smoke wall was being created by AK. And the cover fire being provided by the man himself as well. The only reason why Wiz is up on his feet is because of those cover fires and long range high angles that forced back the members of Carnival Gaming into that compound. Otherwise they would have been taken down. They would have been on the receiving end. 1 and 3 split, if I'm not wrong, for Carnival. Oh my god, up close, Neo catches Wiz by surprise, deletes him. And with that, now the numbers equalized. Carnival Gaming, if anything, they now have got an advantage, because they know one of the players from OG is just all the way far back on the hilltops. So they've got that number advantage, and that's why they're closing in the gap as well.
Oh yes, they certainly are. Carnival Gaming, they need those points. 1 finish point already in their backpack, but they need to be a bit cautious from the position of AKOP right on the rooftop. But seems like Xerx is aware, and he's providing all the backline support to his teammates to charge on to the compounds. And finally, Viper reunites with Neo. Like you said, Carnival Gaming, they do have a certain advantage in this particular fight. On the other side, even the players of Aiku Solo are also locking horns with Red Robbers. Seems like OG, they have found a knock on to Viper, and Carnival Gaming, certainly the tables have turned now.
Yeah, absolutely. Atanki jumps in as well, catches another one. And that's the big play coming in. The man stepped up when he was needed to. Catching in on Neo. This should be a confirmation flush too. No big problems onto there, but Carnival Gaming, their problems have just now started. How are they going to hold on to their position is going to be the big question, because all of this commotion is also being heard by all the other teams that are around them. And we might possibly see a few others maybe jumping in, trying to take the advantage, going in for the third party as well. So you've got to be very careful.
Just look at that. Revenant X-Park, they also want you to be a part of this fight, and Cyrex was placed perfectly to find a perfect connection onto one of the player. And Revenant X-Park seems like also they are on the receiving end. This trifactor seems like Carnival Gaming, Cyrex, 2 finishes, going for the third one, but Revenant X-Park will shut him down. And with that, Carnival Gaming has been eliminated on the 15th spot. But now Revenant X-Park and OG, they are all locking horns with each other, as AKOP is still down on his knees.
He will be revived, but the question is, are we going to see the players retreat back to safety? And if yes, then what's going to be their pathway? Because every other space which can help them out has been occupied by some or the other team. And with the way how other teams are rotating, we'll potentially see Aiku Soul knock onto the exact same doors in just a little while as well. So Revenant X-Park, whatever decision they are making, they have to make it quick. Same goes for Orangutan. You can't hold on to this exact compound or this exact part of the map for a long duration. And it seems like they've just decided that they're going to fall back all the way. Aro is the man who's going out, scouting out the areas, making sure that this team will eventually be brought in onto the safe places. But this could be a very well good opening for Revenant X-Park, jumping on to the 2 members. No cover fire from Aru. But there's the thing, we know that. Not Revenant X-Park.
So here's the thing, Scared. Revenant yesterday didn't have the best day. They had only few points accumulated, and seems like Revenant X-Park, they want to cover up yesterday's performance by delivering a good performance today. Already 4 finishes in the backpack. Yes, Shadow is aware that OG is trying to back off from the situation. They're trying to make an escape, and I think a wise decision, because if you look at the circle, I think circle is favoring the plus of GDR a lot, because God's Reign, they have the entire southern control to them. Phoenix Esports from the northern side. So this western control is really important for the players of Revenant X-Park. But look at the God's Reign and Diesel Esports. This has been a constant problem for the Diesel Esports. They are not aware. They don't scout the area. They just slam the vehicle, and after that they get evaporated from the lobby.
Yeah, it's slam and pray is what they try to do right now. The entire of God's Reign. They really want a few more finish points as well. Trying to fire in a few more shots onto the retreating members of Diesel. You can't show your back in a battle, says the gods, but Diesel still managed to retreat. Probably had a good amount of fuel in their tank. If you know, you know.
Be humble at this point, Scared. Diesel Esports, this has been a constant problem with them. Every single time, these guys just slam onto the slam those vehicles where there is a team already present. They don't scout the area, and a team of such caliber, when they make such rookie mistakes, I think as casters we ought to complain. And Diesel Esports, they need to rectify this thing. Because let's look at the players. Gokul, Orlo, Pari, Sham, all these players, they already have too many achievements in the backpacks. So these sort of rookie mistakes are not expected from the side of Diesel Esports. And this is not the first time which they have been doing such a thing.
I can't really deny that as well, because just with the way how they performed previously, you really know they've got that firepower. They have got that potential for grabbing those chickens, getting in some big games, over 20-point games for themselves, but that's something that's just not happening. But in the meantime, though, I really want to have a look at where the circle shifted. I'm pretty sure it's a bit more towards the northeastern part, and it will favor Myth. And we were talking about the team God's Reign. They were having a full control of the southern part. Now they have to slam in, and that too against other teams. Now, given the history of this team, Shadow, if you're not just talking about SPS, but rather the entire history of 2024, they have always struggled to move in from this exact same position that they are at. Oh my god, what? I'm just not going to talk about it. We're going to say that Ninja had an amazing spray down. Diesel Esports have been eliminated though, so maybe a glory for the previous one, but a short-lived indeed. Windgod on the other side, they're also firing a few shots against Team Empire. They're on the receiving end of the spectrum, and guess what? OG out in the open. Aru's been taken down. That's a big problem, as AKOP, he has to move up front. But he's got opponents at every other place. Spreader's gonna be on the receiving end of that three-pointer from Infinity. Wingod Esports wiping out everyone who's close to them.
Orangutan, they were pretty much stuck in the situation, because if you notice, Myth officials, they have the higher ground. Then Windgod were also peppering few bullets from those compound. Team Empire was also in the close proximity. And OG was just trying to find a better spot for themselves. But look at the rotation. Look at the position where Windgod is at this point. Yesterday also, they came on the second spot in the Miramar. And they showcased phenomenal rotation. This time also, Windgod, they have the center of the circle, a very good compound to hold on to. But OG, they lost into two of the players, but Spraygout out in the open, and Kyo Lamau, his weapon goes on to reload at a very wrong time. Otherwise, I think Spraygout would have been a dead man by now.
Yeah, true, and now everyone's going to be just firing onto the window. So it's got to reposition Kyo Lamau. It's better to heal back up and then take the fights. You don't really want to catch a few stray bullets onto your head. But that's again, we're talking about Team Just Jelly. I remember even in the previous one, they had a very solid spot, specifically a bit more towards the north of Stolber. But eventually they were taken down, if I'm not wrong, by Bot Army Esports. They don't really want to do the exact same thing in this one, because considering where they are, there's a lot of potential for the third parties around them, but at the same time, if the circle falls onto them, then they're in a very solid spot to grab in a few more flushes for themselves or steal a few finishes away.
Well, Just Jelly also trying to accumulate those finish points. On the other side, even the players of Team Aiku Soul and God's Reign also locking horns with each other, as they both want to have that southern control of the circle. Already one player lost from the side of God's Reign, and now they're surviving on 3 players. But what I mean, Esports, they've got an entire eastern control of the circle. Look at the split which is coming from the side of Bot Army, a linear split. But Myth, they have the entire northern control, and as the circle goes a little north, I think Myth, they are going to find themselves in one of the prime spot.
It is indeed the prime spot. The only problem could be Bot Army Esports if they decide to take the entire eastern rotation all the way towards the north and behind Myth officials. But until that happens, they're absolutely in the perfect spot right now. Windgod a bit out in the open. Good positions by the members of Just Jelly, but they really have to be careful now, because they need to take their own rotation route as well. But guess what? It's Phoenix who are on the receiving end. 2 players down, make it 3 as well. And the entire team just gets wiped out by Windgod. A perfect play from their side. Vingod have been clearing out their surroundings in a beautiful manner. And I think so they've probably accumulated over 5 to 7 finishes by now.
Of course they have. Just look at the position where Vingod is. Perfect utility usage also came when the players of Phoenix Esports slammed onto the compounds. But for now, look at the traffic which is trying to migrate inside the circle from the southern side. We have Iku Soul, God's Range, Just Delhi, Revenant X-Park, Genesis is also in the fray. So many teams, and I think Revenant X-Park are placed perfectly to accumulate all those finish points. But for now, Iku Soul seems like they are on a hunt towards the side of God's Range as they went try to go for the vehicle run, but Some, well, he needs to patch himself up at this point.
They don't really have a lot of time as well because the blue is going to be start hitting pretty soon. 25 more seconds for the blue to start moving, and this is the far end of the circle, so the blue will move faster and it will deal a lot of damage. Iku Soul, they've kind of given away all of their advantage and they're all now on the lower ground, and that's exactly what Astro was using. Catches down a couple of players. Iku Soul messing their fight up humongously. And this is just the way how God's Reign played. Opened up their claw, waited for Iku Soul to hop there, and then just closed it. Ronnie is out there trying to take the fight even against the members of Just Jelly as they slam in for the third party. And Iku Soul will have to take their exit. And it's not just them. Just Jelly. They can also wipe out the last few remaining members, the few embers of God's Reign too. They got most of them.
We were asking
they've got all of them.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. We were asking where is Jelly, and seems like he's again back. This is the Jelly we saw in week number 1 also doing those third parties, not shying away from the fights, and seems like they're again on a rampage at this point. But now Revenant X-Park, they're also finding few knocks into the players of Jelly as Sam has been eliminated. Even Ninja has been knocked out.
Yeah, that's a big problem right now for them. They went out of the circle, out of the safety of those compounds to take those fights, those extra bit of eliminations, only to give up the space that they also had, which then equipped by Revenant. They're just raining that hellfire onto the members. But for how long? That's the question, because this still is not the safest place in this entire area. You have to go into the circle in the next 1 minute. And that's where the entire southern part is right now being covered by Bot Army Esports as well as Vingod Esports on the other end. And Myth, they have been sitting, you know, they've basically been in a cinema, but that's a very solid nade coming in from Jelly. And this basically means that they can now jump in, take down Spray God, who is the highest fragger of his team till now. How long can he survive is the big question. Not long if he stays out in the exact same place. A lot of shots. And that's Bot Army Esports. I was talking about that gatekeep. They're doing it perfectly.
Oh, they certainly are. Even the players of Myth are also trying to stop the players of CK from moving inside the circle, as one of the players of CK has been knocked out. Vingod, they do have a good compound to their name, but just Jelly as Ninja has been eliminated, left with only 2 players. They need to be a bit careful from the side of Spray God. But even Spray God need to patch himself up. Look at the position where Genesis Hero is trying to move inside the circle along with his teammate Grind. But Myth, the 2v2 split might work in their favor, as Monty Bay from the tight advantage do have a lot of information onto the players of Vingod. But Spray God needs to be careful from all those utilities which are being lobbed towards his direction.
He's gonna try and survive for as long as possible, only to grab in a few more scraps after that. He finds Jelly running in. He will capture that. 5 finishes for the man. That's the maximum he can do for his team potentially, as again Myth now taking the fight against CK. And they were able to wipe out the entire team as well in the meantime. Myth finally grabbing those few elimination points which they needed so desperately. But in the meantime, it's Bot Army Esports as well, gatekeeping towards that southern part. Vingod Esports, I think so this zone has moved away from them as well, so that's going to be a big problem. This game is being served to Myth Official on a silver platter, but we'll have to see if Bot Army Esports can steal it away.
The chances are definitely there for the players of Bot Army Esports to get a victory in this one. They just need to play all their cards right. But Vingod out in the open, and Monty Bay plays perfectly. Finds a perfect knock onto Sahil. Will be looking forward to the confirmation point as well. On the other side, Henry is also keeping an eye onto the players of Team Myth Officials. Myth being the silent ones at this point. A perfect nade right in the face of LeBron also takes him down, leaving Vingod with only 2 players.
Yeah, it seems that you can have a LeBron for yourself, but we'll have the Stephen Curry. Henry taking a few extra shots. We'll have to go back to the safety. They have to be wary about where Myth Official is. But here's one thing, Juicy from CK has been surviving for such a long time. He can play a massive spoiler. He probably is already hearing what Oxen is doing. So he can try and fire in a few shots. In the meantime, Yash and Infinity, both of them have to be smart. But Oxen, that was a mistake. Up close and personal. Still have a player around you to help you get back up on your feet, patch you up. But as I said, Juicy was being a nuisance for them, but Devotee, they'll be taking the fight against the remaining embers of Wind God, only to extinguish them perfectly. One player remaining, and it's down to just 3 teams. Bot Army Esports, they've got to go uphill, and guess what? They have taken away the space. They have technically stolen the space away from Myth. And they can slowly and steadily move up as well inside the truck. That's a good Molotov, forcing back Aiden. All the way behind those solid compounds, behind the pipes. Oxen in the off angle. Henry goes in. He wants to take the fight. He misses it up big time. The F12K. Only to take control of that part. Aiden now jumps in as well. Not the best shotgun in hand, but can do the job, but it does not. A scary Jord indeed is being scary. Takes down 3 and it's just one man. It's just Spear and he needs to obliterate the other side. But the shield is just too strong for Bot Army.
What a play from the side of Scary Jord. Single-handedly, this guy took down 3+ from the side of Myth. And when God Yash is going for the mid strat, 8 first hit still remains and trying to survive till the second spot. But Scary Jord, finally he has been knocked out and Spear is going for the close frontal battle against the plus of Bot Army Esports. And Henry finally shuts him down. And with that, Myth, they have been eliminated. Bot Army Esports going for the hat-trick in this one. 13 finishes already in their favor.
They're matching up exactly with what they had in the previous one as well. This is just insane. Are they going to jump in for one extra finish is the question. Nah, that's a nice try. But I think so they might not get it. Yeah, they do not. It's the play zone that finishes off the last player. But Bot Army Esports, Shadow, you mentioned the hat trick again. We've got 3 teams with 3 consecutive chicken dinners. God's Reign, Aiku Soul and Bot Army Esports. This can put them in the top 3 as well in the leaderboards.
Top 3, I doubt, but this is going to give such a good confidence boost to the plus of Bot Army Esports because this was one of those teams which was struggling in the previous weeks. We were asking, where is Bot Army Esports in the open finals? They were on a rampage, but challenge season, they were struggling. But finally, after this 3rd chicken dinner, after this hat-trick, I think Bot Army Esports are going to have such a good confidence boost.
Confidence boost is the most minimum thing that they're going to get after that. It's also, the aura. I'll just have to say that it's a plus aura for them. They played like absolute chads in this one. And I think so. It's not just about them being super solid on that confidence, but also the other teams who will now have to give respect to Bot Army Esports considering how they're going in for their rotations. They like to move into the circle and also inside the circle they like to play around the areas that are a bit more towards the southeastern part, control the entire pace, control the entire flow, clear out the surroundings, and then they like to move forward. And even in this one they did exactly the same thing. In the previous Erangel they did the same thing. I think so if there's another Erangel which we'll see, we'll have the northern zones in the next game, we'll potentially see the same thing happening for Bot Army Esports.
Maybe that could be a possibility, but in this Miramar, the thing that worked really in the favor of Bot Army Esports, like you said, was the rotation because they had the entire eastern control of the circle where all the teams were trying to migrate either from the western or the southern side. Myth and Bot Army Esports, they were the only one who kept themselves away from all that commotion. When the circle favored them heavily from the very start until the end. Myth, they kept themselves towards the northern side of the circle, and Bot Army, they kept themselves towards the eastern side, not having too many teams. And after that, the way they gatekept all the teams who were trying to migrate from the southern side accumulated too many finish points, especially the position where one of the player, I think it was Henry, he dealt with the plus of team Wingod Esports after that Scary Jord. The way this guy single-handedly dealt with the plus of Myth officials, that was so fantastic. But Monty Bay is the MVP.
Flashy plays are going to get you that fame, and consistency is going to get you the MVP. That's what Monty did in the entire previous game. 6 finishes, 46% finish contribution, 11% map impact. Now, this is where I wanted to differentiate between Myth Official as well as Bot Army Esports. Myth Official had a very good positioning, yes, agreed. But I did not see them going in for those finishes, extra flushes, which sometimes you really need because of the unforgiving nature of the position point pool. But at the same time, Bot Army knew that. That's why they took onto the fights which they needed to take to grab onto those extra bit of finishes as well. Just like the previous game, they had 13 there. They have 13 this time around. Monty going all out, best companion. Devotee as well, 2 rescues, 108 health recovered, 28.45 minutes as the survival time. Bot Army Esports have been playing phenomenal game today. But there's another team that stepped up, but I wanted to see a bit more from them, and that's Just Jelly.
Of course, Team Just Jelly was back in the form, doing all those third parties which they used to do in the open finals and in week number 1. 5 finishes to their name, and already they are sitting comfortably in the top 16. They just need those average points in every single game. Even Genesis, they have started stepping up. The previous game also went in their favor. This time also having 9 points. I think Genesis is also on the right track. Even Revenant X-Park, they had the perfect southern control. They tried to gatekeep so many teams. They did those third parties, total 10 points to their name. Myth still having that consistency is always going to help them to propel themselves in the leaderboard. But K9, my concerns are for the players of K9 with 0 points. They might not be in the top 16 after this one.
I agree. There were quite a lot of teams behind them, but I think so one of them was Phoenix themselves. We'll have to get a check onto that, but I don't think so Phoenix have made a cross on. So that's also a big thing. Even Diesel did not have a very good game in this one. So maybe K9 will keep this spot, but not for long, as you mentioned, because they've already played 2 extra games from the members of Group A and D. So that's also a big pointer now. You are on the 15th spot, but for not for long. That's going to be 100% the case. There's a few other teams as well on the rest of the few spots that will take it away and probably enter in that top 16. That's the main idea behind all of that. But I really have to say, a bit of a questionable decision from the side of IQ Soul. I wanted to mention it then and there. They first went out of the circle to take the fight against GDR, and then a couple of players gave away that high ground position as well. Plus, I did not really see them converging onto the player who was sitting in the shack to first flush him out, finish him off, and then focus on one. But they rather got caught between 2 different angles. It was basically a crossfire for the members of GDR, and then there was a third party by Just Jelly only because they stayed there for longer than necessary. Now these are some of the mistakes that we don't really see from them, but are happening for the past 2 days.
I think IQ Soul, they are on the experiment phase. Once they get a comfortable spot in the leaderboard, they usually tend to do such sort of things. They go on a rampage, they try something different, and that is exactly how IQ Soul loves to play. They just get a comfortable spot first in the leaderboard, and after that they go for a YOLO place. And this time there was one more third party where Vingor, Team Empire, and Orangutan, they were also engaging a fight with each other. And we'll talk more about this, but after this short little break, because we have got one more match for these 2 groups.
So we're just gonna do our thing, and you never do the Falcons thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So you never do the Falcons thing.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं. क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर. जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. ओ यस.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some of yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break. And what is going on, Fixes? What is Bot Army Esports on? How are they doing so good? And even Myth Officials, I mean, these two newer names out of nowhere just completely bolstering themselves on the overall standings, and we never saw this coming.
Like I said, right, it feels like they've cracked the code. And for Bot Army Esports, it is such a joy to watch them come out to play, especially finally getting their hat trick. I think one of those feats not achieved by a lot of these teams, especially only 3 have managed to do so, and it was God's Rain and Ikus Soul. So having themselves set in with such big names goes on to show that Bot Army Esports, they mean serious business. I'm so excited to see this team in the grand final. Surely they're making it.
Winning back-to-back games. I mean, the first one, Monty was the one to clutch it out. The second game, he's the MVP. I mean, I'm not even sure what's going on with Bot Army Esports, but every single player seems on the same page, and that's exactly what we all were looking for as well. Myth Official 2, newer faces on the block, doing so good since yesterday. It seems like Week 3 has definitely came with a lot of astonishing affair. Now, we just want to see a few more known names make that climb, too. I'm waiting for CK, I'm waiting for Phoenix Esports to start making that climb up north, but so far we're not really seeing that happen.
They're the ones changing the script. We come with a storyline, we emphasize on certain teams, and sneaking through the shadows, Bot Army Esports. They were always there. They were not that relevant in terms of how much we used to complain, in the sense that they always struggle in getting those position points. And I do not know what sort of witchcraft or wizardry did they do in the recent times. In just a span of 1 week, they've managed to fix that issue. They're getting chicken dinners in a lobby like this. I think this team finally can ascertain themselves as one of the major contenders inside of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Especially when we thought that things are going to get much more tighter, much more tougher. That's when they decide to perform.
Yes.
I mean, how did this just happen? As you mentioned, maybe they did some sort of witchcraft, some dark magic, and that's why they're doing so good. I mean, we're just having fun. We're just I'm not even sure what to say at this point, because I'm just left speechless, right? Newer faces on the block, doing so good. Bot Army Esports was one of those names that has always been lingering at the bottom, not even making it till the final stages of a tournament, and still performing so well. I mean, I'm just left speechless. 2 games back-to-back, third game of Erangel, might as well just snatch it away. Take it home, man. At this point, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, give us that 4.
Yeah.
Give us that feat that no team has been able to accomplish. God's Rain went really close, but if Bot Army can get a third one today and a fourth one consecutively, that will set some new standards, some new highs that have been untouched. I think goes back to a couple of years in a different title. There were a couple of teams, I think just 2 that had ever managed to secure 4 back-to-back. And for now, in the game of BGMI, I don't think that has been replicated ever before. So if Bottom Esports can do that over here, then this is going to be another whole level unlocked for them. But yes, Bottom Esports, like you said, right, we've seen them struggling. We have seen their mistakes. We've seen their downfall. And I think they have all not been nothing but mentors. They've been teaching them how to excel. And it's a good thing when you keep your heads low, you hustle, you grind, and finally you are reaping the rewards. It has paid off in dividends. And how? 2025 for sure looks bright for Bottom Esports.
Exactly. Now I'm still waiting for Diesel Esports as well. They're showcasing a lot of those signs of improvement fixes, but still Diesel Esports, sometimes they get a little too stubborn in some of the fights, and that's why they get picked off. So Diesel Esports, all they need to do is just try and differentiate between a good fight and a bad fight. Once they start doing that, Diesel Esports as well can be on the climb. Nothing taken away. They're doing really good in the week 3 itself, because week 1 and week 2, Diesel Esports was not doing that great. But week 3, we're seeing that big up. Cincinnati Kids too, in week 2 they were doing decent, but in week 3 now, at least at the start, we're not seeing that same performance. They're on a complete dip. There's one more game to go for day 2, and if CK performs pretty well in that game, maybe things can be brought back in their hands. Look, in the overall standings, they're not that far away. As I mentioned, just one game separating it all, and CK can definitely make it happen. Without wasting any more time, we straight up jump in the upcoming game as well, as the plane flat pad begins all the way from military base towards Severny.
And it's going to be a fun one for sure. We've seen a lot of those certain circles. Yes, today, earlier in the afternoon, we saw a circle going up north. But this time we want maybe something happening around the western or the eastern side. As the flight path trajectory not quite different in respect to the first game that we witnessed. But this one might just spark some early fights. Phoenix Esports, Diesel, bring it on once again. Or are Phoenix Esports going to go head-on directly into Yasnaya Poliana and risk themselves a fight against Revenant X-Pac? Revenant X-Pac, nonetheless, they've not been getting the chicken dinners, but constant points. Even in the last one, where Spray God became the hero, dealt with Team Jelly, got himself around 8 finishes for his team, and now even Revenant X-Pac, they've certainly bounced back.
They indeed have, right? I mean, looking at CK right now, CK is moving towards Fairapir as usual. That's going to be their primary drop location. But so far, they've dropped in towards the military base, get their hands on the basic loot, get their hands on vehicle, and then stretch in towards their main drop location. Red Ross with a bit of a cuffle against the enemy teams in the front lines. And let's see who's going to be the one to come out on top this time around. They're going up against CG. The gang's ready. And Carnival Gaming definitely do want to pounce on top of the opportunity as well, as Red Ross Phoenix falls back. Siege is taking a lot of heavy beating upon themselves. Even Arto is taken down low. Both the teams on the equal page. Neo is quite softened up. He wants to patch himself up, but this early in the game, he does not have anything to do so. Even Red Ross do not have the suitable weaponry to try and get this fight in their hands. It's way too early for a fight.
And they've been in this situation even before. Gone against Giant Slayers, and Carnival Gaming have always swung through. Despite any given odds, they've got a really good success rate to work around with. And as all these players are positioned, Red Ross finally reuniting forces as Carnival Gaming waiting for them. Scarcity of grenades pretty much visible as Phoenix just charges in, blitzing through, gets that knock onto with Zurix as Lucifer again goes in for a dive, this time against the lads of Carnival. One more being dealt with as Neo goes down on his knees. That leaves Hector to be the final member standing. And he is lost. 4 players charging at his direction, rampaging bulls just to thorn him away out of it. As Carnival Gaming completely annihilated. Red Ross getting a beautiful squad wipe with 4 finishes in their bag.
CG taken out of the game off the rip. But they're still on the 9th spot in the overall standing. So for CG, it's not that big of a problem. Okay, 1 game left out for today's day. CG not doing that great. Fine. They can easily make the comeback tomorrow as well. I mean, on 9th spot, you don't really need to make a comeback. You just need to keep that spot pinned down. Phoenix Esports is also there around the fray, but Phoenix Esports, they've taken a lot of the early game fights, and they've already learned their lesson. They do not want to be part of those early game fights anymore. And Phoenix Esports would just love to keep their heads down and keep on moving towards their main drop location. And that's what they're exactly doing. Myth Official doing really good towards Pachinki. I mean, for Myth, now they can afford the extra bit of risk if they want. The same thing can be said for Bot Army Esports too. They've earned that comfort zone. They're on the 2nd spot in the overall standings. Fixes, can you imagine Bot Army Esports was one of those teams that was all the way on the last page, and now look at them on the second spot.
That's impressive stuff. And any team that has managed to get hat tricks, we've seen how they've leapfrogged their way up the standings. And for Bot Army Esports, I think they are an inspiration to many underdogs who are constantly hustling it out, who are on the verge of a breakdown. But always keep your heads low, always keep hustling, because one day it is going to pay off. And for Bot Army Esports, I do not know what the future holds for them, but I'm pretty sure if they keep playing like this, even in the official tournaments, they are bound to shine.
Indeed.
As of Myth Official, of course, a beautiful game in Miramar. Erangel did not really go their way they had anticipated, but that could be changed in this one, because the circle right now is really favoring them. As of Phoenix, look at them right beside players of Myth Official, so a very different way of approach comes in from this experienced roster, and maybe at this time Phoenix would really help but take a page out of Bot Army's esports book, because genetically they have the same playing style, right? Both these teams love taking fights, but Bot Army Esports, they're doing something special.
They indeed are. Bot Army Esports somehow know how to survive till the end with all the pieces on the board. That's what they did, even in the first game of Erangel, even in the second game of Miramar. And I'm not exactly sure how this survival instinct kicked in. Yeah, in the final few moments in the first game, it was just Monty, but still, the amount of fights they won in a proper head-to-head collision was super impressive. And then in the final few moments, just Monty staying alive. And that dude just miraculously clutching it out was also a great play. But overall, Bot Army Esports, they're looking pretty tactically sound, mechanically polished. And that's exactly the way all the other teams should be looking as well. A few teams, sort of lackluster, fine. But the upcoming moments, they are not going to spare you. You just need to try even harder. And I'm speaking of CK. Known faces on the block, still struggling too much in the overall standings, on the 20th spot. Phoenix Esports 2 on 21st. Slowly and steadily, they're dipping down even more.
And it's not getting better. Every single passing game, as now it keeps on reducing, they are fighting against time. So for Phoenix Esports, they will have to conjure something really soon. A chicken dinner, and there will be a point where just mere chicken dinners are not going to make the cut, right? You have to go big, get those 15-pointers chicken dinners, and it could just get worse from there. But talking about how they're shaping things up this time around, a complete revamp in their way of approach. Phoenix Esports heading over towards Northwestern Georgia, something that we have never seen them pull off before. So again, now they're taking their chances, they're going for a gamble, they've done anything and everything possible under their arsenal. Nothing has really worked out. So maybe this does, because now they're going to have enough of those loots, and it all comes down to their decision making, because for Phoenix, they have to climb back. And right now, for Cincinnati Kids and all the others that are struggling, it's all about Bot Army. They have to be inspired from them, because they're going hot in terms of how good their form has been lately. Like, every single player knows that he's feeling it. And once you're in that flow state, everything just aligns for you.
It indeed does. Everything starts making sense. You feel much more superior to all the competition. And yeah, Just Jelly doing good in the stunts, but not so good in the overall standings. Maybe it's time to focus up there. But yeah, Just Jelly, another one of those declining names. Fights not working out, placements not working out in the games as well. Everything's going downhill. I mean, looking at the game so far and how it's shaping out as well. Fixes, I'm not a big fan of this peaceful start. I want some bloodshed. I want someone to take the fights. I want to see havoc.
Yeah, we want the greener pastures to turn red. And pretty soon at that. And it will happen. The part is that we do not like enough of those battles towards the end. So difficult for us to cover all of them together. But considering it's their final game, somewhere down the line, I'm not really going to be pushy about that. As all these teams kind of in a mix about where the circle is going to form around. IQ Soul, quite meticulous, have a lot of lay of the land. They know it could shift towards those western open areas of school. You've got a couple of ridges to play around, and or maybe IQ Soul just goes on a hunt, because the way things are looking, maybe they want the heads of the players of Myth Officials. Really getting up close and personal. As even for the likes of Red Ross, they might join the party pretty soon.
Red Ross, they've already tasted some blood a while ago. And they would want a bit more. All they're going to start to see now is red. Their hands are bloody. Intentions, pretty deadly as well. And Red Ross, for now, just calming their instincts down. They don't really want to be a part of the fight anymore. Just play for the survival, play till the end. Eliminations are anyways going to funnel in. That's what the game plan seems like. Next zone's about to pop up soon, and that will be the main dictator off the pace. If it does take another shift, then everything will go haywire. And that's exactly what happens. Now if Team Empire wants, they can instantly move in towards the Big Boy Mountain and go for that control. And that's exactly what Team Empire will do.
You could see how they quickly steered off their vehicles and instantly called for a holding on to Mount Everest there. As even Aiku Soul making a quick run around things, and that might eventually lead to a collision, out of which the likes of Myth Officials, even Josh Shelley, Red Ross, a lot of beneficiaries just waiting for a fight to trickle down, and that is how they will also follow suit. As even for K9, this time, however, out of ordinary, they've not engaged in any of those early battles, haven't incurred any casualties. But they also need to watch their six, because Revenant X Park might come in charging any given moment. Even for Diesel, they've done something different. They've taken over those northeastern territory. And Revenant X Park, if they're unprepared for an assault from their backlines, they might be in a heap of...
Hold on, just Jelly. Spotting a few foes around the vicinity. Hands are quite tickly as well. They do want to press that trigger. But it's Myth in the front. Myth is one of those teams that will try to avoid the fight for as long as possible. But if someone forces it, they're not going to back away either. Just Jelly needs to be careful. They're on the receiving side of things. And looking at the way right now, Just Jelly seems comfy on this spot. Even the surroundings, they seem pretty clear too. Teammates are right there around the fray. It's all looking good. Team Empire, they've got such a great spot to play with. We mentioned this right towards the Big Boy Mountain. Team Empire is now in a comfort zone too, but soon that comfort zone will be broken when a few teams do decide to take that fight against him for the supremacy. Aiku Soul in a decent spot as well, but getting annoyed by that one single foe that's there around the fray, and that will be Slug from K9 Esports. Of course it's K9. They always send that one individual to sort of annoy the opponents, and then that one individual gets picked off.
They're really playing with fire. Really do not fancy their chances, but Manya, he's got to be a little bit more careful, especially in his approach, considering right at the smack center, a lot of these teams might have their eyes laid out on him. Has to play their cards pretty safe, but look at Omega. His instant so close to Nakul. For a moment, he froze to death. And now Omega has been taking quite some bashing there. All by his lonesome, alienated from his squad, and will be an easy task for Nakul to deal against the IGL himself. As Aiku Soul really reading through K9, and K9 being quite hasty with their approach. They are getting smacked down now. Ronnie just outplaying the players of K9 as Ninja Boy comes in for a report alongside Beast, and Ronnie very well prepared for this unleashing. Menace coming in from Aiku Soul, as even Knuckle from the backlines. He is hitting his shots right.
It's done. K9 don't stand a chance anymore. Manya's the only casualty. Even Ronnie falls down. Hold on.
Tables flipped.
Things can once again be brought back alive. And as you mentioned, tables being flipped. Yes, definitely that has happened. Salma in the back lines too, now trying to provide some sort of assistance to his teammate. Grabbed the attention upon himself, but K9 Esports out of nowhere, they swing back to life. They've got the advantage in this situation now. A 3-on-2, Aiku Soul in a world of trouble. Slug needs to be a bit more careful because one of the players from Aiku Soul moved in the back line, so Slug can be backstabbed. But Knuckle once again closes on up, and Slug's position isn't noticed. That's my question. Beast, driving around in the vehicle, trying to grab all the attention upon himself, wants the players to take the shots on him so that their positions will be noted. But that's not going to be the case. Instead, Aiku Soul, they're playing this one pretty patiently. Holding their triggers, waiting for the right moment to strike. Knuckle and Salme group on up. Now it's down to just Slug. He wants to take him down both. As he fights the first knock, he will be re-knocked by Salme. A good isolation of duel from Aiku's Soul, but now they need to deal with 2 remaining players of K9 Esports, which will be super tough. And look who enters the party. It will be Revna X-Park, but a nade from Ninja Boy will also seal a deal against the foes. But now they need to take care of Revna X-Park. This third party, it's completely one-sided.
Beast was just starting to unleash himself as the Hounds have arrived, and they are making good work of the players of K9. Ninja Boy, the lonesome survivor, and still he's managed to sneak in one more finish there. At least a knock, trying to get the conversion, and
Beautiful.
he will
Oh my
get
God.
one more. Ninja Boy is on fire as of now, as K9 Esports absolutely throwing a spanner into the works of Revenant X-Park. As they have been brought down to the final man. It is going to be Shadow against Ninja Boy, his former teammate. And now it's going to be so exciting who comes out on top. Ninja Boy, he is really having the form of his life right now. At this point, Shadow trying to bob and weave.
No way.
Not a shot connecting as Ninja Boy just playing around to his theatrics. As Shadow wants to mellow things down. It is a cat and mouse chase going on. Ring around the roses for these 2 players. As Ninja Boy constantly trying to avoid Shadow, constantly trying to lure him into an awkward position. And Shadow, now he's got a little bit of a breather. He's going for that grenade. Does that connect? Does that chip a little bit of that HP out? It does. And Shadow still trying to outplay him in this situation. Constantly both these players just switching around places. And now Ninja Boy, he is cornered. And Shadow, he has that final laugh, but no! A grenade flung over both these players.
No one wins.
Each other.
No one wins. But Ninja Boy, he 1v4'd Revna X-Park in the end. Oh my God. What an ending to that fight.
That's ludicrous.
He's the one who got the final laugh for sure. Ninja Boy is the one to have the smirks on his faces. Because he just 1v4'd one of the most brutal forces in the lobby. A champion lineup. Ninja Boy with ease just takes care of him. But in the end, even Shadow takes down Ninja. No one survives that onslaught. But oh boy, technically Revna X-Park should have came unscathed from that fight. But they still were the casualty.
That has to be where they go back to their drawing board. But hold on, so much action on our way. We've got Orangutan making good work out of the players of God's Reign. One of their players already done and dusted as Delta almost on the verge of getting taken down. But hold on. Has to be Henry, isn't it? From Bottom Esports out of nowhere. It's that knock and we'll also have that finish secured. As Team Orangutan closing in sooner or later. They have to be also wary of the fact that their backlines aren't really clear. They know that Bottom Esports, they are a constant looming threat, but still wrapping my heads around how Revenant X-Park choked massively.
Yeah.
Especially given the fact that K9 not just dealt with Aiko Soul, but they also wiped out the entire squad with just 2 men alive. And it was Ninja Boy pulling off a 1v4. So
yeah,
at this point, Revenant X-Park really need to get their heads back.
And that's 8 points right there, by the way. They got 8 points secured. K9 Esports. So, yeah, I guess in this game they've done their job. They got enough points. They've just been playing around that average, honestly. K9 Esports isn't really getting those big games. Instead, just getting 5, 6, 7 points, sometimes even 8. Right now, they got 8 points. So, yeah, K9 Esports just playing for that average. Playing for the bare minimum. But Revenant X-Park, yeah, it's going to be a clutch of the century. For sure. Revenant X-Park crumbling like that. Just cracking open against that one man of K9 Esports. We always knew that Ninja Boy is a mechanically gifted player. But to this extent, oh man.
And what a time to come alive, Necro, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Just when you're getting to the prime stages of the competition, even with the official events on its way, for Ninja Boy, this is going to help him by leaps and bounds. Encourage his team to even perform better. As of now, Bottom Esports, you could see just a little bit of a standstill. This is something that we're not really used to. Because at this point, Bottom Esports pretty much must be lurking around somewhere around the edges, looking for fights. But look at how much they have evolved and changed in just a week's time. And this time, just trying to play around the center, trying to get all that information feed it off to their players. One thing they know that they're brimming with confidence. So if a fight really comes at their way, surely will be one of the favorites to win it all.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, this is Phoenix Esports' game. I mean...
Is it?
Yeah, the way they're placed too. And looking at the next circle shift as well, Phoenix Esports, they're heavily favored. This has to be their game. The stars were aligned from the start.
They've been so gloomy lately.
Yeah, but you know, they always get that one single big game and then they're done for the day.
So.
That's how they are. So maybe this is going to be that game.
Look at this ball. Coming in from the southeastern side, you've got Just Jelly, you've got Borami, even Orangutan, even the likes of Genesis, Scotsrain, everybody present. And we're going to see a lot of those teams trying to flush in inside the circle, and that will open the floodgates to so many different fights brewing up. Whilst Team Empire, they've got all that vision, they've got all that information to work around with as Borami Esports instantly go for a slam-in.
Oh, even Myth is right there around the fray. And what just happened? Both of them locked horns. Monty falls down. He does not even stand a chance against Myth because they've got too many players in that scenario. The 3-on-1 could not have been done, but then Bot Army Esports comes in and hits back. But even Team Empire from the back is going to start a scratch. As Bot Army Esports, now they're crumbling down. And it's not a great thing. The fourth denied. But it's completely okay. Bot Army Esports, they've done more than enough in this entire day. One game left out. Fine, but for Myth Official, they've still got their lifelines going in. They can't survive the players of Team Empire, as Empire's now starting to toss the nades. It's just in the hope that maybe some of them will find the connection. But the answer's going to be no. Empire gets knocked out, and this is such a bad outing for Team Empire. Empire's getting third party from somewhere else. They're grabbing too much attention upon themselves, and as you mentioned, it's the players of Phoenix Esports who found that knock.
And now it's getting even more exciting because the ones being the king of the hills, Team Empire, suddenly their empire, their existence is up for doubt, is up for grabs over here as Myth Officials slowly but surely trying to pace in. Team Empire still looking to get the numbers back up as the IGL himself down on his knees as Predator, trying to provide that cover fire, trying to buy enough time to somehow hold the fort. At this point, Myth Official, they know that the time is right, but to their grief, they do not have enough numbers to back it up with. They've got so many of the others also on their backlines, especially Team Jelly. The moment you expose yourself, you are going to be under severe threat from the backlines. As of now, Phoenix, they've got their numbers right. All the players at the same position around those squad houses, and maybe Phoenix Esports could really walk away with a chicken dinner. But now, Team Empire, they've been given enough time to recuperate. And this will now, again, give them that hard reset that they wanted, and they could again engage right back in. Because on their backlines, Necro, I see nobody.
Yeah, you don't see anyone, but hold on to that thought. OG, just spamming the grounds, finding that confirmation. Genesis in a world of trouble. Down a man. And OG making sure that the opponents will now cripple. There's still another foe lingering around the same vicinity, and that will be Just Jelly. A team that is already down in the slumbers, and even slowly and steadily getting even more. Something needs to be done for Just Jelly as well. They need to try and make the climb back up. They need to claw back in the overall standings. OG is going to be one of those teams that will make sure that that does not happen. Because they're just barely on the edge. And OG is playing for the eliminations, that's for sure. Because they're already in the comfort zone in the overall standings. Hold on to that thought, though. Now it's Red Ross taking a fight against Diesel Esports. Sham, that nade is right next to him. Ouch. And he will be evaporated into thin air. Diesel Esports do take an exit. And even Red Ross, they've stepped up by a mile. Even the first game, Red Ross was doing really good. Now this game as well, they've got 8 finishes. Red Ross is always there on the board every single time, making themselves noticed in the game.
And they're still cooking. Hold on, Lucifer has taken some hefty amount of damage there. Instantly backs off. Needs to patch himself up, administer that first aid, and get themselves right back in, because the circle, it has shifted away from them, and now even Phoenix Esports, they have to come out of their hiding. that squad house no more in near contention as Team Empire. They might devour all the others and get the chicken dinner to themselves. Given the fact that they have their backlines clear, they have to deal with the players of Myth Officials, as even Red Ross, they're looking for a frontal assault, but every single team knows the moment they dive in, they are going to be on the constant threat of fire coming in from the backlines. Somebody has to get that trickles so that the others could follow. As Empire, he starts opening up, and the next foes on their hit list would be the players of Wingod. One of the players already down, and now Team Empire, they've got a really nice spread to work things around. Especially, they've got all their corners covered. Now, Phoenix Esports, they have to find those ridges. They're a little bit of those dips which they can really play around.
The best part is
this game could really go well for them.
Yeah, the best part is they've got the man number to do so. So Team Empire can easily hold on to that pinnacle. And that's what they're exactly doing. A lot of foes now starting to approach at the same time, and Team Empire, for them, it's going to be hell break and lose up on top of them. But they're still constantly fighting, giving it all they've got. OG, they come crashing down against Team Empire as well, but Empire making sure that they're giving all the answers to the players of OG, and that's what exactly happens. OG, they crumble, but now still another foe's lies, and that's going to be Just Jelly. Two players standing in the front, utilities tossed against them. Empire himself is going to be the man leading the pack. And Team Empire, they've got such a great spot to play with. Sam is going to be the one to close on up against Empire. If Just Jelly comes out on top of this jewel, this will be important. Empire gets taken down, and now the entirety of Team Empire has been handicapped. A three-man squad looking to take down the entirety of Just Jelly will be a tough pill to swallow, but they can still make it happen considering they've got the advantage.
Look at this. Team Empire still have that high ground to play with. Sam just trying to pick up any scraps that he can get, salvage any finish that he can possibly bag as Josh Jelly. Again, it is going to be an uphill task, and quite literally they are doing that. They also have to be careful because they're not inside the circle. As Smith Official, they still are. However, the numbers really not helping their case over here. As Team Empire, lying in wait, they're waiting for Josh Jelly to make a mistake. They can also make some good work out of the players of even Wingod, just being one of the last men alive as Phoenix Esports. They also decide to dive in. Altu, he's found a good spot for the team to hold on to as Team Empire can go downhill from the sidelines as Lucifer has been spotted by Jelly himself. And Jelly shows no mercy as Beast trying to inch in a little closer. A little bit of a misplay there, and he's been punished. That leaves Red Ross with the last man alive, and he is going to be Arthur.
Everyone needs to move out in the open, because the circle itself is in the open. A few teams have already got a great spot to play with. One of them is also Phoenix Esports, but even Team Empire, they've got the man number, so they can gather a lot of that intel and a lot of the place for themselves in the circle itself. But Just Jelly, as they try to close on up Myth, they make sure that Jelly will be in pain. Two players knocked out. Team Empire still from the top. They can try and steal a few elimination points away, get that piece of the pie for themselves. At least get the advantage in this fight, and that's what they're exactly doing. They've got the high ground advantage in the fight itself. As Oxen once again gets back in the vehicle, but a beautiful place nade from Fury. He's gonna nail that player down. Phoenix Esports still in the race, looking pretty strong, but there's one man from Red Ross all the way back in the blue who can be a potential threat.
At this point, Phoenix Esports, they've got their hearts almost out of their mouth right now. As Fury spotting out Team Empire's Hunter. The only disadvantage is they're playing from the low grounds. Gives Team Empire an advantage to play around with, and they've also got the better of the zone. For Phoenix Esports, it is going to be such an arduous task, especially with their players falling down one after the other. Really does not help them in their endeavors of securing glory. As Phantom, he's got a different angle to play around with, but Predator, a constant looming threat, just bombarding them with all the resources that he has under his arsenal. As even for Hunter, he's got Phantom pinned out, but Yash, he is quite sneaky. He's still hidden. He's still alive.
This seems like an Empire game. They've got the zone to play with. They've also got the high ground to play with. If Just Jelly somehow pulls a rabbit out of their hat, then maybe it can be stolen away.
It can.
As long as Team Empire is not going to be backstabbed, it all seems good in the hood. Phoenix Esports, they can't do anything from the lower grounds. They're forced to take a fight against Just Jelly and take that position over, but instead Ninja finds a beautiful knock. And that will be a return knock that they needed. But Artel from the back will also divert the attention upon himself. And now Team Empire from the back will also get rid of the players of Phoenix Esports. What's going on, Phoenix? Completely lost in the sauce. They don't exactly know what's going on there. They decided to stop between the players of Just Jelly and Team Empire, and instead got sandwiched to death. And Team Empire from the top is now just raining down death and destruction. Do they know there's one man from Phoenix Esports? Yes, they do. They sniff him out as well as they put an end to his story. There was one player of Wingod Esports in the outskirts who's gone for that match strat, and he's still doing so as well. He's been spotted. Shots taken. Even that elimination's collected. Team Empire absolutely on fire in this game.
They were, and the moment the gods of BGMI blessed them with the circle, they made sure that they had this in the bag, and no denying Ace will get that final nail in the coffin with that Team Empire script. Their comeback inside of the Snapdragon Pro Series, a beautiful, well-fought chicken dinner. It was not really easy considering so many teams had their attention spent on them, and there were those occasions where the circle also betrayed them, and they still were quite valiant and just refused to die. And finally the boys are back, and they're here to make a statement. And this is where we had our concerns over this roster. We felt like heading on into week 3, week 4, this team might crumble, considering did not have a lot of experience going on. But this chicken dinner is going to be so helpful, especially for these young lads, especially when you are given a circle, you are bound to convert that, and they did. But for Phoenix Esports, I still feel they made the best out of the situation. They were caught between a rock and a hard place over there. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, surrounded by teams. But the ones that really impressed me were Team Jelly and that last player from Wingod who survived till the very end.
Yeah, but I don't think so Phoenix Esports was able to squeeze a lot of elimination points away in the first place. So they don't have a lot of points from that previous game. But yeah, it really does feel like Bot Army Esports and Myth are sort of inspiring the newer faces on the block here, man. Even Empire now stepping things up. Fixes, if you remember, Empire was one of those teams that barely qualified from the Open Finals on the 16th spot. And now look at them. They're doing so good in the top 16. Hell, rule out some of the teams that are the T1s that we call them. Phoenix Esports, 8-Bit, CK, struggling over and over again. And here comes teams like Bot Army Esports, Myth, just proving themselves over and over again next to Empire, doing a great job. Honestly, they deserve to be in the top 16.
Pretty much all these teams, there are lesser known faces are playing as if their life depends on it, on this tournament. And quite literally, given, we've said, right, this is such a huge tournament to kick things off, kind of sets the ball rolling. You've got the officials coming up next, and now you are going against such a stacked up lobby and doing so well for yourself. That will instill that confidence within you. And this match was so wholesome considering what we witnessed from Ninja Boy. Surely, I'm kind of really bummed with the fact that he did not get the MVP in this one, because boy, he surely did. But still, nothing taken away from Beast. He's been such a young lad. He's been so dynamic. Previously used to play for WSP, now under Red Ross. I think he's also been cooking. 5 finishes, well earned.
Exactly. I mean, 5 finishes racked up, 56% finish contribution. Even Ninja Boy had 5 finishes, by the way, but unfortunately, he's pretty close. I'm pretty sure in the MVP list, but unfortunately,
I think the survival time.
Yeah, the survival time is something that really put a big impact, or maybe even the damage, right? Considering he was surviving for such a long time, so even that could be the difference maker. You've got the best companion, Beast, once again, right there is the big difference maker. And then you've got Ace being the finisher. Team Empire, every single player, once again, seems like they're awake. For some reason in the week 2, Team Empire weren't really able to do that great, but in week 3, definitely off to a great start, off to a flying start. Day 2, they're doing really good. All they need to do now is just hit that average, keep themselves pinned down in the overall standings, and then you're good to go in the LAN finale.
Yeah, and even for Myth Official, this time it was a decent outing, given they were in such a weird spot over there. I felt for a moment Josh Shelley could ambush at them at any given time, and they had those casualties. But on the brighter side, they took a fight against Bot Army Esports, who was literally on the momentum train over there, and dealing with them. Now, even for Myth Official, it's such a big leap. I would love to see where they stand in terms of the overall standings. Have they squeezed in through the top 16? Because today's games for Myth Official are finally over. Next up, we've got a whole set of different teams coming up, and with Empire also getting a chicken, Josh Shelley getting decent amount of points in these two games. There you have 15 points is quite a number considering how volatile the standings have been looking like. And Team Empire, this 21 is definitely going to catapult them quite up in the standings, maybe even inside the top 6.
Now, looking at Phoenix Esports' performance in this game, 9 points, yeah, okayish performance, but just in one game. That's
Still
not going to
better
cut
than
it.
0, man.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it's still better than 0, but in the first game, they actually got a 0. So they needed this game in the bag no matter what. That's what Phoenix Esports needs to realize. They need to know that the sword is literally on top of their necks. One game left out, that means you are pretty much done for. You need to be there in the LAN finale. You've made yourself known in the community for such a long time. You've been at the top of the food chain. And now watching you decline, it definitely hurts.
It does. And at this point, I do not know which side of the story or which part of a spectrum do I want to incline into. Is it about us paving the path for the new underdogs to come into the scene and, just make sure that they've been getting that spotlight? Or is it about us talking about the old dogs making their comeback? Because the way the hunger, the desperation these new kids are showing, I think I'm kind of inclined into their way. I think it's due time where we usher in to the new era of where these young lads are giving it their all and finally getting their money's worth. So at this point, I think for all these new rising talents, I think they are setting an example. Myth Official, Bot Army Esports, Team Empire, and I hope all these newer teams get on inside the grand finals and we have a whole new exciting 2025 with so much happening. I think this will get the scene right back as it rightfully deserves.
You know what? The bragging rights we speak of, it really does give a big ego to a team, right? Especially when you win a tournament or when you're even in the podium finish. That's a big bragging right for you. And as soon as you get those bragging rights, you sort of feel that you're supreme. You sort of feel that you're the best. And for some reason, it really builds up that complacency. I understand having an ego is a good thing, but justifying that ego is something that you need to do as well as an esports athlete. Just doing good once and then letting it go completely and still having that ego is a big problem, man. Always keep justifying your ego. Having an ego is a good thing, but just justify it, man. Simple.
Just simply put your money where your mouth is. If you are a talker, make sure you walk the talk. So that being said, of course, we've got two new groups coming into play, and there will be a couple of these teams we will be looking out for Miracle Esports. 8-bit, definitely once again, the attention is shifted on towards them. Can they somehow script this comeback? I do not know. They are pretty much down the rabbit hole, struggling, and anything and everything that has gone wrong. Yes, Murphy's Law has literally happened for them, but at this point, I would love to see 8-bit get a chicken dinner. Do not give me a chicken dinner with 15-20 finishes. Just give me a chicken dinner and I'll be a happy man.
I mean, look, this is going to be the last day where I hope that 8-bit does good.
After this, we're giving up, right?
Yeah, I'm just giving up. I'm done. I'm not going to speak about 8-bit anymore. I'm just going to say the latter half of the board. Simple. I'm just going to count them in that. I'm not going to give them any sort of special limelight saying that, 8-bit needs to try and pop up, because at this point, it's been too long. It's been almost 3 weeks, and we're still hoping that 8-bit pulls off some sort of comeback while 8-bit is just there at the bottom, not doing anything.
I mean, we have to give them a little bit of a leeway. Maybe tomorrow also is their final chance. But that being said, we will head over to the rainforest. And alongside that, we've got two amazing casters to take on this game. So over to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Fixes. And yes, definitely, it's high time that we give the due credit to the new faces, new bunch of lads, just like the players of Bot Army Esports. But their matches were over. Now we have got the players of Group E and D coming up on the map of Sanhok, as we have got the Northern Flight Path. And since I can't do this job alone, accompanying me on the desk is going to be Scared. Scared, how excited are you? And look at the circle. Already, I love it. There is some percentage of water in it.
Yeah, at this point, I'd have to say that I'm really excited for this one game since it's Sanhok, and I'd be able to say yeehaw as soon as I see people riding on that horse. But I really like this cat parachute, man. Let's be brutally honest. It's super fun. It's super nice. And yes, I'm more of that pooky stuff. But either ways, now coming back into this group, Shadow, thank you so much for bringing all of us in. The question is, how are the teams who are looking from the 17th spot all the way to the 24th, 25th spot going to perform? That's going to be the big question, because we saw some few names even yesterday, like Team Hero Extreme Godek, who have been on top of that leaderboard. Their positions have been dropped down all the way to the 6th place. And this entire group, if you really look at it, Shadow, apart from the first 5 teams, everyone starting from middle all the way towards M40, they are on the bottom of the leaderboard.
Agreed. Only 6 teams. They are in the safe zone. Metal Esports also on the struggling side. And yesterday, the team which had a really good day was the plus of Team Reckoning, as they got chicken dinners. They got total of 32 points. But Fixers and Neeraj were talking about 8-bit. That it's high time that 8-bit, they need to pull off a chicken dinner. But I doubt that can happen, because statistically speaking, if you look at the performance which 8-bit has been showcasing in the map of Sanhok, first week they got only 7 points, second week they got only 6 points, and same goes for Weekendy, just 2 points in week number 1 in the map of Weekendy, 3 points in week number 2. So Sanhok and Weekendy have never been the strong points for the plus of 8-bit. Expecting them to stage a comeback on this day, especially when you have got 2 off maps where you have been struggling, I don't know how 8-bit is going to make it in the top 16.
I agree. 8-bit have been struggling out of these off maps, and not just on the off maps, let's be brutally honest. They've been struggling in general. But their Erangel looks a bit more better, a bit more refined. But it's Erangel we're talking about. It looks a bit more better and refined for almost every other team out there. And since you touched upon the point of 8-bit, I was about to say as well that every other team, all the way from the 29th spot to the 32nd spot, I don't see a way for them to make into the top 16 if that performance continues. I mean, let's be honest, for M40, 27 points, yeah, it just seems that they're out of that list entirely. It's 100 points, and you need to grab all of those 100 points in somewhere around 9 to 10 games maybe. That's a big thing to ask, and at the same time, legit, they're also all the way down to just 49 points in their bags. So if not today, I don't think so they'll have any possibility for even tomorrow, or maybe even for the next week itself. But for every other team who are all the way to the 28th spot till RGC, they have got a potential chance to make it up. But for now, it's M40 who'd be able to take that one pick away. Genex FM, unfortunate for them, they're losing their early member. It's going to be Dhrov OG as the first casualty for this entire game itself. A bit of a bummer for them, since even they are on the 25th spot.
Oh yes. But I'm going to place my bets onto the plus of Gujarat Tigers, because if you look at the performance which they delivered yesterday, they came on the 2nd spot on the map of Sanhok. Even Gujarat Tigers have been struggling in the previous week, but yesterday was a decent day for Gujarat Tigers. So I think after yesterday's performance, Gujarat Tigers ought to get a victory on the map of Sanhok this time. Considering the circle is also favoring them. We have got the northern circle with Gujarat Tigers. They have the entire boot camp under their control. So there is a chance of Gujarat Tigers doing really well in this one. But I don't like the close proximity between the plus of Wild Fangs and Gen FM. Because even the plus of Gen FM, they are on the struggling side. They have already lost on to one of the player, and going up against the plus of Wild Fangs, who are running high on confidence because they got a chicken dinner just yesterday. I don't think Genex FM is ready to poke the bears at this point.
Yeah, I guess so as well. As you mentioned, losing that early member, at this point you really need to play a bit more safe. And guess what? The moment I say that, Wild Fang, and that too Sensei, finds the first one. We've been talking about Sensei for a long time now and mentioning how he's been on a bit of that struggling phase. Wait, hold on a second. Vishu, he didn't really just do what he did. Almost being taken down there. If Sensei would have connected one extra bullet, that might have been the second pick for the guy. Alright, they're just making a few risky plays out there, Shadow.
Already told you, though, they are poking the bears. And it's not looking really good, but finally Medric finds an opening onto Sensei. Takes him down. And the confirmation is also there. Sensei being so out in the open. But look at that. The confirmation point went to the plus of Team Medal. Legit secured that finish point. And I think Gen X FM are going to be so much angry at this point, because they lost on to 2 players. The one finish point which they could have earned is also getting stolen by the plus of Medal. But this is a problem, because Medal can do a third party in this scenario, because the plus of Wildfangs have already moved in, and seems like the next victim could be the plus of -42 plus already down.
Yeah, Scout, he can eventually get the third one as well, possibly. If he tried to play his cards right, the nade spotted out. He needs to run away to survive. The cover fire is there for his team. And that's going to be Wildfang, Trey Scott catching Spider. So that's the third player now they're going to be catching in. The only remaining member for M40, just running for his life. I mean, at this point, you only have 28 points in total. You might as well just go in for the fight. But at the same time, since we're talking on the road of talking about taking the fights and, you know, staying up to the places where you need to be, or maybe taking a step back, Sensei, that was a big problem for him. He just overstayed all the way out there. We'll talk about that later. Hold on to that thought, as Dinosaurs is going to be struggling right now. Turns into the FPP, tries to go in for the shots. DPS spin, not good enough. And it's going to be RGC taking down the members of Reckoning. We were talking about Reckoning and how they were doing a pretty solid job, but right now, losing an early member, and now Keoya is also not in a very solid position. It's going to be basically the same thing as it was with Dinosaurs. Dope fires some shots, and the person who was providing the cover has been brought down to the knees. Dope low in that HP by Keoya's nade, but still does not do the job that very well. So RGC should have the advantage, and they will, as they find out with those DPS shots where one more person is. But guess what? There's another team who's been doing the third party, and RGC Dope finally answering them back as well.
Well, RGC is one of those teams which clutched in the map of Sanhok yesterday as well, against the plus of God's Rain, where 8-bit was doing a third party. Seems like a deja vu moment, but this time it is Reckoning and Hidden Ones. Reckoning Gravity, the last man standing from their side. For how long can he survive? Just look at the mini-map. It's not only Hidden Ones, but also the plus of team Vasista in the close proximity, and Gravity is in worst possible spot. But seems like even Wildfangs are also coming under heavy fire, as Scout has been eliminated by Hero Extreme Godlike, and Wildfangs now left with only 2 players.
True. It's a big cluster that's forming in here. And in the meantime though, oh my god, Hidden Ones directly going into the crosshairs of Vashista Esports. You just mentioned about them, Shadow.
Yep.
That Vashista were in the close proximity, and guess what? Hidden Ones definitely did not listen to you.
Oh, they didn't. They didn't. They were not aware about the surroundings, and seems like Vasista is definitely ranking up and accumulating those finish points. Hidden Ones, such a bad start. Now they need to back away from the situation, and seems like they're already backing off. But RGC, that was a blessing in disguise for them, because they had the time to readjust and go for the rescue mission and have that control of the compound. But so many teams are eyeing for that Paradise Resort area. So many teams are accumulating towards the center. Even Bootcamp, if you look at the side of Bootcamp, we have got Gen FM, Middle Esports, Legit, and Gujarat Tigers as well. But for Miracle is one of those teams who is going for a very late rotation.
Yeah, they're going for a late rotation, but at the same time, I really want to talk about the members of Godlike, as again, they heard the commotion where Wingod were. Wildfangs, they're still trying to survive out there from this onslaught, as again, it's the full-fledged lineup of Godlike Esports. Unfortunate for them, only just a couple of players remaining right now. Seth, he has been a big pillar, but right now in this, Trey Scott is the one who's been stepping up. This could very well be a big play at Minnow. Super low in that HP. Now needs the cover from his teammate, as both need to jump in at the same time, and Seth will fall down on his knees and sent back home. It's only Trey Scott remaining. Is he going to pack up in front of Godlike members, or is he going to force Godlike to pack things up? That's the big question. Punk is still down on his knees. They need to get that man back up on his feet, and then they will go for the fight. 40 is also close by. You've got to be wary about the surroundings. There's also 8-bit. Oasis is the one who's been scouting out the area a bit. So gotta need to wrap up whatever they're doing, and that too very quickly. Trace God's running away. He wants to survive with that buggy, and also the cover from the rock is what's helped him escape now. So he will eventually try to get a few more position points for his team.
Well, certainly, Trace God wants to survive, and he has made the mature decision to go for the placement points. But like you said, Oasis is in such a close proximity to the players of Hero Extreme Godlike that also brings up the conversation that just in case, if Oasis gets knocked out, there is no chance of a revival happening. And seems like Jonathan is already aware about the position of Oasis.
Yeah.
So this is high time that Oasis needs to find a safe cover for himself. But as a circle takes a hybrid shift, I think Bootcamp and Paradise Resort, their real estate prices are going to go really high. Where Gujarat Tigers, they do have a very good spot for themselves. Even the players of Vasista have a very good decent compound to their name. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they are on the western periphery of the circle. They need to mitigate all the threat and move inside the circle ASAP. Maybe they can go for the southern rotation, but this is a risky move which Punk is pulling off. All the 4 players in a vehicle which is about to be blown up.
I agree. It indeed is a risky move, but my question is, I want to come back on the point of Godlike as to where are they going to rotate from? Are they going to go take the southern rotation shift, or are they going to go in from the bridge that is actually close by? They don't really have a lot of information about all of those spaces. And again, you mentioned about the real estate prices of Bootcamp being increased. Yes, it's going to increase a lot, Shadow, because it's almost in the smack center. The warehouses around it definitely are. So the next couple of zone shifts, you know, if you've got the entire control of Bootcamp, you still will be in the safe space. So you have a lot more time now to scout out your surroundings, understand which team is playing, where the clusters are a bit more, and where do you need to move. And Gujarat Tigers are the team that have got a good control of that space. They are barely in the top 16 right now, literally at the 16th spot. So Gujarat Tigers, definitely a team who would want to capitalize onto this blessing in the form of zone.
Look at that. Oasis right in the crosshairs of Punk. 8-bit. They are pulling off such risky moves at this point. And seems like Oasis is not even aware that his position has been compromised.
Probably.
I like the split which is coming from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike, because if you look at Edmino, he's already crossed over the river. And he can be that anchor to bring his entire team inside the circle. Oh my god. This is not looking good for 8-bit.
It indeed is not. It just seems like Godlike are those vultures out there high up in the sky you don't even know. Or maybe the eagles in the forms of vulture can definitely play as a massive spoiler for 8-bit. If not just the spoiler, maybe can end their game entirely. 8-bit have been struggling for their form a lot, and if they don't perform today, their hopes of qualifying in the top 16 are also going to go down into the drain. So that's a big thing. Also, we have...
Gravity is hiding.
Yeah, we have Gravity just hiding behind that rock. The question is, do RGC know about him?
Of course not.
Wow.
If they knew, they would have definitely rushed onto him. But seems like the fight is already happening as Gujarat Tigers. Arman has been knocked out. And look at the split which is coming from the side of Gujarat Tigers. They need to regroup, because just in case, if a team rush onto one of the single player, there is no chance of a revival also. Gujarat Tigers, they don't want to lose on such a good opportunity where the circle is favoring them heavily.
True.
So next circle shift is still favoring the players of Vasishta and Gujarat Tigers.
Yeah, Gujarat Tigers can now potentially gatekeep any other team who wants to make their way into the circle through the bootcamp area. But again, from the down south part, that's where Legit Esports slowly and steadily have moved up onto the compounds that are on the southern end. So there's going to be a humongous cluster right now forming just down south of the Paradise Resort. The hills are a very good spot in terms of having that high ground control as well, and that's probably where we're going to see the next few actions.
You know what's scared? I'm just going to ask you to give me the prediction for this map. Who is going to come victorious? I go with VXT.
VXT can definitely come out victorious, but the question is, are they going to go unscathed against Team Tamilas? because there's quite a lot of players in the exact same vicinity. In the meantime, though, where it did see in the finish speed, I mentioned about the fight that could break out on the eastern edges, down south of the Paradise Resort. That's exactly where Do or Die just wiped out middle, who were trying to go in and take that rotation. Just a couple of members remaining right now. They got a confirmation of one at least, so the scouter has been taken care of. But right now, I don't really like this positioning of VXT. All of them in the exact same compound. They don't really have any kind of information. They're all just watching through the exact same windows. Team Tamila's... Here's the thing, Shadow. If you really think about it, yes, considerably they've got a better positioning. But we have known Team Tamilas to prolong their fights for longer than usual. And if they stay in that position for a longer time, 8-bit will eventually close in the gap from the northern part. What is VXT doing?
You have dodged my question and not giving me the prediction. But just to answer your question, yes, Team Tamilas tend to prolong those fights. But Sanhok is one of those maps where VXT, they shine the most. They have got the highest points. And look at that, a third party coming in the picture as 8-bit finds a knock onto Mr. IGL of Team Tamilas. Now VXT, all they need to do is just defend their compounds and find those points here and there, as Maxi OP also finds a trade onto Omega from the moving vehicle. In 8-bit is in such shambles at this point as Omega has been eliminated. Even Oways goes down through the hands of Raiden.
Yeah, that's a big problem right now. There's a few of utilities being thrown in, and Mafia, man oh man, all the way from far behind, will finally wipe the floor off the members of middle. But at the same time, they're still versatile out there sitting. They want no part of that action. They had the perfect chance to go in for the third party, but they're deciding to go in for the circle itself, and I think so that's a very solid decision. Versatile right now, firing a few shots, taking the fights on multiple fronts, but guess what? Godlike were also there all the way on the western fronts. We'll talk about them in a while, as in the meantime his power wipes the floor off of Sanchit, who was out in the open, but his power himself is now the receiving end of the spectrum, though he will still jump into the cover as Dope wants revenge. He wants to take down the members of Versatile, but he just does not have the ground for that.
Look at that, even Hero Extreme Godlike is also finding knocks onto the plus of Team 8-bit. Yes, I do agree RGC and VXT are in a sort of a pickle, but RGC makes a mature decision to prioritize a circle and move inside the safety of the zone, because they are 150 meters away from it. But look at the team which is right in the center of the circle. That is going to be the players of Do or Die. They do have a decent compound to their name, even legit. They have a southern compound to their name. On the periphery, we have the players of Team Vasista. These three teams are heavily favored by the circle, but Hero Extreme Godlike finding the players of Hidden Ones out in the open as Mortis gets taken down and Jonathan gets a confirmation point, also leaving Alien all by himself. But there is a trade also coming on to Edmino. They have to go for the revival at this point.
But the thing is, Godlike, they're also prolonging this fight a bit too much. 40 more seconds, they need to jump into the safe space. They don't really have any kind of covers. The only hard covers are right now being occupied by Versatile, so they can gatekeep the members of Godlike. I don't know if that's a good decision or not. They don't even have the vehicles. And just down south are going to be the members of Legit Esports, who are for now gatekeeping the members of 4 Miracles. So that's going to be a big thing. Versatile, they will be able to wipe off Zverev, GT. Oh my goodness, just get obliterated. S Power, there's a reason why this man is still on top of the Finnish leaderboard, and he is showing us exactly that.
Team Versatile, they shine the most on the map of Sanhok, but for now we have got the players of Legit Esports completely dismantling the team players of 4 Miracle, and one more bad game for the players of 4 Miracle. Legit, yes, they do have a good compound to their name, but they need to leave that compound because they are 15 meters away from the circle. Hero Extreme Godlike on the western periphery of the circle, so adjacent to the players of Team VXT. Even Vashishta, they are in sort of a pickle against the players of Do or Die, as the circle has taken a western shift and S Power goes down through the hands of Edmino. Perfect grenade being lobbed. This is the moment where Hero Extreme Godlike need to charge towards the side of VXT.
Yeah, absolutely. This could be a very well opportunity for them. Maybe a blessing. Edmino, my god, this man, he always gets those nerves up for us. But it's fine, he's safe. I wanted to point out as well in the meantime that Mafia was taken down by the play zone from 8-bit, and 8-bit have been still struggling out of the exact same form, but as of now, Godlike, they're also struggling, being dispensered between a couple of teams, and there could also be RGC who can be a big spoiler for them. Godlike need to be careful at this point. Legit, they don't have the high ground, so they're going to be in a bit of trouble. But Rishi and Dope, they were taken down too. And guess what? It's Legit who eventually saved the day for the members of Godlike as Zap steals that final finish point away. Legit under the heavy fire in the crosses. Zap has got a solid positioning for his team.
Of course, Zap can be that instrumental player who can eliminate the entirety of Team Legend Esports, where Punk is keeping his entire attention towards the side of VXT and Do or Die. Even Do or Die are in shambles as Bhalu gets taken down by Playzone. Proton gets a confirmation point. Edwino with a grenade finds a knock onto Equinox. Even Raiden goes down. This is the moment where Godlike can shine, but S-Power finds one knock. But seems like the trade was there, and Hero Extreme Godlike has eliminated the entirety of VXT. 10 finishes, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they are running death and destruction in the lobby. Next victim could be the plus of Legit.
Absolutely, because that's the only team who can eventually take the fight as Jonathan fires the shots, catches down Curse God, and he is down on his knees. No amount of curse or voodoo can save you this time around, as Legit, they're still trying to hold their ground just behind those rocks, but they do not have the time. The only member of Do or Die right now remaining is Reaper on his feet, who was going for the heal battle. Couple of players knocked out inside the circle, as they were the ones who ruined it as well for the members of Versatile. That's just a silver platter game for Godlike. I wouldn't exactly say served on a silver platter because they had to do their heavy lifting. But right now, Jonathan and Minnow, both of these members can take down, or rather gatekeep, the entirety of Legit, as Punk is already in the circle. He is in an off angle in a position and eventually stop the pursuit, or maybe provide the cover fire as Jonathan fires some shots on Zeus as well, who's down on his knees, and Proton 2 will be taken down. It's the last remaining member, Choco, who will be finished off as well. Do or Die get the second place, but Shadow Godlike will get the chicken.
Of course they will. Of course they will. 15 finishes. Hero Extreme Godlike. They were on a rampage in this one. But wait a second. Reaper spots Punk out in the open, trying to take him down. As Reaper will go down by the Playzone, but no, Punk will eliminate him. And Do or Die, they have been eliminated on the 13th, on the third spot. For Miracle Hesperos going for the heal battle, getting those crucial placement points for the team. But Hero Extreme Godlike, 16 finishes. They were picking fights on the multiple fronts. One side they were picking fight with the plus of Legend, other side Edmino was picking fight with the plus of Team VXT, and Godlike, they were winning every single one of them.
Yeah, you know, I'll have to point out one thing. For Miracle Hesperos, this man is going to secure the second place for his team. We have a bit of a leeway with ourselves, Shadow, you know that. And it's the map feed, right? We have the access for that. Hesperos was not even visible in that. That's how far away he was from the entire circle and entire action. We're going to be seeing Jonathan doing those emotes as well. This team is having fun. They know that chicken is inevitable for them, so they will have their own fun time. Hesperos wants to get one elimination. He only got the knock, not the finish. But guess what? It's Godlike with a behemoth chicken dinner for themselves. 26 points in their bag, grabbed for the first game of Sanhok.
I think they are going to secure the top spot in the leaderboard after this one. They were all over the place. They were taking so many fights. The rotations were perfect from the side of Hero Extreme Godlike. First, they dealt with the plus of Team Wildfangs. They also dealt with the plus of -40, the last player. And after that, so many fights. They dealt with RGC, Legit Esports, VXT. I think the way Punk is leading the entire team, they just hunt like a pack of wolves, always together, always having the perfect cover fires for each other and picking up multiple fights and winning every single one of them. I think Godlike is looking so prepared for the challenge finals.
I'll just have to say, you know, this team, there were a lot of people who were having some of the question marks when the IGL was replaced. Jelly was the one who was leading the team, and then Punk was brought into the lineup, and then he started to lead the team. Yeah, there were struggles in the early phases, but then slowly and steadily we saw how team adapted and adjusted around that IGLing, and how Punk was enabling his teammates. I'll always, you know, like to mention the point where if the team is performing really well and your star fragger is fragging out like crazy, yes, in terms of the aim, he's got a cracked aim, but also it's the IGL who enables that player, who enables your entry fragger. So that's a very solid play that Punk always likes to go with, that he enables his team, he gets them in the position where they can use their strengths to win out the game, and that's exactly what has been happening with the members of Godlike. They have got a solid firepower in the form of Jonathan and Minnow, and Punk really knows how to play around both of them, and Zap is also adding a good mix.
See, for me, the star player and the main player who took the main fight were Edwino and Zap, because Zap, he was keeping an eye onto the players of Legit Esports, and Edwino, I think the most important fight which the players of Hero Extreme won was against the players of VXT, because VXT were in such a good contention for that winner chicken dinner, but Edwino's grenade found the perfect knock onto two players of VXT, and after that 50% of the battle was won, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they had the entire northern western control towards them. All they had to do is just look in the front and find those frags, which they did after eliminating the players of VXT. But so many teams also staged a comeback, like the players of Do or Die. They were in such a dire need of points. Even Legit Esports trying to get those points in this one. Yes, they have got the placement points, but for Miracle, they were also on the struggling side. So this day, I think this group, they have started with a comeback story for so many teams. At least in terms of the placement points, the comeback is there.
I 100% agree. Specifically for 4 Miracles, you mentioned Hesperos.
Yeah.
He has been the man who's a bit of a star for the team too, who frags out a bit for his team, but also he knows when to play it safe. And that's why he was the one who was doing those heal battles. Now, you would never imagine someone in this kind of situation to be in the second place, but he eventually pulled his team up. I believe his team had 2 finish points as well, so that puts them up in the 8 point, and that's the average that we always talk about. But if you're 4 Miracles, do you think the average is going to work out for you, or would you have to do a bit more heavy lifting? Because we'll talk about that in a while, we'll get back on that point, but in the meantime, the man who did a lot of heavy lifting for his team, Godlike Jonathan, 5 finishes, and guess what, Shadow? With 5 finishes, he only has 31% finished contribution.
And that's because the entire team was accumulating those finishes. 16 finishes to the entire team. And he's the best companion as well. 2 rescues, 1 assist. I think Jonathan was doing wonders in this particular Sanhok. Hero Extreme Godlike, like I said, they have worked on the off maps. Erangel and Miramar were already very strong. And they are looking so refined for the Challenge Finals. Maybe they can be in the top 5 in the Challenge Finals as well.
Some big statements out there being said, but you know what, Shadow, I'm actually going to agree with your point. I think so. You mentioned that maybe top 5. I'm going to say that they can also be top 3 or even lift the trophy if this performance is kept up. Again, star point if this performance is kept up, but at the same time, there's still a few other teams, not in these 2 groups though, that have been really cracking in for that top 5, but rather who are still trying to struggle to enter even in that top 16. Again, most of the teams right now in the bottom of the leaderboard are from these 2 groups. So you could still say for the teams who are already up above, it's a bit of an easy matchup for them. I wouldn't exactly call it easy. It's a bit harsh for me to put it in that way. But if you compare it, again, they might have a bit more confidence just because of the fact that they are being put right now with the teams who are on the lower end, who are still struggling for the form and the confidence.
See, the teams who are on the top of the leaderboard, obviously they'll go for the hunt. But I think the teams who are on the bottom, they are playing very cautiously. They are going for the slow rotations, just like the players of 4 Miracle. Because if you notice, they were engaging in a fight with the players of Gen FM. After getting those 2 finish points, they realized that Legit Esports is trying to gatekeep them. Immediately, they decided to go for the mid strat, because if they had decided to move inside the circle, I think even Hero Extreme Godlike would have done a third party. That was a very wise decision from the side of IGL of 4 Miracle. But we have got 2 more maps lined up after this short little break.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the Belgos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. So ain't never do the Belgos thing.
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट. कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है.
नूब नहीं. टाइम आ गया है. सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे. नेक्स्ट शॉट. हेडशॉट. तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट. तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट. डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट. डे हो या नाइट इंडिया करे फाइट. पापा मैं नूब नहीं हूँ, मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी, हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा, एफपीपी, टीपीपी, एफपीपी। एक काम कर, टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन ढूंढ रही ना सर, विनर विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is, yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck. Earning what we got, 'cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never do the bell goes ding.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Seems like after watching Bot Army Esports and Myth, even the players of Do or Die and Legit got a big inspiration, huh? Because even they did pretty good in that previous game. In the top 5, doing pretty good for themselves. Legit as well on the 4th spot, getting taken out. So one thing is for sure, it's a great way to initiate that comeback. But here Extreme Godlike, once again, back to their egoistic ways. Just wanted to get that spot back once again in the overall standing, so they tried pretty hard.
You had to plug that in, didn't you? But yes, rightfully said, especially when you've got so many of the other teams stepping up, especially what Bot Army Esports did. Surely Hero Extreme Godlike felt a little left out, and hence that chicken dinner. And adding on to it, we are seeing so many layers in terms of what Hero Extreme Godlike can pull off, right? Put them in any sort of adverse conditions, have them under extreme dire circumstances, they will still somehow pull through. And, for Hero Extreme Godlike, this is one of those teams, Necro, that have also, amazed so many people with how good they are. And especially with the way they have been taking those fights, I think they're nothing short of a spectacle.
Indeed, I mean, Hero Extreme Godlike, 26 points, nuclear performance. VXT, 11 points, just doing enough, touching that average. You've got DOD, once again, as I mentioned, being near faces on the block, doing really good for themselves, getting those many amount of points accumulated. Even Legit Esports was doing pretty decent. Now you flip the page and you see a few disappointments. Wildfang started things off on a great note, especially I saw Sensei getting that individual knock off the rip, and then overstaying on that same spot for too long, got him taken down as well.
I told you, watching Wildfang's play is literally chartering in to the unknown. You do not know what's coming next. And this time they get a squad wipe. The next moment, boom, they're wiped off. So I think for Wildfangs, a little bit more, I think, depth and discovery is needed if we can find that stability around that roster. But regardless, so far, no complaints, major complaints from Wildfangs, because we've already established this fact. We came in with little to no expectations from Wildfangs. And boy, oh boy, they are exceeding our expectations. So I think Wildfangs, if they keep on playing like this, they will be around that middle order. But are they champion contenders? The answer is going to be no, at least for now. But who knows? They suddenly wake up in the grand finals and surprise all of us.
Maybe they can. I mean, the fact that you're saying that Wildfangs is going to make it till the grand finals, that's a lot of confidence you have in the team, right? Because as I mentioned, look.
It's the points. They're getting on the board, right?
Yeah, they are getting on the board, but still, 4 points is not enough. Fixes, understand this. You've still got tomorrow's day to go. And today's day, we saw some major shuffles in the overall standings. By major, I mean Bot Army Esports putting themselves in the top 3. That's one of the biggest shuffles so far. That means if they're placing themselves in the top 3, someone has to move down in the top 16. And that has happened so far, which means few more new names can also have a crack at the top 16 and move on forward. Wildfangs just staying on the latter half of the board, not exactly the ladder, but maybe from, you can say, even in the top 10. They need to at least put themselves in the top 5 to be super comfortable right now in the overall standings. But Wildfangs, still the climb should be there, and considering they just got 4 points, okay, the upcoming games, they need to get at least 9 to 10 points.
Look, I feel like you, along with many others, have been caught in their genjutsu, because at this point, they're making you believe exactly that. When you look at Wildfangs, yeah, there are those games, there are those huge blunders, they drop the ball, they fall out, or whatever the case is. But right from week 1, let's be honest, Necro, they've always been in the mix of things, and we cannot take that away from them. And that chicken dinner yesterday was literally like an icing. And no matter whatever we say about Wildfangs, I think the approach that they're going with is all about getting a couple of points here and there. Scrappy, hell yeah, we'll take that. 6-7 points. They're somehow making sure that by the end of the week, they've averaged around with their games. So they're scalping, and they're doing a good job at that. Whilst a lot of these teams have been extremely erratic, you see your team getting a chicken dinner, next game nowhere to be found. Wildfangs, every single game, they come in 5-6 points, 10, 12, something, and they're still there. So I think high hopes still from Wildfangs with the way they're performing. I think they might squeeze in through the grand final.
At the start of the previous game, Wildfangs was on the 15th spot. So they're really vulnerable from getting kicked out of that top 16. Now, just getting 4 points in the previous game is not enough. That's what I wanted to say. They need a few more points to sort of solidify themselves in the top 16. I do understand Wildfangs is getting that constant point flow, but also having that sword on top of your necks every single time can actually make sure that you're going to crack under the pressure. And we've seen that happen to Wildfangs in the past. All it takes is one mistake, Fixes. One mistake. And considering the competition's getting to the end, you cannot afford to stay in the bottom 4. In the top 16, I mean.
Then again, it was another game of Sanhok. When you look at the bigger picture, yesterday we saw Saif gaining a little bit back of his form, and he was flying on all cylinders. He was there. He was doing his job. I think 7 finishes is what he secured, and I think our longing complaints that Saif has been pretty much napping. So finally, Trace God does not have to hard carry the team anymore, right? You've got another man, extra pair of working hands, and Sensei has also been doing his bidding. Scout, there have been moments where he's been on those flanks, and I think that is up for questions, because I've seen him pull off some really good moves, but then there were a lot of questionable ones, and the more inclined towards the latter part. But then again, Wildfangs, they've been such an exciting prospect, because like, we go back to discussion 1, where we talk about Wildfangs being in this tournament at the very first place. Have they justified that? Hell yeah, because they have been doing so much better than comparatively other teams who, well, might say that have had a great year being a new team. They have definitely performed better.
Indeed, they're definitely doing good right now. Nothing taken away from that. They're doing miles better than teams like CK. They're doing miles better than teams like Team Tamilas as well, which we consider some of the top-notch teams. But still, the only reason why I'm so worried about Wildfangs is because underneath them is also Metal Esports and Vasista Esports. And Metal Esports is one of those teams that is ought to be in the top 16. If Metal Esports is going to move on forward in the top 16, as I mentioned, someone needs to be kicked out. The spot where Wildfangs is in right now, it's a little too sensitive. That's the only reason why I'm saying Wildfangs just needs to get out of that spot and move in a comfortable spot. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, we both do want the same for Wildfangs. Just do well and get a chicken dinner. Please your fans. Please satisfy your egos. Do what Hero Extreme Godlike just pulled off. Right? Play fearlessly and give us a good game of BGMI, because Bot Army Esports surely have done that, starting things off in this particular group, Hero Extreme Godlike. have set standards. Now, moving on, Necro, I think we have to talk about how the map has been really panning out. It's so far been quite a silent affair.
Yeah,
Because,
indeed.
you know, last time we were in Vikendi, we did have those early collisions at the very least. And this time, things like, it looks like we might take a quick nap and we come back and we still won't miss any action.
If we have a look at the map feed, though, the zone's panning out in quite an interesting manner. It's 40-60. 40% of the circle is in the water lines and only 60% of playing surface. So you can say already a lot of that land is being cut off. So there's a big chance we might just see a few fights off the rip. Definitely. 1 or 2 fight at least I'm expecting. As soon as the teams do start to make that rush towards the circle, though. Speaking of IST Esports, right next to Versatile, these two teams, they've got an age-old rivalry going on. And right now, Versatile definitely do want to target these boys. Just waiting for the first man to move out in the open. And that's where Versatile will go for their first strike as well. But even somewhere down line, IST Esports, they're way too sensitive right now in the overall standings. They cannot afford any sort of risk just yet. They need to play it super disciplined and super cautiously. Every single step they take has to be to perfection.
Indeed. No second thoughts about that because IST Esports, as Pakar yesterday declared in his interview that finally the players are back to playing with each other in their boot camp. So yesterday we did see a substantial growth in their performance. And it is usually these games of Vikendi where IST Esports tends to get scoop in a few more points. And they will have to cash in on this. But again, when you're going against Versatile, now this is a bittersweet story. You've got a little bit of a off-game rivalry. You've got Somraj, Pukar, friends outside the game, extreme rivals inside of Battleground. So that is always there. And even Pukar did mention about Versatile creating so much nuisance for Visista.
Yeah.
As if they do not want to let them see the days of the grand finals. And they've got so much going on. And them being right beside them doesn't really help their case.
Indeed. But hold on to that thought.
Yeah.
Versatile, here we go. Just had the conversation about taking every single step cautiously. But Fierce is too fierce. And he just moves out in the open. Sometimes you need to fear the opponents. And Fierce getting picked off like that, that's going to cut off a major chunk of the firepower of IST Esports. And now IST Esports is really susceptible to a lot of damage around them. As Power tossing in that nade in the hopes of finding something. VXD constantly on that move, constantly on the prowl. And S-Power underneath that compound, just waiting for the player to move out in the open. And VXD, they know moving inside of the house might just be filled up with a lot of risk. Somraj constantly tossing in the utils, wanting to force out the player. At least want to hear some sort of footsteps. But even the man up north, he's not going to do anything yet. The man on top of the building is not even moving a single muscle, keeping his position anonymous, but eventually reveals his intentions and also his position. Moves out in the open now, finally ejects out of the house, but Somraj is going to try to catch him. They're constantly taking the shots, taking the pumps, but they're not able to find the connection, and eventually Somraj is going to move aggressive and find that connection that he was looking for. Pakar from the opposite fray, though. He does find the return knock, but that's not going to be enough. Still, the major man advantage is in the hands of VXT.
Look at IST Esports make a run for their life, especially what Rage God had to go through there in that situation. Raiden surely
Oh
enough.
no.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
No. This
Salt.
has to be it. All right. There you go.
Salt.
A punch. It's not salt. I think it's the entire ocean being poured on the players of IST Esports. And we love this. Don't we? And now Gamla boy, he's like, listen, I've got no monkey business here. I'm getting the hell out of this position. And this is what I was talking about with IST Esports. Two different styles of play where Versatile just did not care about the world. They instantly slammed in and went in for a push. Whilst IST Esports wanted to take this slow and mellow, and they had no breathing space. I mean, Rage God was constantly on the run. He was trying to get out of that compound, but IST Esports, they were so distraught that they could not provide that cover fire to Rage God. Yes, Pukar did get a knock, but what happened? Instantly, the players were there. They outnumbered Pukar, and we all know what followed right after.
For Versatile to knock here makes a lot of sense. They're already doing really good in the overall standings. On the first spot, by the way. So it makes a lot of sense why they don't care. But still, for Vasista Esports, if this rivalry keeps on going on, it's not going to be too helpful for them. It won't be. They need to try and do something, at least try and forfeit at least in this rivalry. Be like, yeah, we surrender, guys. You guys are better. Because if this rivalry keeps on going on, VXT will make sure that you don't qualify for the LAN finale. And Vasista Esports will be left shocked in the overall standings. But right now in this game at least, Vasista Esports completely left out with 0 points and just one man standing. And that too, Gumla Boy, I'm not exactly sure what he's going to try to do. Maybe go for the med strat. That's going to be the best possible case that the player can try to go for. But just one single man left alive, gathering so many first aids, it will be tough.
It certainly will be. I mean, at this point, Genx FM, oh my god, this cannot get worse than this, can it?
Indeed.
8-bit, just trying to rotate around Omega. I think he's also been snuffed out. Genx FM know exactly what's up as Ash is trying to go in for the wrap in. He's getting in really close and finally signs of interest coming in from 8-bit side. Finally witnessing them forcing a fight. And this time in the hopes of coming through. As Omega, he gets a beautiful opener, but always gets traded right off Shogun, right on the front lines. Dhruv with Shogun, battling it out as Dhruv gets taken down, courtesy to Ash. But Shogun, he's got fire in his eyes, blood coursing through his veins as he does not want to give up.
God!
Another beautiful knock comes in for this young latest addition to the roster as Genx FM somehow trying to survive that scare. But even 8-bit, this time the backup was there in the right nick of time, almost saving the day. That leaves Vishu and Madrid in a very tight spot.
It doesn't matter. Look who's around the fray. Hero Extreme Godlike is already here to third party, and they're already going to try to steal all the eliminations away here. It will be tough for 8-bit to survive. Hero Extreme Godlike with this third party can definitely be a big problem for 8-bit. And even Genx FM, I mean, for Genx FM, things can't go worse anymore. This is probably the worst possible case that Genx FM has put themselves in. And for Hero Extreme Godlike, all they see in front of them is a desert, and they just want to devour it. Constantly tossing in those utilities. And there we go. It's going to chip out Mafia once again. He just patched himself up as well. One first aid wasted. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, waiting patiently. Don't just want to push in like the Raging Bulls. Instead, wait for the right moment to strike. They know they've got the advantage anyways. When it comes to the position, when it comes to the man advantage, they are there. And that's why Hero Extreme Godlike is just waiting for 8-bit to move out in the open, make some sort of a mistake, because they know they will. And here is the first mistake. Almost could have been capitalized as well, but unfortunately Admino, he wasn't good enough with that spray. Luckily enough, the man instantly tucked himself back in the cover.
Hero Extreme Godlike at this point, pretty much the Grim Reapers. And seems like both 8-bit and Genx FM have to somehow be happy with the fact that they got a couple of finishes to work along with in the very first place. Because at this time, look at Hero Extreme Godlike, they are just starting to wrap things up. They've got all the corners cut and no means of escape. Just like a python, trying to devour his prey. Even like piranhas in the ocean, just circling around. And 8-bit and Genx FM in such a tough spot over here. How do they free themselves? I think the only solution is let Hero Extreme Godlike act. Let them commit that mistake and capitalize upon it. And for Hero Extreme Godlike, given the fact that they've just gotten the chicken dinner, they are soaring with confidence. And for 8-bit, look at them. They are sort of letting go of all their resources. I do not understand why. Because there will be a time when they're depleted. And that is where Hero Extreme Godlike will strike. But even Hero Extreme Godlike, they're also aware of the fact that the position where they're engaging in is around the center. And look at how split up they are from each other. Now imagine if they do or die, they come charging in on maybe Jonathan or Zap. He's got no cover fire.
Will be the worst possible case. But for now, Hero Extreme Godlike definitely do seem like they want to back away from this. Let the situation breathe out a little bit more. They know there's two different teams in the same compound. They haven't seen a proper squad wipe yet. It's a 2-on-3 in this compound itself. 8-bit having 3 players, Genx FM having 2, and anything can happen. If 8-bit chokes this, I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen that happen time and time in the past as well. Versatile up against Team Tamilas in the front. And all the players out in the open. I'm not a big fan of this approach. And Somraj, he's making sure that the players are going to crumble down in front of him. Takes down the second player as well. Some quick peeks. Somraj pretty quick on that trigger. Shuts down those two players instantly. Team Tamilas, this approach, I'm not a big fan of it. Too much out in the open. Not a lot of that cover to play with as well. The players were too exposed. And that's where Somraj finds the major chunk of the HP of the opponents as he takes him down to pretty much 50%. And now just two players left alive. I'm not sure how much they can try and sustain the damage from VXT. It's better to just back away. That's probably the best possible thing you can do, but they don't even have the vehicles to do so. They need to take the fight and hope for the best. They need to come up with a miraculous play. VXT with the major man advantage. They're going to shut down Team Tamilas. Or at least one more man is still alive in the back. I'm not sure how much can he try and pull off. He's got his hands on the DBS, and there we go. The inevitable is there, and it happens. Even with IST Esports in the back, the last man gets snuffed out. I'm not sure what Gumlaboy was doing, but for VXT, this is the best possible scenario that you can ask for. The elimination points just walked in their court.
Yeah, he just wanted to get the hell away with securing at least a finish. Give a little bit of a dent to Versatile, but Versatile at this moment are nigh unstoppable. As Genix FM and 8-Bit, finally after that hiatus, we're back into it. Vishu does have a couple of grenades to play around. The numbers of 3. As 8-Bit still inside that compound and to Extreme Godlike exercising extreme duress at this situation. And at least for starters, I'll give this to 8-Bit. This time the intent was there. Of course, this fight could have been better. They could have saved one of their men.
I mean,
but
Fixes.
At the same time, at least they tried, right?
What are we going to do with a try when literally the sword's on top of your neck, your head's on the
It's
swivel?
fine. At least they're putting up a fight than rather, just making do with their fates being sealed.
But they are an experienced team. It's a champion lineup. Them just putting up a fight is not cut it. It's not done.
At some point, even when I was pondering, look, there have been those greats who have taken a nasty fall. And the list is endless. Where do we begin with? We've got so many of those bigger names. I mean, when you talk about Aiku Soul, one of the biggest names, they were going through a slump for more than 2 years. Same goes for even Hero Extreme Godlike. And it happens, you're at your peak of your career, everything is working out, and suddenly a little bit of a mishap and everything goes falling down. But this time, maybe trying to step back from the ashes. Madrek, the last member live for Genix FM as 8-Bit go in for an all-assault. Frontal one at that as Madrek, former member of Hyderabad Hydras, he has to hold, at least keep the dreams alive. As the players of 8-Bit go charging in through, but a grenade does the job. And Hero Extreme Godlike, now they've got second thoughts. Do they push in? Because 8-Bit did not incur any casualty.
Yeah, but still, they're down a man, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got the man advantage anyways. Even if they do want to straight up ram in towards the compound, they will have the advantage to kick things off with. And they've also surrounded the compound in all the different directions. So the approach from Hero Extreme Godlike will be quite diverse. They've got the entire compound pinned down for now. They've got him locked in the sights. It's a big deadlock. And the opponents can't move out just yet. Luckily enough for 8-Bit, the compound they have right now, it's also in the smack center. It's one of the best compounds you can ask for. So 8-Bit's going to be pinned in that same spot for the upcoming years. Or at least that's how the map makes you feel like.
Hero Extreme Godlike, they've got, like you said, so much area under their control. And once we get to see that hard shift, now this was some good reads coming in from Punk's side. I think they did watch the previous games. It's always better to go after your enemy when they're wounded. Otherwise, play from Revenant X's playbook would have been there. But look at this. Sensei, he's got the entirety of Reckoning in front of his crosshair.
No way.
And he's decided not to go for it.
Yeah,
it's fine, given the fact that they're outside the zone and they do not want to risk battling it out. But there have been situations, Necro, where we've seen Wildfangs hold on to trigger a little bit longer. That Erangel game, you remember?
Why are you reminding me that? You already know I've got trauma after watching that. was a scenario that Wildfangs was supposed to win like 99% of the time, but they still choked that. But hold on, speaking of choking things, and 40 on the verge of choking as well. But hold on, at least they got the first man down. They're doing some serious damage to VXT.
Finish.
They've already taken down 2 players. We'll make that 3. VXT, they're crumbling apart in this compound. Not a great push at all, but VXT as well, do they really care? That's my question, and the answer is no. They're on the first spot in the overall standings. Even if they do fall apart, they've already got 8 points from this game, more than enough to keep themselves pinned down in the overall standings, and Equinox is still alive.
Yes, and we know this man is capable enough of devouring squads all by his lonesome, but this time you could see, right, the desperation coming in from all these teams lurking down the bottom of the table. They want it desperately, as for Wildfangs, they've already taken down 1 squad, and maybe -40 would be next on their hit list. Trey Scott connects onto it. Shoker, Seth gets that wipeout onto its Nishu, and this is exactly how Wildfangs have been finding those strings of success. But
yeah,
task still not over, still not out of the woods yet. Seth, a grenade lobbed into perfection. There you have it. Good amount of finishes gathered, 6 to the players of Wildfangs, and now they also have to figure a way out to get inside the circle, because it is being guarded by a lot of those bigger names.
Wildfangs has now touched the bare minimum. And yeah, speaking of Equinox in that scenario, if it was Yasna Poliana, I would have banked it that he's going to clutch it. But considering it's the map of Weekendy, yeah, I knew that he stands no chance against an entire squad of Wildfangs, so I went with Wildfangs over there. But Trey Scott dominating the entire field so far. He's got 3 individual finishes, but unfortunately, Sensei gets knocked out once again. Sensei has really fallen apart right now. It's the second time he's been knocked out. He will be revived, though. It's not a concern. It's DOD from the back. You've also got M40 in the front. It's just one man of M40, but still that one player can definitely put a major dent if he does find the right moment. DOD from the back is also trying to put in as much hurt as possible. Avnish gets caught. A few bullets onto the dome. You do see Hero Extreme Godlike as well in that little square taking a fight, which now goes away. But once again, moving back to this fight itself. Do or die. They've got a few foes approaching them underneath. But those foes do not want to go for the fight. Instead, they just want to go their merry way. And those foes are also by the name of Reckoning Esports. The Howling Wolves getting caught this time around in that rotation as one of the players gets knocked out. And there's another foe in the clotheslines as well. Do or die, making sure that Reckoning Esports, they don't get away harms free this time around.
All these teams are doing whatever they can do to somehow squeeze themselves inside the circle. A Hail Mary dive at that, and Reckoning left without any options, and of course we're in a situation where they could not have fought back. But hold on, Metal Esports against the Hidden Ones. Prince is taking in a lot of damage over here. Needs to administer, but before that, Daniel just constantly pushing through as Executor. Good play. A 2-piece set up, and Prince falls prey. As of now, Metal Esports, the numbers starting to subside, but we know Metal Esports still have legit, still have Cyrix. The 2 clutch masters, and even Forcer with, he's there. But he's kind of alienated from his squad, and he's got other foes to deal with. A lot on his plate. As now Reckoning, they gave him a smacking to the players of DOD, but Clutcher will be the one walking out of it. Or was it Kyoya? Because all I see is he was the one member coming out against DOD. It's such a mad scramble. Barely even, really difficult for us to process what's going on.
Yeah, indeed it is. And even the circle is doing its own game. It moves in towards Zabawa in no man's land. Only one team closer to the edge, and that's going to be Hero Extreme Godlike. Metal Esports moving up close and personal against Hidden Ones, but what just happened? Sarvith! He got confused who to target and who not to. The target priority not clear enough, and that's why Sarvith gets taken down in that fight, but it's completely fine. Metal Esports could not have survived that wrath anyways. Just getting 1 point from that now, that's a big sign of concern, but let's focus on what's going on right now. Hero Extreme Godlike is the only team who's got a really good spot inside of the circle. Or not exactly really good because they're playing on the edge, but they've still got the compound to play with, so that counts.
At this point, even alongst with Hero Extreme Godlike, you've got Pomerical Esports, who could make this game theirs. Given the fact that they've got that entire western side to themselves, now finally going in for that rotation, and got a little bit of those outskirt compounds around Zababa to play with. And even for Gujarat Tigers, they've got their numbers intact. Kyoya, the only member surviving from Reckoning, is going to be under severe threat. Just passing by the players of Gujarat Tigers and for Hero Extreme Godlike, they are going to regroup. Rendezvousing at a point, and now Kyoya, he knows he's got to take this one. Gets a glimpse of Zeref. Tosses that grenade instantly, but Zeref is just trying to get the man numbers back up. But what? They are deciding to tuck their tails and run. And this could blow out on big proportions. Of course, Mudit and Clutchcott, they're in the vicinity to provide cover fire, but a little too late because I felt like Kyoya should have gone down.
He should have. And there you go. As soon as you say so, Kyoya gets taken down. Not exactly by the same team, but someone else. Wild Fangs in the crosshairs ball, locked apart. And Sensei once again gets knocked. He's the first man to get knocked out every single time from Wild Fangs. He's that domino effect that the other teams are waiting for. Sensei gets knocked out, even Trey Scott falls apart. Unfortunate stuff for Wild Fangs. They did not really have a lot of that wiggle room in the first place. And a few players as well, they get caught all the way back in the blue. Hero Extreme Godlike on this edge, they're definitely the cleanup crew as they clean up every single team that stands across them. 8-Bit's now going to be on the left lines, and even 8-Bit's catching too much hurt upon themselves. It's also 4 Miracles that can constantly apply that threat and apply that pressure. Wall of Death moving in from the back, and Ash needs to close on up as well. And it seems like Ash has gone for the med strat too. In the back lines, he's constantly patching himself up. I'm not sure what 8-Bit is doing. But let's just hope that whatever he's trying to do is do good. But what just happened? Ash gets knocked out to the play zone. 8-Bit, how are they making so many rookie mistakes? 8-Bit does not have a proper playing structure inside of the game, and it's not the first time we're seeing this happen. And now 8-Bit's getting dismantled as they walk into a complete spring trap of teams.
Yeah, it was a mad dash straight inside the center of the circle. There were so many hounds waiting for them, and 8-Bit, the idea that they had come into play really backfiring at this point. But hold on, Daniel. Still alive, Clutchcott. He's definitely snuffed him out of there. He knows there's somebody in the hiding. At this point, Gujarat Tigers, or maybe he does not. Otherwise, Daniel should have been dealt with. For a moment, it really felt like even 8-Bit could wrap things around against Hero Extreme Godlike had they made an entry inside the circle before them. But now, Daniel is not even moving a muscle.
I think so, he knows. Yep, he knows.
He knows, finally steps out, and he will be the one swinging through Necro as Clutchcott left baffled without any answers, without any follow-up, as Hidden Ones, they've got their corners covered. Clutchcott already down and out as Arman. Beautiful cover fire comes in from his side as Mortis. He's got his attention fixated at the players of Miracle Esports as Hidden Ones also need to recuperate, need to get back into the fight ASAP.
They indeed do. Daniel's backing away for now, though. Getting Daniel back up on his feet is going to be the main priority. As soon as Daniel's back up in the playing field, then Hidden Ones can go for those extra risky plays that you were speaking of. But Fixes, I know it's completely out of the blue, but I would like to speak about 8-Bit and what just happened to him. Ash was all the way in the back lines going for the med strat, and he gets knocked out by the play zone. He was not able to execute even the med strat.
It could have been a different case. Maybe he ran out of it, or maybe mistimed his triggers, or maybe he was just trying to be the one playing the sacrificial role. Just try to wrap around Hero Extreme God. Like the idea was there, where the other players just go for the slam in and try to pincer down the players of Hero Extreme God, like with Ash and another player, Omega, getting knocked out. That's literally where 8-Bit's plan went into drains. And at this point, I do not know how I can really justify them, but for what it is worth, Hero Extreme Godlike now against Gujarat Tigers. Arman way out in the open without any cover. As for Medical Esports, they brought all that heat against Hero Extreme Godlike, and just like that, drag it. Curtsy to that one grenade alongside Clutchcott. Mixed up together, have wiped out Hero Extreme Godlike. Decent position points, but not a lot of finishes gathered. Regardless, as Gujarat Tigers again on route of converting another one of their Vikendi games. So strong at this map. And let's see if they can back this one home.
GT is also there. And GT can definitely pose a big threat. Hidden Ones, they need to be possessed at this point. Daniel separated from the pack. They're going for a 2-1 split. Daniel needs to keep his position anonymous in order to have that extra bit of striking advantage. But if Daniel gets exposed, if he gets discovered, it's done for. For him, now they know the real threat really lies right behind him. And they do want to get rid of that threat, but unfortunately GT from the far fray is starting to carve. And this art piece that GT is carving, it seems quite remarkable. Second man as well of HO gets taken down. Daniel out of the game. As I mentioned, he needed to keep his position anonymous, but he did not do so. So the striking advantage now was with the foes. And Hidden Ones, they're slowly and steadily falling apart, and Hidden Ones is making sure that even 4M are going to be dragged with them. GT from the top, they collect the final elimination, and now it's time to go up against the players of 4M. There's another man in the close vicinities, and GT will easily collect those frags, as they will be the one to get this chicken dinner in their hands.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy for Gujarat Tigers, as in the snows is where they thrive, and clearly they have set their mark. One of the strongest teams to beat, and it goes barring any circle. Gujarat Tigers, they've got their corners shaked. Such a shame that it has been removed from the official events, this map no longer being a part of that, as Gujarat Tigers get to relish one more. And that was a well-fought one, especially it went in very close the moment Clutchcott got knocked out. But I think the resurgency was there from their side, the backups being there, how they kind of managed to get themselves back together in that sticky spot. There were moments where even Arman, so much out in the open, for a moment I felt like they're dealt with. And suddenly the saviors come in the form of Miracle Esports. Dragon Lobster 2-piece gets those 2 pointers. Hero Extreme Godlike out of the picture. And towards the end, I think Gujarat Tigers really went on that confidence train, got things rolling. But yes, now is the time where we get back to that discussion. Hero Extreme Godlike around 8-bit. Ash deciding to stay back. And what were his thoughts? I think, honestly speaking, there were a lot of death crits lying around. Surely he could have gone for those first hits, but either it was a misstep and he completely fumbled, or it was maybe he was trying to provide cover fire, he got shot and then he did not have any HP and he got knocked down to the play zone.
Okay, so
but whatever the case is, I think 8-bit surely could have done a little better.
So here's the funny part, right? All the speculations that you try to make, they are not going to be true in this scenario, because you speak of the cover fire, he did not have any line of sight on that compound. Because the compound that Hero Extreme Godlike was playing in was in a dip. And Ash was up top in the back. There was a big distance. So Ash had no way he could provide any sort of cover fire in the first place. He was lying all the way in the back lines in that same compound, not even moving a muscle, while he was constantly patching himself up. If he wanted to do any sort of moves, he should have at least moved towards the left or even towards the right, but he didn't do so. He was just in that same compound, just going for the med strat constantly. That's the only thing I can try and come up with. I think he fumbled up, he accidentally pressed the wrong key, or maybe he just misclicked, and that's why his med strat did not really happen.
You know what, we need to bring Ash up, ask him about what really happened in that case, because when you make that point, it kind of adds up, because at that point, even if another counterpoint gets made over here, that is the fact that he really did not have enough meds to play with, and very well, go with your team. At least extra pair of helping hands, and you never know, you could have maybe walked away with a couple more finishes. But whatever the case is, the hammer is on him. Ash is going to be scrutinized and heavily at that, and we hope that he's got some answers, because we need to know what's wrong. We love 8-bit, and we've always seen them make it inside the grand finals, and they are X-Team forever. So whatever the case is, we've got in front of us Gujarat Tigers Clutchcott, the IGL himself, with 5 finishes up the board, and he's been good. And for Miracle Esports, they've also been a little uprise, if you can say, the way they've been performing. Good games in Vikendi once again.
Indeed, I mean, definitely we're seeing for Miracle Esports to pull off these comebacks. One thing is for sure, we're seeing a lot of the comebacks happen in the first place. GT as well, they dropped down pretty low in the overall standings, almost kicked out of the top 16 as well. But now with this performance, getting that 20-pointer, it's going to boost them so much in the overall standings, maybe even in the top 12 GT can be. And then all they need to do is just touch up the average. Slow and steady climb is all that's needed. Even one big game, if they can get one more, then once again, that can pin them down in the top 8. It's not even a question. The real concern really lies around 4 Miracles, as you mentioned. But even 4 Miracle, the first game itself, and now this one as well, 4 Miracle is doing pretty okay, right? Considering the fact that this was the first game, and they're going to have a decent start. They're going to have a decent momentum to kick things off with. They should just keep on moving with the same momentum.
Given Miracle in week 1 and week 3, we see a lot of improvements from their side, especially in terms of their shot calling, in terms of them getting the frags, and finally it feels like Dragon is getting comfortable with his role, and his teammates are also supporting him. If they've got a new coaching staff, so everything so far good in the hood for Miracle Esports, but still a lot of work needs to be put in if you have the ambitions of going for the title, not just being one of the contenders. So long way to go for them, but for the others, I think there were so much things could have been done better, but we'll talk more about that, folks, but after this very short break.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the Broncos thing.
Hey, किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आए कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर, और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में। M416 की है, M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the Broncos thing.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Welcome back everyone to Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Season Week 3 and day number 2. With the last game remaining for this particular group, the pressure is definitely mounting on the shoulders of few of those teams who are at the bottom of leaderboard. My name is Shadow and alongside me joining is going to be Scared. Scared, what are your expectations for the last game of Erangel?
Oh my god, the first one was godlike, the second Gujarat Tigers. I don't know who it's gonna be this time around, to be honest. You always put me under the bus asking for these predictions.
But you never answer.
Yeah, because yesterday I said maybe God's Rain will get the chicken dinner. Guess what? First team to be obliterated on the map of Sanhok from the lobby itself. So I am traumatized by the fact that my predictions can, stumble so much. I'm gonna say it. Godlike will take the chicken dinner. Let's see.
Godlike will take the chicken dinner. They already have one. Are you trying to jinx them?
I don't know. You asked for a prediction. I'm giving you my prediction. I think so. Godlike will win.
I'm just joking. I'm just trying to pull your leg. I love doing that. But yes, the last game remaining, I think Gujarat Tigers, they pulled off a very good chicken dinner, and it was much needed scared. Let's be honest. Gujarat Tigers, they had a downfall in their performance after week number 1, and this chicken dinner is going to help Gujarat Tigers to stay in the top 16.
I agree, because there are only a few teams in this entire group that actually need to get these chicken dinners to stay in the top 16. A couple of them are already in the first and the second place, but the rest of them, definitely, they really want to pull up their socks right now. Gujarat Tigers with a 20-pointer banked chicken dinner for themselves will eventually get a bit of cushioning. But I really want to say, for the previous 2 games, we have been seeing 4 Miracles consecutively get some decent amount of position points, or at least the finish points, to slowly and steadily move up in that ranking into the average spot. So they have been doing a very solid job. Hidden ones as well. This was a very solid game for them, but unfortunate for teams like, RGE, Gen, VE. Also, I wanted to talk about Legit. They had a good game in the previous one, but not in this one.
Legit Esports are sitting at the 31st spot, and let's be honest, even if they get those average points, I don't think Legit can propel themselves in the top 16 just by getting those average points. So yes, Legit Esports, they need that chicken dinner, and not just one chicken dinner, they need more than one, and a very high fragging one, and same goes for the players of minus 40. So the teams who are sitting on the 30th, 31 and 32nd spot, the chances of them qualifying are very slim, let's be honest, brutally honest, because maybe after that they'll wake up and start performing. That could be possible, but there are few teams who still have the chance, like the players of K9, Gujarat Tigers. Their chance of qualifying after this chicken dinner has been solidified.
I think so. They definitely do stand a chance as well to make it into that top 16. But again, it comes down to the same fact, right? You need that consistency as well. One game is not going to cut it at this point. Yes, it will bring you close, but you still have to get in either the second one as well to barge in that top 16, or at least build up on that momentum to get those consistent points. Now, I'll have to say, for teams like 4 Miracles right now, 2 consecutive decent games in terms of the positioning, get this third one as well, and maybe this is going to be a good day for them. I will definitely call it a good day, but they have to get, you could say, riled up onto those finish points specifically, because there are a lot of teams who get a decent amount of finish points, not that good position points, so they get those average points. But teams like 4 Miracles, they need to step up the gas, man. They have to pull that trigger at this point. You have to go, you have to find some teams, you have to take them out.
You know what? I'm a little scared about Group A for making a comeback. You know why? Because Hero Extreme Godlike, they're on a rampage. They are going on a hunt. They'll shoot and engage in a fight with whoever comes in front of them. And the confidence which is coming in Hero Extreme Godlike, I think it is going to make things difficult for all the bottom teams as well. Because if they cross paths with Hero Extreme Godlike, for sure Godlike is chasing you. For sure they're going to go for those 4v4 fights. But looking at the schedule, we have got the last Erangel lined up, where Group A and D will go up against each other one more time.
Absolutely. The same 16 teams that we saw for the past 2 games, the same few teams that we'll have even now. And I really want to see teams step up their game, specifically teams like 8-Bit as well, M40. I know it just feels that they've got no possibility of making it into the top 16, but you still have to perform really good, not just for your fans, but also for your own self, also for your own confidence. You slowly and steadily need to climb that rank up. Even if you don't qualify, it's absolutely fine. All's well that ends well. So yes, it's still too early to say. There's still one more week remaining, but I think so this is the last chance for them to try and maybe get a very good game into their hands. I want to see that. We know the potential of 8-Bit, Shadow. We have been seeing this team for such a long time, and let's be honest, there was a time when OG were one of the favorite teams for everyone, and Ash was the IGL of that team. He used to lead that team to victories, to some heights that a lot of people just dream to achieve. So I think so he still has got it, but 8-Bit is just not finding that groove.
I don't know why you're still being so optimistic about the players of 8-bit at this point. Yes, I do agree. In the past, they have achieved too many things. They were the top team in the official tournaments as well. They had so many achievements. But let's be honest, in SPS, they have been struggling really hard since day number one. Not even one or two good performance where we can say that yes, 8-bit has staged a comeback. Yes, they came close to getting those chicken dinners in one of those Erangels. But other than that, nothing. Nada from the side of 8-bit.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this is going to be that one game of Erangel. We will potentially see those comebacks, or we will still see the gods reigning on top, reigning supreme, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last game of the evening, the SPS BGMI Challenge Season India 6, and this is the plane flight path directly starting from Sosnovka military base, going all the way to Stolper. We've seen this one, and we know where those circles form. Shadow, I'm going to call it right now. I think so the circle is going to form all the way towards the Gatka area, towards the western part of this map.
If it goes west, I want a quarry circle. I don't want a Gatka circle because we have been witnessing so many Gatka circles, and all these teams are so accustomed to it. They'll find a way to have a safe area for themselves. But quarry circles are what make things interesting. But I don't want quarry circle as well. I want water circles. Let's make this chaotic. So chaotic that even survival becomes a bit challenging. But towards a military base island, we have Genix FM and hidden ones. But don't worry, BGMI gods never answer my prayers. So relax.
Imagine if he, you know one of the most obnoxious circles that I actually want to see and cast. It's the spawn island circle, which is never going to happen. But yeah, that's a few things.
We can have that Rozak Island circle. You see that little island between shooting range and Rozak?
Yeah, I think so. We have actually seen. We've also casted a game where there was the circle that formed in on that area. But all right, we'll have to see where that circle forms, as eventually the teams. Most of that cluster is still going to go towards the western part, towards Gatka, Pochinki, Quarry as well, Ferry Pier, Primorsk, all of that entirely covered up by most of the teams. And Genix FM are going to be super happy since, again, God's Reign are not in this group. They're going to be happily stealing away all the loot in the military base.
But all right. Miracle seems like they're not having a good start, scared.
Yeah, they're kind of struggling as of now for Miracles. We always talk about this team. They have got a good opportunity. They've got a decent amount of firepower as well. But they're just not utilizing that perfectly. Poco, he will be brought back up onto his feet, so it's absolutely fine. They're still in close proximity with another team. But I don't think so that's going to be a big problem for them. They can have a lot of compounds and loot from the quarry itself. I called for it. It's going to be a western circle around the Gatka area. It is a western one. And guess what, Shadow? You wanted it to probably end towards Primorsk quarry area. This might actually go that direction.
You know what? You, Neeraj and Fixes, you all are BGMI God's favorite child. I'm not, apparently. That's why my prayers always go unanswered. And I'm so used to it now. So, it's okay. There is no water circle. The BGMI gods want all the teams to stage a comeback. Maybe that could be the reason that they are providing the decent circle at this point. But we have got quite of a pickle. Whereas Wild Fangs, they are sharing the same compound with one of the team as Metal Prince finds a knockout with Praise God. Can he get the second one? Yes, he gets the second one. Also, can he get the third one? But no, Scout deals with him and Prince has been eliminated. But valiant effort from his side. But wait a second. Legend comes in and takes on Scout as well.
Oh my god, Wild Fangs get obliterated in that duel. Just a few extra bullets onto the body. Medal are absolutely ruthless at this point. Oh my, Wild Fang, it took them 3 players to deal with just one person of Medal, and that was Prince. It's alright, Legend, we saw exactly how it happened, so that's gonna be clipped. But Medal, with that good support, with that good comeback, eventually traded 1 for 4, and I think so they're gonna take that trade every single day. 127 points in the bag for the side of Medal, so slowly and steadily they're also climbing up the rank into the top 16. And if this is the way how they're going to play, maybe a few extra finishes, maybe a few extra points in the position table, they might enter in that top 16.
Well, they certainly can, but what just happened against Wild Fangs? Right off the bat, they have been eliminated, obliterated from the lobby. This was not expected from the side of Wild Fangs. Yes, I do understand they are in the top 16, but they were struggling previous week, scared. They need to keep up the consistency. But for now, we have got -40 as well. Nishu out in the open. Not a good position, especially when you have got the players of 4 Miracle also in the quarry. And seems like, is Nishu aware that 4 Miracles are also here?
He should be, probably, because I think so they were the ones who actually dealt a decent blow to the members of 4 Miracles. So they should have an idea that there is someone lurking around in the center. But for now, Sanchit, he needs to be careful. There's a few players rushing onto his own compound. But what a nade by Pang. Perfectly cooked. He knew what's happening. Sprayed it down. And RGC now under the heavy fire. Cover being provided by Jonathan. They're going to get that flushing. Sanchit not surviving whatsoever. But there's still a few other people from RGC. All of them disconnected from each other. And it's only Rishi right now up close, who is trying to run away in that buggy as well. Shots being fired. Zap. But there's still a tree up in front of him. And Admino is the man who's still on that chase. Wants to get that extra finish as well. Wants to see where Rishi is going to jump in. And in the meantime, by the way, Shadow, as all this was happening, M40, they were taking the fight against the opponents. And they managed to get a few extra finishes too. M40, I think so they eliminated 4 Miracles.
Well, they certainly have. And Gujarat Tiger seems like Clutch God is also receiving hefty damage. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. His Hero Extreme Godlike is showing on their doorsteps. Clutch God finds a knock onto Jonathan. But can they find the second one? But no, Clutch God also gets traded out by Zap. And not just one, but 2 players of Gujarat Tigers have been knocked out.
Yeah, that's a 2-for-2 trade already, because Punk is also down on his knees. But Gujarat Tigers will eventually get one of their man back. Jonathan was already confirmed, so that's a big blow to Godlike. Admino jumps in, beautiful play, but will eventually be blown to smithereen by the nade, and that was from Zap. That's a big mistake, as he's the only man remaining in a 1v1 against Salman, as he still gets the flush. And that's gonna be a beautiful vibe. Gujarat Tigers win out a crucial duel against Godlike, and the hopes for them to be the table toppers at this evening are crushed.
Even Neeraj was also pointing out that yesterday that Hero Extreme Godlike, they are on an ego battle. They are going for those ego frags, and seems like they have been punished this time by the players of Gujarat Tigers. But we also have a situation between Team Tamilas and -40, as 2 players from the side of Team Tamilas has been knocked out, and Mr. IGL trying to pip a few bullets toward the side of -40, who are trying to make a quick escape from this situation. But no connection whatsoever. Nishu from the flank angle gets a confirmation point onto the fallen players of Team Tamilas. 5 finishes, and seems like -40. This time they want to go super aggressive.
Yeah, they're facing a lot of struggle right now, but a good spray down coming in. Nishu catches one. Oh my god, he missed a big time, or rather you could say the weapon, it just ended up being his biggest blow rather than the members of Team Tamilas. Couple of them still knocked out, but this should be revived. Otka wants to try and get a bit of revenge out there. Maybe this one nade could do something if it's placed well. Goes in a bit wide. Very wide in fact. Maxi as well, up close, personal. He sees where Mr. IGL is. He saw that nade coming in, but it's Maxi with a perfect flank, perfect cover for his teammate. Clears them out, but there's another team out in the far fray, and that's 8-bit, the team we've been talking about for such a long time. And this has been a battle that has been not just brewing in this one, but rather in a lot of other tournaments too. 8-bit and Team Tamilas, they always duke it out in the southwestern part of the map every single time, and we're finally seeing that happen.
Oh yes, 1 finished point already accumulated, and looks like Team Tamilas, they are left with only 1 player remaining. That is Mr. IGL, who is trying to escape, but seems like Ash will get the better out of him. 2 finishes already accumulated, and Team Tamilas, they have been eliminated. In the meanwhile, even Gujarat Tigers and Legit Esports, they also engaged in a fight where Gujarat Tigers, now they have been left with a single player remaining. Legit Esports, 3 finished points accumulated, a good head start to them.
Good head start indeed, on the 31st place. The first game of the evening was a pretty good one for them. And even in this one now, they're slowly stepping up. That's exactly what you need from this team. And if they manage to get a good amount of finishes as well as the chicken dinner in this one, I think so their hopes of making it in the top 16, barely qualifying, will still be up, given they perform similarly on the second day, or rather the last day of week 3. But eventually we're going to have a look at the circle as to where it's going to shift. I think so it's going to go against Southwest. And as soon as I say it, it's exactly where you wanted it to go, Shadow. So I think so maybe this time the BGMI gods are actually listening to you.
I doubt. Because I know that curveball shift will come in and the circle will go towards Gatka. If it goes Quarry, I'm going to be extremely happy. And I think other than me, the other team which is going to be happy are the players of Team 8-bit because they have the entire control of Quarry. But for now, we also have the players of VXT up on our screens. VXT, they are sitting on the tippity top of the leaderboard and they are having a gala time at this point. And for some reason, they are going for the late rotation. And I like the fact that VXT, they have not went into the experiment zone or the YOLO play. They are sticking to the same gameplay. They are sticking to the basics. They are still doing the same thing which they did on the first day. So VXT, I like their approach in every single game. This time they're going for the late rotation. Even the players of Do or Die, Hidden Ones, they are also taking the brunt of the blue and taking their sweet time to move inside the circle.
All of them just having their own fun time. You mentioned about Do or Die all the way towards the prison. We'll eventually go for the rotations. Some shots. Away. Switches up the target on the other side. We'll have to back off again because of the constant pressure that was coming in. You can't really hold on to an angle for such a long time because you know you will be sprayed upon by the rest of the people who are giving that cover fire. Understanding, man. That's the discipline that we always talk about. Experience brings in the discipline. So 8-bit, yes, they do understand that. But in terms of implementing it, that's where they always struggle. Metal had a very solid beginning up against the members of Wildfang. Eliminated the entire squad. But have been quiet ever since. Now into the crosshairs of 8-bit. So maybe this could be a fight they would want to take.
Could be possible. Like you said, Oasis is trying to keep an eye on to the players of Metal Esports. Also the circle. I like, if you notice, towards a bridge, military-based bridge, we have a cluster forming. We have got the players of Reckoning. We also have Vasista. We also have got the Gen X FM into the picture. And Vasista, they are on a roll at this point. Because the way they have been staging a comeback. Yesterday also, they had a decent outing. They had decent points accumulated. So Vasista is also one of those teams that can propel themselves in the top 16. But 8-bit, just look at the split which is coming from their side. Just in case, imagine if Oasis gets taken down, will there be any chance of a revival?
Oh, Cyrax. He wanted to try and save that vehicle which Oasis is trying to blow with those single shots. But I think so he's been staying for a bit too long there because now we can also see the rotations of few other teams coming in at the same place. Legit being one of them on the Western Fray. So if Oasis stays there for a long time, yes, he will be knocked out. And yes, Shadow, the answer to your question is that he will not be revived from that point. So he needs to be a bit more careful. As talking about that cluster which you mentioned that's forming again, there are quite a lot of compounds there. So we will potentially see teams taking control of that part so that if in case the circle decides to take some nasty hard shift towards south, they have got a way of exit. They have still got covered both the frays depending on where they really want to go and rotate. And talking about rotations, man, there's so many other teams that have yet to make their entry into the circle, let alone into the safe area outside the blue. That shows VXT as well, Do or Die finally entering, and all the way over towards hospital we can see Mudit just getting his fun loot out there in those compounds, probably getting as many first aids as possible to try and get some of those position points.
The cluster, 8-bit. This could be an opportunity for 8-bit to accumulate all those finish points. The circle is definitely favoring them, but they need to be very careful because Legit in the previous one, they also had a decent outing. Hidden Ones taking their own sweet time to move inside the circle. Even Gujarat Tigers Mudit, just look at his position. He's towards the side of Georgiopol and taking the brunt of the blue. Gujarat Tigers, I like the approach because they are taking a sweet time and they're just making sure that they get those average points in every single game, and that is exactly what Mudit is trying to do since all the three players were eliminated pretty early in the game. So Mudit is just trying to get those placement points because they have got decent finishes, 9 finishes. If they get few more placement points, I think they're good to go.
I agree. Maybe placing at the 6th spot, 5th, anything over that is just too much to ask for, but maybe that could be possible. So just a few extra finish points, as you mentioned, will eventually help them out and getting those average points. They're at the 9th place though, but I will have to say, we were discussing about the fact as to what the cutoff for top 16 will look like. The day is about to end, and we are already seeing teams reaching over that 150 points in the top 16. It has been increasing, not slowly and steadily, but rather drastically. Because considering how today's day have been going, it's more like a day of comebacks, right? There's so many of those teams who decided to step up, and one of them being Bot Army Esports. The games are already over, but their impact is still here. And guess what? Another thing that has got a massive impact in how this game is going to end is going to be the circle. 37.4% of it is still in the water, Shadow.
Well, certainly, I like it. It's not a quarry circle, but a better than quarry circle. What BGMI gods have offered. Little bit of the water still in the contestation. That is going to make things so difficult with only 11 teams remaining. I think 8-bit, they also need to play the cards right, because Gen X FM, they're trying to breach into the compounds, and Obeys. That was such a precise grenade, and Obeys just survived on a sliver of HP. He needs to patch himself up as soon as possible. Even we have the plus of team RGC trying to move inside the circle from the close proximity. If RGC also decides to chime in, this could be a deadly situation for 8-bit.
Absolutely, could very well be. But again, in the small camera, we're still seeing a battle being duked out between the members of Reckoning and Do or Die. As for now, Reckoning have got a man down on the knees, but Do or Die probably have been wiped out already. So that's a big play. Only a couple of players remaining, and in the meantime, focusing back onto the main screen, 8-bit. They've got a knockout. This could be a good nade, but okay, it actually gets one. Always has been very precise with those nades. Sends in a third one as well, does not catch any. But this could be a very good opportunity for the members of 8-bit to rush in. They've got a big numbers advantage, Shadow.
Oh, they certainly have. They certainly have. But Medric has been revived. He needs to patch himself up. Dhruv is still begging for the help. But look at the amount of utility which Edwin is trying to lob. A perfect nade from the side of Evase. Also takes down Radric, leaving Gen FM with only 2+ remaining as Mafia gets a confirmation point onto the fallen teammate Shogun and Vishu. It's all down to him in 8-bit. Look at the amount of utility which they are investing in this fight.
Yeah, they just want blood. They want to take down all the other players. But still, they've not yet decided to make their own play. Extra utility is being thrown out there to try and catch in. Maybe one person lacking, one person lurking, but Gen X FM, unfortunately for them, they're not getting any more knocks. And 8-bit, I do not know what they're waiting for. Until and unless there's a barrage of Molotovs on the stairs, I really don't understand what they're waiting for. And I think so, though, there's still one more thing. That maybe now they also consider all the players have been revived. They're not really barging into a possible crossfire. And Vishu gets a return knock, this time on Omega. And that's an answer back coming in from Mafia as well. He gets not one, but rather two. And this is a go signal for 8-bit. They can eventually jump in on top, catching a few extra players. Second one is super low. He's just trying to bounce it off the wall. Playing a little bit basketball there. Will he catch one more is the question. No is the answer. 8-bit. I do not know where the question is, but this definitely was not the answer. Mafia giving an individual. No information. Going in solo and then on his knees. It's going to give enough time for Gen X to bring their players back up on the feet.
8-bit, why they're still trying to win this fight with just grenades? It was only one player remaining from the side of Gen X FM. Look at that revival is being made in 8-bit. You need to go upstairs. You need to charge in. How underconfident 8-bit is feeling at this point.
Oh my god. This should get another knock maybe. Alright. They've got a confirmation on one. But there's still one more player remaining. A couple of them to be honest. 8-bit finally getting another knock on Madrek. Want one more. But that's the first blow. Finally they get the pick. But this battle has been prolonged for an enormous amount of time. And 8-bit, the questions are just unreal. Yes, they win the fight. But Shadow, this was not a clear one.
This was such a scrappy fight. The main question is 8-Bit feeling underconfident? Because it was only one player remaining from the side of Genix FM, and all 8-Bit had to do was just rush onto the upstairs area and deal with the last player remaining. And 8-Bit did try to do that, but they went individually. Mafia went solo. He got knocked out. After that, Ash also got knocked out. So this was not required. This could have been a very clean fight. And 8-Bit, they also need to understand the micromanagement of the resources. They used so many throwables in this particular fight. Whatever is the case, all the 4 players are alive. That's a good thing for 8-Bit. They have got 6 finishes, a good head start for them. Finally, a good game coming from the side of 8-Bit, and if they get a victory in this one, maybe they'll start feeling confident again.
Maybe, but that's a big maybe. I mean, had it been just a few issues, I think so that would have been understandable, but this is just a big one. When you understand that, yeah, there's only one player remaining, I think so maybe they did not focus on the finish speed, so they had no idea how many of them have been knocked out. Maybe they still thought that there are a couple of players remaining, so they were still trying to use all of those utils.
You obviously know how many players have been knocked out. That can't be an excuse for 8-Bit.
I'm just saying maybe. Hey, come on. Let me be the devil's advocate out here. Let me be the fixes to the necro.
Oh God. Fixes always states the correct facts, by the way.
I know he does. That's what I'm saying. But again,
which you're not doing right.
For that one play of Ash, he had no correct facts. See?
I'm not going to say anything at this point.
There's the answer. You can't really deny that. But you know what? I think so with the amount of fun that we are having on this desk, even Versatile are having the exact same fun, because now they've finally decided to hop into the circle. There's still 9 more teams remaining, but only 27 players. And I believe this is one of those rare moments on the map of Erangel when we see Stage 4, Stage 5 circles, and there are not more than 50 players alive.
Medal Esports, they do have the northern control to themselves, even the players of VXT. But I like the approach of Legit Esports as well. Scared, let's be honest, they are towards the southwestern side on the periphery of the circle, a 2v2 split coming in. So Legit, they do have a decent spot for themselves, even Vasista. If the circle goes east, which it is not going to go, and it is favoring heavily the players of Legit Esports. 8-Bit, they can also benefit heavily from this particular circle, at least in terms of the finish points, because they can try and gatekeep the players of RGC, Vasista, even Reckoning. Reckoning is also on the tails of Vasista at this point. We have also VXT coming in the fray. So there is a great opportunity for 8-Bit at this point to accumulate all those finish points.
They really need to do that at this point. And guess what? Oasis is doing the exact same thing. He was able to knock down Fierce too, and that's Vasista Esports, who themselves are still struggling to keep them in the top 16. We have always talked about this team and the potential that they carry. And that is to be in the top 5. But guess what? The entirety of Vasista is just being obliterated by 8-Bit. They're playing insane, and I guess this is the confidence that they always required. And Vasista Esports just struggling to be on their feet. Rage God has well been taken down, and that's by Legit. So they are now being pincered from multiple directions.
Well, they certainly were, and now they have been eliminated. VXT with 3 finishes. S-Power, he was eliminated pretty early in the game. Now VXT, they need to be a bit cautious from the lurking threat from the side of Reckoning Esports. And seems like VXT, they have found a way to mitigate that threat and move inside the circle. Just look at the position where one of the players, Somraj, is. He's being the anchor who is bringing his entire team inside the circle. Medal Esports, they also have a good compound, but that compound is now outside the safe zone. But Legit Proton finds a knock onto Somraj, looking for the confirmation point, and seems like it's going to be a hefty task for VXT to go for the rescue mission onto Somraj, because he's so far away from his teammates.
Yeah, he's very far away, I agree. And has been taken down as well out there on the road. Country road, take me home. He indeed is. But they've still got 3 points already, so that's 220 mark reached already. I don't think so they're going to be in a big problem right now, considering the position that they have. But 8-Bit, They are definitely staging a comeback. 10 finishes for themselves. So that's a bit of a lifeline, or rather just a ray. Maybe the beginning of the golden hour. You may never know. But we really do expect this team to perform. And considering right now Reckoning are not really in the perfect spot, they're going to be facing a lot of heavy fire. Not just from one, but rather two different directions. Keoya needs to land in a few smokes, or rather a few grenades, to try and create either a cover or maybe knock out the opponent to help his team out. That's going to be a big play. 8-bit right now. A good positioning and a good spray down by Mafia. Catches gravity. Confirms the finish onto him as well. So nothing stolen away. And Keoya has also been knocked down by the nade. Oways has been a massive player for his team. Constantly landing in those nades. Constantly getting in those knocks. And he can slowly and steadily closing that gap too. Sees the players. Gets another knock. But there's Viper. And he has no idea about that. Super low in the HP Viper. So he will eventually try to survive. But Oways, I don't think so he can go any further. Because if he does, then he will be in the crosshair of medal too.
Well, certainly he could be. Kuyoa has been knocked out. Dinosaurs, he has to go for the rescue mission, but this is the moment when the players of Team 8-bit are taking the charge, and with a vehicle run over, finds a knock onto Viper, leaving Reckoning with only one player remaining. This is such a good game turning out for the players of 8-bit. This is the level of confidence which 8-bit needed, and seems like all the confirmation points have been accumulated, but Mafia being going for the flank has been knocked out by Mudad of Gujarat Tigers, a third party also coming into the picture out from the blue.
That's going to be a big problem right now, as you mentioned. VXT though, in the meantime, they're also finding a bit of an answer for their own side. Probably catching in a few strays out there. Trying to get in a few people. Middle have finally been finished off. It was VXT who put the final nail into their coffin. And that was Raiden right now. He's on a domination with 3 finishes already. This man had been a big pillar back in the days when he used to play for WSB2. He frags out so much, so many people. He wants even more blood out there. Keoya, who will eventually be finished off too with the vehicle explosion by Raiden. This man up has been phenomenal. RGC in the meantime though, Punny catching a few people. This could be a big play. 8-bit now finally struggling. They need to make their way into the circle, but there's Legit who are stopping them. Legit have been in some very solid positionings, and Raiden is also there from Versatile. Proton Cat gets the knockdown on Bunny. RGC. That's going to be a big problem, as now they're being pounced upon from probably 2 different directions. 8-bit just inside that one smoke shadow, and this game seems to be going in favor of Legit.
Well, certainly the situation might go in the favor of Legit Esports. Legit is also one of those teams who have been struggling in the leaderboard. Reckoning left with only one player. He can reign on the parade of VXT as he's so close to Equinox, and seems like grenades being exchanged. And Reckoning, they have been eliminated, and Equinox also needs to patch himself up with only 2 players remaining. And just look at that. Legit Zeus finds a knock, not just on 1 but 2 players of Team 8-bit by just grenades, leaving Oways all by himself. This is not looking good. Even Oways is on a sliver of HP. He's going for the rescue mission, but Raiden makes the charge towards 8-bit. Even Raiden also deals with hefty damage. This is not looking good for 8-bit, as they have been eliminated by the players of Team Legit Esports. Now VXT left with only 2 players, where Raiden has been knocked out, leaving Equinox all by himself. And Legit, this is the moment to go for the hunt.
Oh, they went in for the hunt, and they hunted down their prey. Legit Esports staging their comeback on the last game of day 2 of week 3. What a performance coming in by these young lads, and what a play to make. In the eyes of the giants like Versatile and 8-bit, these underdogs shined the brightest. Phenomenal play coming in from their side, and Legit has been playing super good for the entire second day shadow. We have been talking about this team even in the first map of Sanhok. I think so they had a very decent performance. In the second one, yes, struggling a bit, but in the third one, now finally shining back up and closing it out with a chicken dinner. That is probably going to give them a very good night's sleep.
Oh, certainly. Legit Esports. This was much needed. Not just Legit Esports, 8-bit also. They were accumulating too many finish points in this particular Erangel. So definitely this Erangel is going to boost the confidence of 8-bit along with the Legit Esports. Legit, they were right at the bottom of the leaderboard. And after this chicken dinner, Legit maybe can look forward to a better day number 3 of this week. And if that also happens, if they get good points tomorrow, maybe week number 4, Legit can look comfortable in the leaderboard to stage a comeback and propel themselves in the top 16. That could be a possibility.
I really, if there's any possibility, I would really want to sit and talk with the players right now to understand what their mentality is like. Because before today, I think so even moving into the top 16 was looking a bit out of reach for them. But with the way how they've closed out this one game, yes, they're looking pretty close now. And I think so they will eventually see those glimmers of hope as well. So again, we're going to have a look at the highlights too of the previous game. With the way how it went, it was definitely not a start Wild Fangs were looking for. They still somehow got that one pick, but then it was Middle answering back. They wanted revenge. They wanted blood. Oh my god, they got it with interest.
Oh, certainly they did. They definitely did. But this fight, Heroics team got like they need to hold their horses because they were on a rampage in every single game, and this time Gujarat Tigers did get that revenge against Heroics team Godlike and win that battle. Although the victory was short-lived because even Gujarat Tigers, they had to deal with the plus of Legit Esports and Legit eliminated them. But this fight was such a prolonged fight from the side of 8-bit and Genix FM. With Genix FM, they lost it in 8-bit. They came victorious, but so many finishes were accumulated by the plus of 8-bit. Finally, 8-bit, they are able to find their footing inside the game.
Yeah, absolutely. The last one. And I always say all's well that ends well. So if you end the day really well, that means for the next day, you've also got the momentum. But honestly, if you're talking about momentum, Versatile, I want to talk about them a bit. This team has been riding on not just a wave, but rather a tsunami. No one has been able to stop them at all. But for the past 2 games, specifically on the off map of Vikendi, if I remember correctly, -40 was the team who actually took the fight to the members of Versatile, and they eventually came out on top, not entirely wiping them out, but still getting at least 1 or 2. Eventually they were third partied after that, but even in this one, Versatile, they just left the entirety of the teams to fight amongst themselves, and they were like, you know what, you guys do whatever you want to do, you do you, me do me, I'll hop in the zone at the very last. And with just 2 players, they still managed to get a few good amount of finishes, and all thanks to Raiden. But we're gonna be thanking Zeus for the side of Legit, who's got 5 finishes and 42% finish contribution, meaning Legit had a bare minimum of 12 frags in their pocket.
Well, definitely Legit, Zeus, it was his grenade which marked an end for the plus of Team 8-bit. But looking at the stars of the match, we also have got the best companion as always, with 3 rescues and 3 assists. Even in the last situation where 2 of his teammates were knocked out by Legit Zeus, always went for the rescue mission, but finally he also was eliminated. But finisher is going to be Choco because he was the one who landed that final blow onto the player of VXT.
Distance traveled 15,000 meters. That's 15 kilometers. Man, he's probably having 6-pack abs by now. But a very good play coming in from Legit. And as I said, bare minimum of 12 finish points. That's exactly what they've got. A big game for their side. 22-pointer in their bag. But also a behemoth game for 8-bit. 12 finish points for them too. 5 placement points. 17 points in total. So this is definitely going to give them a bit of a confidence back, because we definitely saw that lacking when they went up against Genix FM.
Well, certainly 8-bit 17 points, VXT 14 points, the Rec Rings with 7 points, but -40. Had they accumulated few more placement points, they would have been looking more comfortable. But do or die, seems like even their struggle is still continuing with 0 points. Nothing they're getting in this one. Genix FM, they also had to take an early exit. Even Wild Fangs, they were also on the struggling side in this last Erangel, which was unexpected because Medal, yes, Prince was in that compound, but very different from the side of Prince as well, because he took down 2+ from the side of Wild Fangs, and after that Scout came in, he eliminated Prince. But after that, the entire team of Medal also charged onto Wild Fangs, and they were eliminated. So Wild Fangs, they do have their ups and downs.
Yeah, if we talk about consistency, then Wild Fangs are on the extreme far fray of that. Either they perform really good, or they end up doing what they did right now. So it's a very inconsistent team, but even after that, they're more on the end of doing good just because of the players that they have and the experience that they all share. So I really feel that the only thing that they really need in the team is the synergy to come across and then play around as a unit. That's the only thing that they're lacking, and that is one of the main reasons why we are still seeing them in the top 16. Maybe they might be thrown down to 14th or 15th spot, but I don't think so they're going to go out of top 16 yet. So again, I don't think so they're in that precarious position as such, because I really hope that having those big names in your roster, you definitely will step up, if not sooner, but later. So I think so. I'm not really worried about them. The only few other teams that I'm actually worried about would be on that page number 3, or rather just the page number 4. But we're going to have a look at the first team, table toppers, yet again. Versatile, not losing a lot out there, still on the 29-point big cushion against Godlike, who eventually wanted to steal that one away, but it's absolutely fine.
It's okay, Godlike, VXT, Bot Army Esports, and I'm surprised by the jump of Bot Army Esports, because if you remember at the start of the week they were not looking confident at all. They were sitting at the 18th spot, and now making it inside top 3. Valiant effort from the side of Bot Army Esports. They have pulled off a miraculous performance, and also they're inspiring all the new faces and all the new players who are on the struggling side, that if Bot Army can do it, even they can also do it, igniting some hope in the players of Legit Esports as well.
And that's just not one thing, right? Not the only other team who's been doing good. All the other teams who are on the table bottom side, they have been doing pretty solid as well. You talk about minus 42. We normally would see them all the way down to getting either 1 or 2 points per game, but now they're slowly stepping that up too. But Revenant X-Park, a team that took a big dip in terms of the positionings that they have. So now just 146 points, barely in the top 16 too. But I'll have to say I'm very proud of Team Empire. Even if we're talking about the performances that really went down, K9 is also one of the teams that were looking very comfortable up on top, but now up on the verge of getting eliminated too.
Oh yes, even they are. Myth officials, they had their ups and downs. Yes, they did manage to propel themselves in the leaderboard, sitting at the 18th spot, 1 or 2 good games, and I think Myth will also be in the top 16. Hidden Ones, they were looking so promising in week number 1, and suddenly there is a dip in the performance of Hidden Ones as well. Vashishta in this week, yes, there are signs of improvement. They're taking those good fights. They're showcasing good rotation. So Vasishta is also on the right track. Genesis, apart from 1 or 2 good games, I think they have also been missing. Genex FM was one of those teams who was performing really good in the Open Finals, and look at them. They are sitting at the 25th spot with 102 points. Although they have got 2 chicken dinners as well, and despite that, they are right at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's the only thing, right? You don't really need those placement points. You also need those finish points. So that's where they're kinda struggling too. 2 chicken dinners, but then only those 2 chicken dinners. You count out those 20 points, Shadow, in the next 22 games, they literally have got only 22 points from the placement points. So it clearly showcases that they're not very consistent with those positions. You need those good positions as well to eventually rise up in that leaderboard, and that's where Genex FM are struggling. We saw that happen today as well. Even though they've got a good positioning, they struggle down a lot, and it was one of the scrappiest fight, and that too against the members of 8-bit, which we saw them for the most of the time. But I still feel that, you know, sometimes when they're in a quicksand type of situation, which they were in today, they don't really know how to come out of it. So, you know, adjusting on the fly is something that Genex FM need to learn. They need to calm themselves down. They need to think of the situation rationally and then move forward. That's how you eventually counter with those crappy situations that went up against the members of 8-bit. It's again unfortunate for the side of Genex FM that 8-bit had so many utilities that they were just throwing every single thing, whatever was coming in their hands. Probably they would have thrown their pans out as well if, in case those nades would have not got the finishes.
See, talking particularly about that fight against 8-bit, I think Genex FM did whatever they could have done in that situation, because they were pretty much stuck. They were being bombarded from different directions. They were going for the rescue mission again and again. So I think in that particular fight, Genex FM did whatever they could have done. But speaking about the other fights and the other performance of Genex FM, yes, they have been struggling. Genex FM used to get those chicken dinners in the map of Erangel, but that has been completely missing. in week number 1, yes, they did get the victory. Week 2 was really struggling week for Gen X FF. So even they really need to buckle up the shoes and deliver a good performance, just like Bot Army did in this particular day. So yes, few teams are still on the struggling side. Even Seek, the Cincinnati Kids, are also not in the best form. Few big names, even K9 is also not looking good. They were looking so confident in week number 2, and suddenly there is a major dip in the performance of K9.
I agree, and it just does not seem like it's a firepower issue, right? It's in terms of a macro issue where they're not really taking the fights they need to take, and the ones that they're taking are looking super scrappy. If anything, they're kind of shying away from the fights, and I'll be honest, with having some big amount of firepower players, I think so you're playing a bit too passive for the amount of fragging potential that your team has. That's what I constantly feel, because if I'm not wrong, there was almost a 1v4 moment, right? I think so. There was a situation where Ninja Boy did a 1v4 against the entirety of Revenant X-Park. So you've got players like, again, Ninja Boy. You've got some good firepower players like Slug. And if you're not utilizing that to the utmost perfection, that means there's something that is wrong that's happening in terms of the macro idea for the team. Ninja Boy, again, Revenant X-Park is one of the strongest teams right now. And we can't stress out enough on the fact that that lineup has picked up quite a few championships too. So if you're able to 1v4 them, then consider the amount of confidence you have and the potential that you have. So yeah, that's why I feel that there's a bit of a thing that are going a bit up and down. But you know what, Shadow? I know there's quite a few things that you really want to talk about, but guess what? We're going to put them all on hold, because ladies and gentlemen, we've got a player with us right now from the team that is third team to get a hat-trick of chicken dinners. Let's welcome on board Scary George from Bot Army Esports. हेलो स्केरी।
हाय एवरीवन, हेलो, कैसे आप?
मैं बहुत बढ़िया, थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे पूछना चाहिए था ये कि आप बताइए आप कैसे हैं? हैट्रिक ऑफ चिकन डिनर्स कैसा लग रहा है निकाल के?
अच्छा लग रहा है, मतलब बहुत डाउन थे हम पीटी में एंड अभी टॉप 3 बैठे हैं, तो बस अच्छा ही है।
चौथा भी आने वाला था इरांगल में, अगर थोड़ी सी चीज आपके फेवर में चली जाती तो उस टाइम पे मतलब क्या था कि चौथा चिकन भी निकालना है, या उस टाइम वापस बैक टू द डिफॉल्ट कि नहीं आराम से खेलते हैं, जैसे चल रहा है वैसे ही चलते हैं?
प्लान तो ये था कि चौथा निकालना है, बट कुछ मिस्टेक्स के कारण हमारा वो थ्रो हो गया, तो लाइक ठीक है, अभी अगर चले गया तो।
चलिए शैडो, मुझे पता है आपके भी बहुत सवाल होंगे, यू आर द एनालिस्ट, गो अहेड आस्क।
चलिए, ये वीक तो स्कैरी आपको बहुत अच्छा गया, बट मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ पिछले 2 हफ्ते में क्या गलत जा रहा था? ओपन फाइनल्स में तो आप अच्छा खेल रहे थे, सडनली चैलेंज सीजन में क्या हुआ?
लाइक हम लोग को थोड़ा सा प्रेशर था कि लाइक इतनी इंडिया की बेस्ट टीम थी एंड अचानक से उनके बीच परफॉर्म करना, थोड़ा अप्स एंड डाउन्स था। एंड फिर हमने थोड़ा गेम अपना एनालाइज करा, जो मिस्टेक्स हो रही थी उन पे ध्यान दिया, एंड बस आपको रिजल्ट दिख गया आज, और जो 2 दिन से चल ही रहा है।
वेल डेफिनेटली हम देख रहे हैं आजकल इरांगल में काफ़ी सारे मैप्स में बहुत ही क्रेजी सर्कल्स आ रहे हैं, तो आपके एंड आईजीएल के कोई मतलब डिफरेंट प्लान है उन सर्कल से डील करने के लिए?
मतलब प्लान तो जो रहते हैं वो ऑन पॉइंट ही बनाते हैं हमारे आईजीएल। लाइक ऐसा है कि अगर करना है तो बस करना है, फिर वो उसी टाइम जो डिसीजन आ जाता है।
अब आप इतना ऊपर आ गए लीडर बोर्ड पे, क्या आई आउट करेंगे फर्स्ट पोजीशन या सेकंड पोजीशन को?
हाँ, लाइक टारगेट तो है वो कल के दिन पे कि टेबल टॉप करना है।
मुझे एक चीज बताओ, यू नो इट्स अ बिट ऑफ अ स्पाइसी क्वेश्चन, बट पूछना है मुझे, अगर आप टेबल के टॉपर्स को आई आउट कर रहे हो तो कभी कभार ऐसा हो जाता है कि आपको उनको ढूंढ के थोड़ा रोकना पड़ेगा अपने ट्रैक पे, क्योंकि वो भी अपने पॉइंट निकाल रहे हैं, तो आर वी गोना सी समथिंग लाइक दैट?
लाइक ऐसा ढूंढ के नहीं, लाइक ऐसा है कि बस टारगेट चिकन ही है, क्योंकि चिकन आ गया तो फिर टेबल टॉप तो होना ही है।
चलिए ये भी ठीक है, ये भी ठीक है। एंड अगेन लास्ट क्वेश्चन, वीक 4 के रिगार्डिंग, जो कि यस वीक 3 का आखिरी दिन है कल, बट उसके बाद फिर वीक 4 भी शुरू होगा, तो अब लास्ट की जो 4 दिन है आप लोगों के पास, इसमें क्या यू विल बी प्लेइंग द सेम थिंग दैट यू हैव बीन डूइंग, या आपने अभी भी कुछ ऐसी स्ट्रैटेजी जो कि नहीं बताई एंड यू वांट टू पुल आउट समथिंग फ्रॉम योर कैप?
अच्छा, लाइक स्ट्रेटजी तो कुछ ऐसा है नहीं कि लाइक सबको पता है, बस अभी यही है कि लाइक अब लास्ट डे में हम अपना सिक्योर कर लेंगे कि हाँ अभी हम क्वालिफाइड है, एंड लास्ट वीक तो फिर ऐसा है कि बस मारो, जो दिख रहा है मारो, और कुछ नहीं।
You know, that's what we love to see, and thank you so much for that. Shadow, if you want to ask anything else?
Just a last question, कौन सी पर्टिकुलर टीम है जो आपको लगता है कि आपको बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग कंपटीशन दे सकती है लाइन फाइनल्स पे?
टीम्स तो सारी ही है बेसिकली, बट अभी हमें तो VXT लग रही है एंड सेकंड पे गॉड लाइक.
It's the most PR answer. But चलिए, Scary, thank you so much आपने join किया, and again a big congratulations to your team. You have been doing good, and मैं आपको all the best कहता हूँ future के लिए भी. Hopefully you keep up that performance for the next few days. Good luck. Thank you so much for joining.
Bye guys, thank you.
Well. Just to summarize all of that, they have been super happy, and yes, they were trying for the fourth chicken as well. Unfortunately, they made a few mistakes, which they now want to fix to make sure they move into the last 4 days. And in terms of those zones, or in terms of those safe circles, yeah, Shadow, they're not really scared of all of that. They just do their own things. That's the only thing. So if BGMI gods want to play their own game, yeah, you can roll your own dices.
And I think they got chicken dinner in one of those crazy circles where they were sticking to the shorelines of the Milta Power. So definitely the entire team of Bot Army Esports, the reason they were not able to perform in the previous week was because they were feeling the pressure of challenge season. But finally, the pressure has been lifted off their shoulders, and Bot Army Esports, they are now feeling so confident, especially their IGL, who makes a call just on the moment, depending on what circle has been thrown at their face. So the entire team is looking super happy at this point. But I still think VXT and Godlike can give them super extreme competition in the grand finals.
I 100% agree, and we're already talking about the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. It's only the week 3 day number 2. We still have day 3 remaining for week 3. It was a really solid day for teams like Godlike, teams like Bot Army Esports. We could also term it as the day of comebacks, but we'll have to see if the hopes that have been raised by teams like 8-bit, teams like -40, will they carry on for tomorrow and week 4 as well, or maybe they're gonna just be extinguished like those wildfires out there. We'll catch you guys tomorrow on week 3 day 3 of Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI Challenge Season 6.
So we're just gonna do our thing, ain't never to the broken thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. Say never to the bell goes ding.
How many strip clubs that you work for?